There is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
Welcome, chat. It is Norway Chess day number 2 plus 4 plus 2 day number 6 है chat. Welcome. क्या हाल चाल? हम हैं तैयार. RCB भी तैयार है. गुकेश भी तैयार है. After his epic victory yesterday against Pragg, I think कोई predict नहीं कर सकता था. 4 लोग सोच चुके होंगे कि Pragg जीत रहा है, लेकिन उठ के उनको पता लगेगा गुकेश का जलवा. And chat, welcome to the stream. Welcome सहज भाई. क्या लग रहा है? क्या आज भी हम उसी कुछ क्रेजी डायरेक्शन में बढ़ेंगे?
भाई डायरेक्शन जो भी ना हो, आज क्या दिन इट फील्स लाइक अ रीसेट टू मी कि जो भी आपके पाप रहे हैं पिछले 5 दिन के अंदर, दिस इज योर सुनहरा मौका टू रेक्टिफाई दोज मिस्टेक्स. दैट्स व्हाट आई सी इट एज. भाई अगर आप वाइट से हारे हो किसी से, तो उनको आप ब्लैक से अब हरा सकते हो. दैट्स वेयर इट इज.
तो ये जो पास है, पाप रेक्टिफाई करने सिर्फ चेस में लिमिटेड है कि हम बाकी चीजों में इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं? मतलब ऐसे कुछ, या सिर्फ चेस में
अगर
लिमिटेड है?
चेस में हो गया तो बाकी पाप भी अपने आप धुल जाएंगे भाई. दिस इज द एलिक्सर ऑफ लाइफ इन दैट सेंस. अगर ये सही गया तो फिर अपने आप धुल जाएंगे भाई सब कुछ.
नाइस. तो अगली बार ये आएगा ना, ये जो विंडो आएगी पाप धुलने की, बताना उससे पहले मैं 3-4 पाप करके रखूंगा ताकि धुल जाए. बट एनीवेज चैट, वी आर रेडी. एंड चैट, क्या लग रहा है आज मुकेश के दिमाग में क्या चल रहा होगा? बिकॉज ही इज गोना प्ले विंसेंट काइमर. पिछली बार मुकेश आई थिंक वन इन द आर्मगेडन, बट क्योंकि मोमेंटम में है, इफ ही कैन गेट अ विन हियर, दैट वुड बी ह्यूज. एंड सहज भाई, द बिग क्वेश्चन ऑन एवरीबॉडीज माइंड, Magnus Carlsen भाई, he is at the bottom of the table in the standings. एक बार standings आ जाए, क्या लग रहा है चैट? क्या होगा? Will Carlsen kind of collapse here? Because time खत्म होता था, आधा टाइम खत्म सहज भाई.
I took a very deep look at the yesterday's loss against Wesley, and ये loss I think बाकी losses से काफी अलग था. Because पिछले losses आप explain कर सकते थे कि okay, he was in time pressure, you missed a tactic. ये सब चीजें जो होती है ना, these are temporary. क्योंकि एक चाल नहीं दिखी इसको आप I mean what can you say, right? Okay, it happens. You're human, we are human, we get it. Time कम था आपके पास, whatever. But Wesley के साथ it felt like he was positionally outplayed. वो भी black से यार, like Wesley was playing with the black pieces. So I think कहीं ना कहीं पे, and I'm trying to remember, and believe me, I went on my chess base and I was looking, भाई last time ऐसा मैग्नस के साथ कब हुआ था कि वो पोजिशनली आउटप्ले हुआ? और मेरे को एक गेम याद है जो मैं बोलूंगा नहीं, बट यू नो टिकू भाई मैं कौन से गेम की बात कर रहा हूँ. बट उससे पहले और उसके अलावा मुझे और कोई गेम याद नहीं है जहां पर मुझे ऐसा कोई फीलिंग आई हो. तो आई थिंक फॉर मैग्नस दिस इज अ वेरी वेरी बिग मोमेंट, बिकॉज एक वो आई थिंक पीपल आर स्टार्टिंग टू रियलाइज दैट ही इज नॉट इनविंसिबल एंड ही हैज टू क्रिएट दैट ऑरा अगेन. एंड उसके लिए आज फिरोजा को क्लासिकल में हराना बहुत बहुत जरूरी है.
बहुत जरूरी है. बिकॉज आई थिंक इफ ही डजंट विन टुडे इन द क्लासिकल चैट, बिकॉज फिरोजा के भी पॉइंट्स बढ़ेंगे ऑटोमेटिकली, आई थिंक दैट इज द एंड for Magnus in terms of winning Norway chess. First आने के chances will go down the drain with 4 rounds to go. There will be simply no opportunity. Like चारों के चारों classical में जीतना, of course, is not going to happen. Meanwhile, Gukesh playing black against his second, and I think we can see that, you know, very, I would say serious handshake, yeah, for somebody, for people who have worked together, basically.
Bhai, of course, on the board there are no friends. There are, I mean, of course, on the board, like सब कुछ आप भूल जाते हो. उसके बाद, you know, after the game you can be friends again. So of course they have to be serious, and we know Vincent, of course, would try to play for a win against Gukesh as well because he's playing with the white pieces. He is there on the leaderboard. Everything goes well for him. And bhai, ये तो हो गया open section. Of course, Wesley is playing against Pragg as well. We'll keep a very close eye on it. But bhai, Divya Deshmukh, the tournament leader, playing against the women's world champion
Oof.
today.
Oof. Bhai, that is a big one. And as we know, Divya Deshmukh is number 1 in the standings right now. She is leading the women's section. So, agar wo aaj jeet jati hai, especially in the classical, and if Humpy also supports her by defeating Bibisara, she could be almost through in terms of the first place. Like genuinely more than, you know, like I would say 50% chance. In fact, there were odds put by Norway Chess on Instagram. अगर डे 1 के odds देखोगे ना, दिव्या had the least number of odds. So I was just saying, and she has the maximum odds. I was thinking statistics are like, you know, sometimes it's useless because day 1 को least number of odds and day, you know, halfway through she has the maximum number of odds. So yeah, numbers cannot tell this true story sometimes. And there we see Gukesh meditating before the game. Chat, super crucial game. सहज भाई, क्या लग रहा है आज इस गेम में क्या होगा?
भाई आज मैं आपको बताता हूँ क्या होना चाहिए. ठीक है, आज गुकेश को कन्फेशनल बूथ में आना चाहिए और उसको बोलना चाहिए, भाई एक स्क्रीन पे आईपीएल का फाइनल लगा दो. जैसे कल मैग्नस आया था कि चैंपियंस लीग का वो लगा, भाई गुकेश को बोलना चाहिए आरसीबी ओपी. सो आई फील लाइक इट विल
भाई, if he says that, chat, अगर कोई भी इंडियन आके, इंक्लूडिंग दिव्या, which is totally doable by the way, she could totally come up and say RCB or she could say like a favorite team. If that happens, एक बंदे को 3 महीने की membership भाई gift, भाई straight diamond membership. So let's have, you know, one of the players come up and kind of support one player. So कौन सी टीम को support करेंगे वो सहज भाई, RCB की GT?
भाई मैं तो like I am not even joking, like I you know I don't watch a lot of IPL, but RCB was always like, you know, top for me, like since I was since actually it started I've been supporting RCB. So वो खेल रहे हैं finals में भाई, मजा. Like for sure that's my go to team. And for you, Tiku bhai?
For me as well. भाई बहुत साल मैं छुपाते फिरा हूँ अपनी preference, but finally I can come out into the open, सहज भाई, and say कि RCB supporter हूँ मैं. After that win last year and this year as well. And also you mentioned सहज भाई कि final moments पे board पे friends don't matter. It's just about the game. Chat, I don't know if you saw that video जहाँ पे Pragg, once he loses that game yesterday, he leaves the tournament hall. It was so emotional. Like, matlab, he was not able to sit at the board. He ran from the board, borderline ran from the board. That loss was painful. It was really painful. Doesn't matter, he lost to Ukesh, somebody he's grown up with. So over the board, you know, chess is very passionate for these players. We saw how Magnus banged the table. So आज, by the way, also हमारी stats team कह रही है, round number 6 में ही last time Magnus ने table bang किया था सहज भाई. So क्या आज कुछ हो सकता है?
नहीं भाई, आज तो नहीं हो सकता भाई, बिकॉज सामने फिरोजा है. बिकॉज एंड यू नो आई थिंक कहीं ना कहीं पे वी नो के मैग्नस हैज वेरी वेरी डीप रिस्पेक्ट फॉर फिरोजा एज अ चेस प्लेयर बिकॉज ऑफ हिज टैलेंट. ऑफ कोर्स ही वेरी फेमसली सेड एज वेल कि इफ फिरोजा विंस द कैंडिडेट्स ही वुड हैव डिफेंडेड हिज टाइटल. सो आई थिंक ही वुड थॉरली एंजॉय दिस मैच. And जो भी result हो, I don't think it would get that emotional. But of course, seeing Magnus's form by एक और loss can really throw him off as well. So, but he's playing with the white pieces. I feel like the chances of that are very, very less. And there it is, handshakes.
Wow, Magnus Carlsen, I think in a situation where he's not been, I think, for a long, long time, losing 3 out of the 5 games he's played, that too in the classical. Unki rating already 2825 pe aa chuki hai. If he loses this, he's going to go below 2820 Sahaj bhai. So I think Firouzja, of course, also in form. So this is not going to be easy. We see him sitting there focused. So we'll come back to this. Let's have Gukesh ka full screen in front of us. Sahaj bhai, chat, even Samay bhai, let's go bhai. If Gukesh can win this, Sahaj bhai, I think it's going to be crazy. 2 wins in a row would be insane for his confidence.
Absolutely, and we know okay, Vincent is not gonna go for that safe, solid approach. He's, of course, he likes to play those long games as well. So, I think it's gonna be a fighting game between these two players, and of course, they know each other really well as well because they've worked so much with one another. And look at that E4 inaugural move. ये 100% गारंटी के साथ कह सकता हूँ नहीं होने वाला है यहाँ पे.
विंसेंट के चेहरे में हल्की सी स्माइल आ गई थी
Yes,
E4
yes,
देख के.
yeah, yeah,
लाइक
yeah. Poker
यू
face,
कांट
Vincent. Poker face, poker face.
you can't guess my powers.
This
Mere mortal, you have no idea what I have in mind. But yeah, I think we're gonna
भाई
see.
ये
Oh, he
ये भी
does.
माइंड गेम्स है. देखो वो ईपॉन वापस नहीं ले रहा है वो. वो कह रहा है देखो
हाँ.
ये माइंड गेम्स है ये. यूजुअली इमीडिएटली अगर वापस लेते हो ना तो यू कैन काइंड ऑफ टेल योर ओपोनेंट कि दिस इज नॉट व्हाट आई प्रिपेयर्ड, बट द फैक्ट दैट ही हैज
हाँ.
नॉट टेकन इट बैक.
हाँ. इंटरेस्टिंग, इंटरेस्टिंग, इंटरेस्टिंग. So very interesting. देखते हैं क्या वो E4 ही खेलेंगे. I was going to play something else, but we already okay. He pulls it back now. And चलो हम देंगे आपको आईपीएल के स्कोर की अपडेट देते रहेंगे. अभी इट इज 72 for 3 for GT. 11 ओवर में आरसीबी इन कंट्रोल. आरसीबी की वैल्यूएशन आई वुड से इट्स +2, like close to winning right now, but it's still you never know. It can change
भाई
as we see in
इतने
Norwich chess.
सॉरी टिकू भाई टू कट यू ऑफ, बट इतने सारे चैंपियंस, अभी चैंपियंस लीग हुआ और अभी आईपीएल भी का भी फाइनल हो रहा है, नॉर्वे चेस चल रहा है. भाई किसी ने एनबीए का कॉन्फ्रेंस फाइनल कल रात को देखा क्या, गेम 7? चैट में पूछ रहा हूँ टिकू, आई नो यू डिडंट सी इट बिकॉज़ आई आस्क्ड यू, बट
हाँ.
लाइक बिकॉज़ आई वाज वाचिंग इट अंटिल लाइक 5 AM. इट वाज सच अ क्रेजी गेम.
Oh damn.
भाई मजा
5
ही आ
a.m.
गया.
वहां के यूरोप के
5
मतलब
AM
5 a.m.
बुडापेस्ट टाइम, 8:30 बजे
Wow.
लाइक इंडिया टाइम. भाई आई वाज अप बिकॉज आई लिटरली couldn't sleep, yeah, because the game was so close. And
Wow,
then
we
it is
have
handshakes.
handshakes. Let's go D4 on the board. So वो smile now is clearly justified. कुछ और ही plans से विंसेंट जी के D4 आता है बोर्ड के ऊपर. And I think we can see very quickly knight to F6 from Gukesh playing that move quite confidently now. Ooh, क्या लंदन के लक्षण लग रहे हैं भाई यहाँ पे.
भाई 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 मजा तो अब आएगा अगर उसने कॉली खेल दिया तो भाई मैं रोक
अबे
दूंगा.
यार.
इमेजिन इमेजिन
भाई
इमेजिन विंस्टन प्लेस कॉली. भाई टिक्कू भाई समय भाई रेडी रहना, एक मिनट टिक्कू भाई को एक फुल
भाई
स्क्रीन में दिखाना है उसके बाद.
अगर कॉली आया मैं कल कमेंट्री करने नहीं आऊंगा भाई. प्रोटेस्ट. मैं प्रोटेस्ट पे चला जाऊंगा 2 दिन के लिए. आई विल नॉट कम फॉर कमेंट्री इफ यू प्लेस कॉले. विंसेंट भाई आई विल बी डिसअपॉइंटेड. देखो मुकेश को बोलूंगा मैं कि ये कॉले वाले खेलने वालों को अपनी टीम में मत लो, ठीक है. दिस इज वेरी रिस्की अप्रोच. सो कॉले नहीं होगा भाई. आई थिंक लंदन में भी, लंदन आई एम होपिंग फॉर, बट अंत में यूजुअली सबके दिल टूटते ही हैं और वो C4 ही
भाई
खेल देंगे भाई. दैट्स माय
D5
होप.
दिस इज परफेक्टली सेट अप फॉर अ कॉली सिस्टम. E3 इज कॉली हियर.
कम ऑन
गुकेश ने
लंदन.
अरे ओके. Oh, it's
Let's
London.
go!
Let's go.
London system, bhai. Let's go. Okay, it's not confirmed yet. Bishop G5 खेल
This
सकते
is
हैं,
London.
but
This is London. This is
he might play Bishop G5, right?
No, no, bhai, this is Lekwang Liam's London. This is like a chessable
Ah,
course. The first lifetime repertoire on chessable, which was created on the London system, did not have Bishop F4, by the way. It had C3.
so
Liam's
question
London,
said,
it's
why?
called.
Why can't he play E3, Bishop D3, Knight D2, and still play the Cole? He can, no?
Bhai, I
Technically.
was not trying to mention it because it is still possible. It's still
Technically
possible.
he
मेरे को
can.
सिर्फ आपकी शक्ल देखनी थी.
Technically he can, I think. By the way, Vincent looking at Magnus right now. Look at him. Like he looks like Magnus, no? Like body looks like pura posture, hair, everything. But okay, let's see.
Vincent, I
Cole
think, is
क्या होता है?
extremely well dressed, by the way. I have to say, like each time I see him, everywhere I see him, he's like extremely well dressed guy. But coming back to the games, by C3, the idea of this is, of course, like Tikubai mentioned, Bishop F4 is the plan, and Bishop G5 is, you can say, it's a secondary plan. And E3 भी है जिसमें जो टिकू भाई मेंशन नहीं करना चाहते, but it is still there. So you are asking why did he play C3 then? Because it feels like a waste of a move. The point is कि अगर black C5 खेलेगा यहाँ पे, then you can capture this pawn, and this pawn on C3 supports B4. And this way you can at least defend your pawn for some time. But इसका एक downside है टिकू भाई. Downside ये है कि black की best चाल यहाँ पे C5 ही है. Like I have looked at this very deeply. C5 एक्चुअली सब देखने के बाद सब समझ आता है कि C5 पॉन सैक करो और उसके बाद ब्लैक को बहुत काउंटर प्ले मिलता है. बट क्लियरली इफ विंसेंट इज प्लेइंग इन अ क्लासिकल मैच, टिकू भाई, he has something up his sleeve for sure.
Yeah, and maybe for today, even I might be okay with making an exception with the Cole because it might be a tribute to RCB and Kohli, Sahaj bhai. Like well, maybe that's the way, because Magnus Carlsen once played the Tromposky when Trump became president in the first round of the World Championship against Karyakin. So maybe it's a tribute to Kohli winning RCB, winning like the IPL, Sahaj bhai. Like that
भाई
could be a tribute.
could be. Kohli system मतलब IPL में तो best है.
मैं देख रहा हूँ
अब
इफ
चेस में आपको अब चेस में आपको डिसाइड करना है कि कॉली सिस्टम कैसा है भाई,
भाई
एट द
विंसेंट
एंड ऑफ द डे।
इंस्टाग्राम पे है क्या? आई एम चेकिंग इफ ही फॉलोज
हाँ, ही इज
कोहली।
देयर। ही
आई
इज
एम
देयर, ही
एक्चुअली
इज
चेकिंग
देयर।
इफ ही फॉलोज कोहली बाय
नो, नो,
चांस,
ही
दैट वुड
डज।
बी क्रेजी।
I don't think he's super active there, if I'm not mistaken. He's not very, very active. Like,
हाँ, ही डजंट, फिर तो मुश्किल है, फिर तो लंदन ही होगा भाई। आई थॉट ही फॉलोज कोहली और समथिंग, यू नेवर नो यार।
भाई वो तो
275 million followers.
that would be absolutely crazy if that was true. But yeah, Gukesh thinking though on the third move itself, I think that's a bit of a surprise. I think first time it has happened, no, in the entire event के Gukesh third move पे सोच रहा है इतना तो I think we can safely say कि kind of took him out of his opening prep.
हाँ, आई थिंक वो पहले 7 मूव पे, कल 5th मूव पे सोच रहे थे, आज 3rd मूव पे सोच रहे हैं।
हाँ,
बट द
हाँ,
गुड
हाँ।
न्यूज इज कि एट द एंड ही वाज अहेड ऑन द क्लॉक, एंड आई थिंक वही डिफरेंस रहा प्रग और मुकेश में कल। मुकेश के पास टाइम एक्स्ट्रा था, सो प्रग कुडंट नेविगेट ऑल दो सटल्टीज इन दो सेकंड्स ऑन द क्लॉक। सो मुकेश का जो एडवांटेज मेंटेन करने का स्ट्रेटजी है, दैट रियली रियली हेल्प्ड। बट आई डोंट थिंक ही वाज गोना थिंक फॉर 20 मिनट्स हियर, वैसे कल उन्होंने सोचा था, बिकॉज इतना कॉम्प्लिकेटेड भी नहीं है। ही जस्ट ट्राइंग टू डिसाइड कि भाई कौन सा सेटअप मुझे खेलना है, एंड ही डज प्ले E6 एट द एंड।
And if, like, just so you know, Tikku bhai, E3 was not possible before क्योंकि ब्लैक का बिशप बाहर आ सकता था. If Vincent wants, he can play E3 right now and it would be Colley system and he doesn't. He plays London. Let's go.
Let's go, brother. Let's go. And by the way, Chad, I want to point out, यहाँ पे Bishop F4 was played in 600 games. Bishop G5 was played in 400 games. And E3 was played in 18 games. So it was a possibility. Even G3 has been played. But Vincent Keymer, making, like me proud today. By Kohli के ऊपर उन्होंने मुझे choose किया सहज भाई. I feel so happy today.
Absolutely, while owning the London, yeah, absolutely loving it. But I think this means some at least opening problems for Gukesh. There are, and the problem here is there are like so many ways that you can play this position. Like there's like 100 ways that Black can play here. So Gukesh would have to decide which one to choose. And by the way, this is going exactly into main line. If you play Knight C6 here, Knight BD2, and this is exactly like both of our courses, Tiku bhai.
Agreed, and I love this position as white. भाई इतना मजा आता है खेलने में, ओ हो भाई, Bishop D3 and then you put the bishop back on G3. भाई I love this position for white. देखते हैं क्या होगा यहाँ पे, कैसे खेलेंगे. I think he would love that maybe Queen C7 setup सहज भाई, जहाँ पे you try to avoid this typical bind, suffocating bind that white gets sometimes on the E5 square. But regardless, Ukesh will take like 2 to 5 minutes for each move, I feel, for the next 5 moves or so, trying to figure out कि भाई कैसे I can equalize in the best way possible.
Exactly. And I think the last time at least from memory that I remember, the last time Gukesh played a classical game in London system. Tikubai, if you know this, I'll be very, very impressed, but it is really hard to guess. But you know the game. Kya hua bhai?
Bhai, I realized the true reason behind playing the London. Chat, you are correct. कौन था भाई ये? Mr. HSR. Because Kohli himself lives in London. Mind blown. Mind blown, brother. Blown by. So clearly, Vincent Keymer, this is a tribute by. आज कोहली जीतेंगे, and London system is the way to tribute
मतलब
by. I love it. I love
ये
it.
बात सुन के मेरे रोंगटे बैठ गए.
सही में, सही में भाई. I am so impressed by.
टिकू भाई is stoppable.
I am so impressed by. I think Vincent by
Chat वो आप
you earned
पहले
a new
करते थे
fan
यार.
today.
Chat, you guys stopped, doing this. वो जो आप करते थे, like टिकू भाई stoppable, वो सब भाई वो. I think ये good.
नहीं नहीं नहीं
This
भाई,
is a
आज
decent
तो
moment. But by the way, किसी को वो गेम याद है क्या जो मैं गेम की बात करूँ? Because it was a very very आपको एक hint देता हूँ chat. वो गेम लास्ट राउंड में खेला गया था of a certain event and गुकेश ब्लैक से जीता था 2 घंटे में. एंड थोड़ा और हिंट देता हूँ आपको. ही इज अ
correct.
प्लेयर हु इज वेरी वेल नोन फॉर, वेल, एक बार ऐसा हुआ था कि टिक्कू भाई ने इसका एक शॉट भी डाला था कि एक बार वो मैच खेल रहा था और उसकी लूजिंग पोजीशन आ गई थी अगेंस्ट एन इंडियन प्लेयर एंड देन ही लेफ्ट एंड देन ही केम बैक आफ्टर लाइक 1 आवर. किसी को याद है वो कौन प्लेयर था? बिकॉज दैट इज
मुझे
द
याद है
लास्ट
भाई.
टाइम आई रिमेंबर दिस हैपनिंग. एंड इट वॉज इन नॉट इन ग्रैंड चेस टूर, इट वॉज एक्चुअली इन दी ओलंपियाड लास्ट राउंड. लास्ट राउंड था कि उससे
या
पहले वाला था टिक्कू भाई?
I think last round में था when
Last round था
Gukesh
ना
actually
Slovenia के against,
हाँ
right, exactly,
after
because
USA
Fedosiv
yeah
plays for Slovenia now. It was Fedosiv, exactly, and Gukesh won that very convincingly. I must add, and उसके बाद पहली बार देख रहा हूँ someone trying London system against Gukesh in classical.
एक सेकंड ऐसा है भाई हाँ
For sure, भाई, for sure. Parham, no, नहीं भाई, पर not Parham. It was Fedosiv, who now plays for Slovenia. जहाँ पर I think we've spoken about this many times. के Arjun played the Scandinavian in the last round. उसी match में Gukesh played against Fedosiv with the black pieces, and then वहाँ पे London हुआ था. तो and I remember something with Knight H5 was there, like Knight C6 खेल के कुछ तो Knight H5 आया था वो, and Gukesh played that very very quickly. Despite I think he was a little bit surprised in the opening. And it's interesting to see कि whether he goes for the same type of setup or not, क्योंकि I think वो repeat तो बिल्कुल नहीं करना चाहिए आपको, क्योंकि if Vincent clearly has prepared for the London, he would have looked at that game and he would have found an improvement. So यहाँ पर एक best like तरीका ये है कि you try to play an opening or you try to pose an idea which you haven't played before, essentially.
True. And he gets up, by the way. Yeah? So Vincent, I think, well prepared. आज लग रहे हैं. I think maybe also he sensed Gukesh won yesterday. He would love like a fighting game. Let's kind of stop the steamroller. Yeah, थोड़ा सा उसको hold करते हैं, strategic slow position खेलते हैं, जहाँ पे it's hard for Black to create winning chances. Maybe that's the idea. And of course, he has worked with Gukesh, so he understands कि कैसी पोजीशन मुकेश को पसंद नहीं आती, सो उसका इस्तेमाल उनके अगेंस्ट कर सकते हैं अभी विंसेंट काइमर. सो यहाँ पे गुकेश इज नाउ थिंकिंग चैट. And maybe it's the perfect opportunity to check out Pragg's game as well, Sehaj bhai, because we have a semi-Slav there, जहां Wesley So ने खेला है Bishop to E2. And semi-Slav उतना देखने को मिलता नहीं. We saw, I think, Divya play it yesterday or something, but it's nowadays a bit rare compared to, few years back.
So Tiku bhai, what do you think about semi-Slav in general? Like, do you like this opening? Yeah, do you think it's a playable opening in any way? जो Pragg ने खेली है अभी with this V
I mean, I
shape
love the
जो
semi-Slav.
structure बना हो.
I
You
love
love
the
the
semi-Slav.
semi-Slav.
हाँ, I love the semi-Slav. But I think the
For
point
white or
is,
for black?
for black, I think. Because black में
For
गोल है कि
black,
मैं
yeah.
DC4 मार के white so white will usually play bishop G5 here and then DC4, and then I like the semi-Slav in that sharp line because white had the guts to
हाँ.
play bishop G5.
Right.
Without bishop
But
G5 I don't like the
it's a bit
semi-Slav. I don't
yeah.
like this.
चैट बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है कि सेमी स्लाव जहाँ पे बिशप को ऐसे घर पे रखा जाता है, टिकुबा इज लविंग दैट, बट कॉली सिस्टम जहाँ पर सेम सेटअप रहता है, लिटरली सेम सेटअप रहता है व्हाइट की तरह, एक एक्स्ट्रा टेम्पो भी दे रहे हैं आपको, बट वो टिकू भाई इज नॉट द बेस्ट. या
नहीं, आई थिंक वो इट्स क्लियर कंपटीशन भाई. हमारे लंडन सिस्टम जब खेलते हैं ना, उसमें क्लॉज में लिखा होता है यू दाई शैल ऑलवेज प्ले लंडन सिस्टम वंस पर डे, यू दाई शैल नेवर सपोर्ट कॉले. आई थिंक उसमें लिखा होता है, प्रीएम्बल होता है फॉर लंडन सिस्टम फैंस. तो आई थिंक आई हैव साइन दैट एंड आई विल ऑफिशियली नेवर एवर सपोर्ट कॉले. But agreed, I think structure is similar, and I think यहाँ पे black at some point will try to go E5 chat. And कोई कह रहा है Pragg's game is draw. She's saying I would hardly say it's a draw. In fact, यहाँ पे both players try to maneuver long term. Maybe B3 आएगा, Queen C2, Bishop B2, Rook E1. Sometimes Bishop F1, G3, Bishop G2. Black of course will play Rook E8, Queen E7, take on C4, play E5. So अपने strategic plans है. B6, Bishop E7 always on the cards as well to get the bishop out. So it'll be a long game, and Wesley of course coming off a win against Magnus. Sehaj bhai feels like वो कह रहे होंगे black से Magnus को हराने के बाद कौन रोक सकता है मुझे.
Exactly, bhai, exactly. I mean, the confidence must be there. Also, with this style में Wesley ने हराया, also that was also very, very impressive. So, I think it will be an exciting match regardless. And of course, oh, by the way, look at this B3. I feel like Wesley एकदम वो proper Soviet style में खेल रहा है, this opening, like from both sides. Of course, Semislav is very famous amongst, I would say, Russian players in general. And white से भी Meran is very, very common in that, let's say, in the Soviet school of chess. And love this idea of B3 with the plan of Bishop B2. He could also plan A4 and Bishop A3 to try and exchange this active bishop. एंड कहीं ना कहीं पे या तो ब्लैक E5 खेलेगा, लाइक यू मेंशन, पॉन टेक C4 मार के. अब तो खैर पॉन टेक C4 मारना डजंट मेक सेंस बिकॉज़ आई कैन कैप्चर बैक विद द बी पॉन. ओहो, Pragg has answered. F5, Rook F6, भाई G5, G4. I love this. Let's go.
Wow.
This could actually turn very badly for Wesley as well, yeah?
Yeah.
That looks
I
scary,
think
भाई.
Agreed, and I think bishop e2 पे है, bishop g2 पे नहीं है, so white's king is a bit more vulnerable. And I think f5 के बाद, as you mentioned, rook h6 looks very, very strong. And the question is, as white, do you take on e4 right now? Because, Sahej bhai, if you do take on e4, then I think this is the moment then black is forced to take with the d pawn. Only opportunity. If you don't take it now, next time I'm going to take with the f pawn. So I think कहीं ना कहीं पे एक ही मौका आपको मिलेगा to you have to kind of take it now. Otherwise, black plays f5 and you cannot take that anymore.
Bhai, actually, even after I've played f5 and you take knight e4, I'll still take with the d pawn because उसके बाद f4 आएगा भाई, queen h4 आएगा. Bhai, this is very scary for just to showcase this point. Let's say you take on e4, I take back, you play knight d2 and I play f5 or something, right? Here, white's best move is to play c5 and black can technically just capture on h2 straight. यहाँ पर and it's a draw, yeah? King h2, queen check, king g1 and just rook f6 and it looks like you're about to get checkmated and white's best course of action is to try and कहीं ना कहीं पे जाकर repetition हो रहा है and that's the best course of action, so it can turn very, very dangerous, I think, for if he's not careful.
Agreed. And it's not just about the position, right? It's the intention for Pragg. Like Pragg could have played a million options here, but he chooses this option because he knows what it can offer. So clearly, Pragg is saying, "Bhai, I lost yesterday. My dream is to win Norway chess. I was there in second place. Now I'm in fourth place. I want to win with black. चाहे black pieces, I don't care. I want in position. आप दोनों sides win के लिए खेल रहे हैं. So मजा आएगा chat. कई बार हम कहते हैं classical chess boring हो जाता है. We only enjoy the Armageddon part of the last few moves. इस गेम में I think start to finish entertainment लिखा हुआ है.
100%. And I think, initially I thought it was Wesley who had his prep on the wood, but I see that on move 3, it was Pragg who switched. He switched from like a normal QGD to a semi-slab, which I think kind of took like threw Wesley off a bit. And now this knight e4 f5 looks very, very scary. Right? Just showing some variations here, like bishop b2, which I think is the most logical to defend the knight on c3. We play the move f5, right? And now basically the center is basically solidified. मेरी next moves are very clear. I either want to go rook f6, rook h6 to put pressure on the h2 pawn, and उसके बाद I want to go g5, g4 and just basically go just attack, yeah. And white के पास कोई breakthrough नहीं है center में. There is no generally they say when you face a flank attack you should try to break the center, but there is nothing you can break in the center. So it would have to be some defense which involves the move g3. And Tikku bhai, I think both of us can agree that a move like g3 is definitely not pretty to play in a position like this because you don't have a fianchetto bishop.
Agreed. And Wesley marked something on his score sheet just now. And chat, I don't know if you know this, but he got into trouble once for writing stuff on his score sheet. Like I think it's not allowed. You legally nahi, you cannot write stuff on your score sheet as notes, for example. So he marked something there. Kai players, I think 40th move mark karte hain kai baar as a reminder ki that's where the increment starts. But don't know what he was marking there. But meanwhile, he's still thinking, Sahej, maybe it's the perfect opportunity to look at the women's leader, Divya Deshmukh, who just walked by. She looked like she was confident. Maybe she has a better position. Let's have a look.
So it was a typical Spanish with bishop b5. She plays a6, bishop a4 ke baad knight f6, and short castle. So we are in mainline territory. Ju Wenjun plays bishop e7 and now she goes d3. This is like, let's say, sidestepping for the first time because generally you go rook e1 and this. There are other variations here as well. In fact, Magnus ke game mein usne knight c3 khela yahan pe instead of the move d3. So there are lots of sidelines here. d3, I wouldn't really call it a sideline. It's very, very mainstream these days. And the idea is you just want a slower game. You are not going to play d4 anymore. So b5 aata hai, bishop b3, d6, and chat, just remember this as a rule of thumb. Whenever in Spanish black plays d6, the idea is black is defending this pawn, and because this pawn is overprotected, this knight is now free, and iska matlab hai knight a5 pe aayega, and it's going to take your bishop, your very, very important Spanish bishop, which is basically the soul of this position. So it's very important that you create space for it, whether it is c3, whether it is a3. In this case, of course, Divya went for a4, creating space there. Black plays b4 and now a5, completely stopping this knight a5 ka plan. And now she goes short castle, and now she plays c3. And Ju Wenjun, she thought for about 8 minutes and plays rook to b8. Tikku bhai, I'm not sure if Divya is out of her prep yet because
Hmm.
it doesn't feel, it still feels natural to me more or less. But the
Hmm.
way that Divya is thinking, I think this could be the moment where where
Yeah.
the prep ends basically. What do you think?
Yeah, yeah, agreed. I think it's definitely possible. Also, I think she's already used up 8 minutes, so also feels like a position जहाँ पे she's feeling her way through a little bit in terms of the best move possible right now. 9d2 is something that my engine is screaming, loudly that is the best move. Makes a lot of sense. Also, Sehaj, I think I love this position with a5 a6 that the weakness white has fixed. Endgame में you can always play bishop c4 and bishop takes a6. That could be a huge weakness. अगर a6 गया, basically the a pawn just queen. So बहुत स्ट्रेटेजिक गेम होगी ये भी, सिमिलर टू व्हाट वी सॉ देयर आई थिंक विद मैग्नस एज वेल. सो बड़ा बड़ा मजा आने वाला है इस गेम में देखने के लिए. एंड इफ दिव्या डज विन चैट, लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट लाइक शी इज प्लेइंग सम अमेजिंग चेस रिसेंटली. एंड yesterday she won in the classical, right? No, no, tie break she won. No,
Yesterday,
she won in the classical, I
she
think. Yeah.
won, yeah, against.
So
She did win against Zhu Jiner. No, what the very. I mean, it
हाँ
was like a
classical
worse
में.
position, and then she won in classical. Yes.
So she's now world number 10 in the women's standing. She just kind of overtook Katina Lagno and she's moving towards the top now. Chat. Like the difference between her and Hui Fan is now what, like 80 points. That is, and Hui Fan is basically, the second best women player of all time. I think we can kind of roughly say that out loud, right? So I think
How you
a very,
fun?
very
Yes,
strong
of
player.
course. 100%. Yeah,
So,
100%.
so I think genuine opportunity for Divya to become like the strongest women player in the world. I think in just a few, maybe a couple of years, maybe even earlier. So I think बहुत बढ़िया चल रहा है. So yeah, this
भाई
game is a
उसके लिए
crucial one.
2700 करनी पड़ेगी. That's the thing.
नहीं
Because
like
Judith has,
हाँ
taken, because she was 2720, I believe, at her peak, or 2730. I think she was world number 9 bhai in the world, like in the open rankings, like which is वो जो ceiling है ना, that's like I think very very crazy. But I think
hmm.
definitely Divya is on track to being 20. I think 2700 ke, it feels too far off right now. But I think when
हाँ.
if you keep growing, then it becomes more and more possible, I feel, to think about it.
At least I think in terms of, let's say, the current players playing, I think she can definitely be the
Hmm.
strongest. I think maybe 2700 is very tough actually when you think about it. But 2600, 2575, for example, I think is definitely where she can aim for in the next couple of years. So this is a
Bhai,
great
matlab, because of
ascent for
rating
her.
deflation as well, it's I think harder to
Huh.
be 2700 these days,
True.
anyways, because there are just so
Hmm.
little, 2700s in the world.
Agreed. And her opponent gets up, Ju Wenjun. Now 5 minute thing for Divya already. So you're correct. I think she's definitely out of book. And she's gonna take some time at least. Meanwhile, Ukesh has played Sehaj Bhai.
Bhai,
And
oh wow, wow, wow.
knight c6 and now knight d2 very quickly played. Let's see what Gukesh has up his sleeve now. Will he play the main line bishop d6?
Actually, I think in his actually someone in the chat did mention this. And Tikubai, there is a world championship match which Gukesh played sometime. By the way, he goes bishop e7. This is trying to not exchange the bishops. Very very nice move there. And in the world championship, by the way, एक London system का match भी हुआ था against Dingleren, which was right after Fedosiv, you can kind of say. And वहाँ पर Gukesh played bishop d6. तो मुझे लगता है वो थी विंसेंट की प्रिपरेशन. एंड विंसेंट ने कहा भाई बिशप डी6 खेलो बिकॉज आई हैव समथिंग न्यू देयर. एंड गुकेश कहता है नो भाई, आई बिलीव यू एंड लेट्स ट्रांसपोज इनटू द मेन लाइन बेसिकली.
वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. आई थिंक कैसे आपके दोस्त आपके राइवल बन सकते हैं. लाइक सेकंड्स में क्या चैट, द पार्टनरशिप इज गोना लास्ट 1 year एंड नेक्स्ट ईयर क्या होगा कुछ नहीं पता. सो विंसेंट काइमर ऑफ कोर्स नाउ थिंकिंग कि भाई how do I get the best advantage possible? Says bishop d3 I think should be an automatic move, right? I mean there are not many alternatives I think to bishop d3. And
I
then
think
what will White's plan?
there is an additional idea of bishop b5 as well that
Hmm.
people use sometimes. You can also play knight e5 here as well, just to keep the option of bishop d3 and bishop b5 essentially. And Tikubai, I think this is a very good moment to show that insane London system wala trap, and I'm sure you know
वो
what I'm
queen d7
talking
knight
about.
d7 वाला.
Exactly, bhai. I
अरे
think
बाप
take
रे.
it away, Tiku bhai.
Bhai, you
I'll
take
carry
it
the
away,
boat.
bhai. I'm
Bhai, come
देखो.
on. Like, this is like the moment where I feel like you should completely, own
So
this. This
I'm
is
gonna I'm gonna try to remember it. Okay, so bishop
okay.
d3.
Let's see.
Castles.
नहीं, यहाँ से नहीं होता भाई, बिशप E7 की जगह इट्स बिशप D6.
बिशप D6 में है क्या वो? मेरा बिशप E7 में
Yes,
है। भाई मैं तो आई एम तो
Bishop
ऑलरेडी लॉस्ट।
D6 में. Okay, so I'll walk you through it and then we can
हाँ,
ask the question to the chat. Yeah,
डन डन
White
डन।
goes Bishop G3, Black goes short castle, and White goes Bishop to D3 in this position. And this is one of the nicest lines I would say inside the London for White. And this is the main line. This is, by the way, why a lot of London players like the London so much. क्योंकि main line इतनी मतलब pleasant रहती है White के लिए. So of course Black has to find these sidelines which are a bit more annoying in comparison. Anyway, so यहाँ पे Black के पास एक option रहता है कि Black has to play E5 somehow because you have to break the center and you have to find some space there, and Queen C7 आप खेल नहीं सकते because I can go pawn takes C5 and Bishop takes C5 is not possible as the Queen is pinned. This means that you are basically losing a pawn. So Black के पास एक इकलौती चाल रहती है Queen E7 to try and play E5, and of course White cannot allow this. White plays Knight E5. And Black is very adamant. He says, I'm going to go Knight D7 and I'm going to challenge this knight. And surprisingly, I know it's very surprising that a move like F4 is not very good for White here. Instead, White should actually go Knight takes D7. And this is the moment, chat. And this is the craziest moment, I think, inside the London system, especially when you're, learning the theory of it. Chat, take a guess. What should Black capture the knight back with? टेक अ
Chad,
गेस
if you've
लाइक
not
ऑफ ऑफ
seen
अ
this,
इंस्टिंक्ट. आपको क्या लगता है, बिशप से मारना चाहिए, क्वीन से मारना, डेवलपमेंट करनी चाहिए या फिर क्वीन से मारना चाहिए? दैट्स द क्वेश्चन.
एंड ये ट्रैप देखने के बाद सब लोग सैम शैंकलैंड को एक बार मतलब हार्ड लक बोल के आना इंस्टाग्राम पे, बिकॉज लाइक दिस ट्रैप इज impossible to see. Like matlab, I totally understand why somebody like who's 2700 completely missed this edge by. And Chad is saying
एग्जैक्टली.
mostly queen, but some people bishop as well.
Bhai, I'm seeing actually 50-50, but I think by instinctively bishop takes d7 is, I mean, because I'm asking the question, people are thinking, हाँ कुछ trick होगी इसमें. But Chad, I think we can all agree that if you don't know this and someone goes knight takes d7 here, I think 99% of chess players are going to capture back with the bishop simply because, आपका bishop बाहर आ रहा है, you're developing and you have already moved your queen and so on. Actually, bishop takes d7 is a blunder here. And this is because it's a very crazy logic. Basically, you go bishop takes d6, black goes queen takes d6, pawn takes c5, queen takes, and this is all forced chat. Queen takes c5, and now you have this beautiful bishop takes h7 check. Idea is
Beauty.
king takes h7, queen check, king g8, and chat. Can you guess the next move? It's very,
And
very pretty.
and देखने में लग रहा है व्हाइट के पास पीस ही नहीं है भाई. What does white
हाँ,
have here? इकलौती queen ही तो है. But somehow it just
exactly.
works like magic, yeah?
Exactly. It just happens. Yeah. And of course, Shanklin was I think the first player to fall into this trap. And yes, chat, the move is indeed knight e4. And black, whatever black does, black goes queen c4, you can go knight g5. And this is just basically a checkmate. एंड चैट, अगर आप थोड़ा और डिटेल में जाओ तो आप पूछ सकते हो कि सहज भाई, बिशप से मारना क्यों गलत था, आप क्वीन से क्यों नहीं मार सकते थे? एंड दिस इज वेयर चेस बिकम्स रियली रियली इंटरेस्टिंग. सो इन दिस पोजिशन, अगर ब्लैक ने क्वीन से मारा होता d7 पे लाइक दिस, देन क्वीन से ही d6 पे मारता, राइट? तो बिशप d7 की जगह c8 पे बैठा होता. एंड इन दिस एग्जैक्ट पोजिशन ब्लैक कुड प्ले द मूव g6, जहां पे इफ यू गो नाइट टेक्स क्वीन, pawn takes queen, this bishop on d7 is not hanging. This is entire difference why after knight takes d7, you are supposed to go queen takes d7, and this is the best and the only move. And I think when people say that they love the London system, this is, I think, 90% of the reason. Because they all want to play this trap once in their lives, because we have all seen it, we've all studied it before, but board पे आता नहीं है भाई ये.
Yeah, I can imagine being Sam Shanklin as being in absolute shock. कि भाई ये बंदा मतलब like, how is this working? Like it feels illegal for this to work. And by the way, I am sorry. What? अच्छा h3 खेला हुआ, मैं कुछ और पूछूंगा. h3 खेला से.
You thought h4 क्या?
नहीं नहीं, I had a position जहाँ bishop d6 bishop d3 हो चुका था. I was like, wait, what? Did he just play h3? But I realized, okay, मैं थोड़ा आगे चला गया हूँ. It's actually h3 in the initial position. And what do you make of this, Sehaj bhai? So if Gukesh were to just play bishop d6 now, I think that's an uncomfortable choice for white, right? आपको चाहे डायरेक्ट मारना पड़ेगा या c5 देख के मारना ही पड़ेगा now. You can't go to g3.
Yeah, but I think, actually, that's a good point. Black can play bishop d6 now. Actually, that's a very good point. क्योंकि आपने एक मूव वेस्ट कर दी, बट आई थिंक ये मूव बेसिकली ब्लैक को ज्यादा हेल्प कर रही है इन दिस सिनेरियो. एंड चैट में बाय द वे कुछ लोग जस्ट गोइंग बैक टू दैट ट्रैप, एंड चैट में कोई कह रहा है कि क्वीन ई7 इज नॉट लॉजिकल. चैट टेक अ लुक actually in that moment. So I'm just going to show you after bishop d3. I'm going to go to the explore page because I've done this before. B6 has the move B6 has 1.4k games, and queen e7 has 492. It's the second most popular move in this position. And just so you know, chat, B6 is actually जो lines B6 के बाद आती है ना, it's way worse for black than
Agreed.
what you just saw.
Agreed.
B6 is horrible. Like of course, अगर आपको पता है, if you have prepared it very very deeply, then of course you can survive there. But to an unsuspecting opponent, if you play B6 after E4, it is it's curtains, like
There it
almost
is.
curtains.
Played. Bishop d6 played, bhai. So we have it on the board.
Arre.
Mukesh playing bishop to e7 first and now to d6. That tells you the subtle differences of pushing that h pawn. And now bishop g3 is not possible. That's the difference. So do you take on d6 or do you take on c5? Only two options, yeah? Or knight e5, third one maybe.
I think I would go pawn takes c5. Bishop takes d6 looks too like simplified. I mean, why would I give my London bishop this quickly? I feel like इसको थोड़ा wait. And also I don't like the move h3 from Vincent either. Like I think bishop d3 या कुछ without touching the h1, it would have been like way nicer. Or even h4 would have been kind of interesting as well. It's actually not a bad move. I've actually have looked at it before. But this bishop d6, I think now Vincent is maybe regretting this earlier decision of playing h3.
Agreed. And I think possibly if you take on d6, e5 करना बहुत आसान रहेगा black के लिए. So you should take on c5, but then of course that means giving up the central pawn. I think white often does this, but it's just a way of trying to find the advantage in an equal position rather than the first preference he would love to go for. So Vincent h3, I mean, I think even Ding played h3, right? I think in one of those openings, I think not in the London, in the Queen's Gambit he played against Nepo. I think some random h3.
Yeah, no, वो that was Gukesh. आप Gukesh versus Ding की बात कर रहे हो. जो Gukesh ने h3 खेला था QGD में, in that Carlsbad structure, and after taking the pawn on d5, he went queen c2, knight f3,
एक नेपो
h3. I
गेम में भी था
remember
ना,
this.
the game that Ding won, जहाँ पे वो क्वीन से वो अनीश got crazy, like oh my god क्या सैक निकाला है डिंग ने, like उसमें भी h3 था I think.
Oh, right.
है ना?
Could be. It does ring a bell. Oh,
But yeah,
Morge is letting us know we missed a super chat, bhai.
Arey, Mandar Bhai is saying, Arey, thanks for super chat, Mandar Bhai, missed you, bhai. Are you guys covering COB event? No, I think we won't be covering it, but you will likely see it somewhere live. I'm guessing Samay's channel is the place. As far as I know, I think it starts at 4 p.m. tomorrow, so it will finish by the time Norway chess begins. So I think मजा आएगा. I think उसकी pairing भी आ चुकी है, and it's like 4 games tomorrow, 3 games day after. And then top 4 kind of go into a knockout format. I think Sagar Bhai has made a video on it. You can check that out for more updates. But yeah, that's going to be exciting. देखते हैं कौन जीतता है.
Yeah, absolutely, bhai. But I think, do you have a favorite? Do you have a player, Tikku bhai, who you think is a favorite?
I think on paper Tracy is the strongest, and उसका reason में 50,000
मैं
games.
पेपर की तो बात ही नहीं कर रहा हूँ भाई. It's not about
Prakhar bhai,
sorry.
100%. Prakhar 100%. I think the advantage Prakhar has over the other players is he learned some things as a kid, and I think that's a big advantage overall because basically it stays with you for longer. Like I think as an adult, it takes more effort to learn the same stuff. I feel, but yeah,
That is
I think
true.
it.
That is
But I
true.
think वो भी एक yeah, say something.
No, I'm saying that is 100% true, because I
हाँ.
think when your intuition is built kind of earlier on, and I think जो difficult concepts होते हैं chess के, I think you grasp that much faster if you learn chess earlier. But of course it also depends आपकी form कैसी है and all of this. But realistically, do you think Prakhar has a good chance to win COB?
I think so. I think, of course, top 3 for me, top 4 for me, maybe on paper would be like in decreasing order of likelihood of winning, like just on paper, purely on paper. I think it would be Tracy, Prakhar, Samay, and then Vivek. I think top 4. But I think it's on paper. Yeah, I mean, on paper, Magnus should have won. Like, should be in lead right now. He's in last place. So I think there is nothing on paper actually. In reality, especially when all the players have kind of been out of touch, right? I think there's a lot of factors to kind of keep in mind here. So it's impossible to guess, by the way, I think. So मजा आएगा भाई, it will be
100
nice. कि क्या रहता है.
Absolutely, bhai, maza aega. I'll be following it as well. And there's another question from the chat for to both of us. Magnus Carlsen was the world champion for nearly 10 years and has one of the deepest opening preparations in chess. Why does he still spend so much time on opening moves during games? I think there's a combination of many things. Firstly, I think chess is really, really big. Okay, so I think even if you are looking or studying openings for tens of like 10, 20 years, still there are things that you will discover. I think if I remember correctly, I was watching the commentary of the tournament that was happening right before Tikubai, the classical event. What was it called? GCT,
Tape
right?
segment, yeah.
नहीं जो we didn't cover that one. I think I was
अच्छा,
watching
Romania,
Svidler there.
Romania, yes.
Yeah, it was Svidler, who I was listening to. It was some and Chad, if you don't know this, Svidler is basically, I would say, historically and also currently, maybe I think you can argue the best player of Grunfeld, like hands down. Like top level पे I think बहुत कम players हैं जो Grunfeld regularly खेलते थे, and Svidler was one of them. And in fact, Svidler said that I have been studying chess for some 30 years. एंड प्रग ने बिशप F4 एक चाल खेली थी ग्रनफील्ड, जो ग्रनफील्ड आने के बाद इमीडिएटली आती है बिशप F4 चाल. एंड स्विडलर सेड दैट ही हैड नेवर इवन थॉट अबाउट दिस मूव बिफोर. तो इट्स लाइक even though you have spent a lot of time on openings, I think there are still more things to be discovered in chess. And I think there is another factor which I want to bring in to this point, which is that कि in chess I feel जितना आपको ज़्यादा पता होता है उतना आपको लगता है कि आपको नहीं आता. तो at least for me it was like this, because you always make these scenarios in your head कि what if my opponent plays this, I don't know this opening, I don't know that opening, and so on and so on. अगर आपको opening नहीं आती होती तो you are actually like much in a much better scenario. I don't think the second part necessarily applies to Magnus here, but for most humans, like myself, this is very, very true.
And chat, meanwhile, हाँ, कोई कह रहा है हु इज टिकू. टिकू भाई तुम्हारा यहाँ पे कमेंटेटर है भाई, कुछ तो समझ रहा है भाई चेस के बारे में. एंड कोई कह रहा है सैड टू हियर यू आर नॉट कंसिडरिंग जीएम समवेयर एज विनर, ही वन सुपर पॉक चैंप्स रियली आल्सो प्लेज टू कवर सीओबी. यार आई थिंक वी कांट कवर सीओबी बिकॉज़ एक्सेस नहीं होगा. आई थिंक दे विल हैव अ टाइटल स्पॉन्सर, so of course they will want exclusive access. And also I think I am helping Prakhar, so of course इसकी मदद करूंगा, उसको support करूंगा. And also I think on paper मैंने वही कहा, I feel like the reason why chess is such a young game is because you see a 14-year-old now who's in the world top 30. That is crazy. So बचपन में सीखना to grow as a chess player, to become stronger and make chess part of your intuition, I think it's much easier. And I think knowing how Prakhar has worked on his chess as a kid, I think I was part of that journey as well. I know कि उसको knowledge अच्छी मिली है because we had the same coach basically, to some degree I think. So I think वो advantage उसके पास. So for example, if it's like a strategic game, I think जहाँ पे nobody is nervous, nobody is stressed. It's like once he stabilizes himself, I think he's the clear favorite by far. I think, but Tasty is also very strong though. समय का ये है कि big moments में he strikes also. So I think everybody has their advantage, right? Vivek have, for example, I'm sure he's been preparing for months now. So everybody has their plus point. Let's see what happens. But meanwhile, coming back to Norway chess, I think Gukesh के move के बाद ही Vincent is still thinking, and clearly I think you are on point, Saj, by Vincent maybe is regretting playing that H3 move now.
Yeah, that power of H3, we say the power of H6 there, but I think Vincent is definitely regretting this, because I think in London, one of the sort of the side effects is that कि अगर आपने एक, let's say, careless move खेल दी तो पूरा game kill हो सकता है. Like, for example, if you go bishop takes d6, queen takes d6, and the position becomes a little bit more simplified, it is almost like कि मतलब एकदम dead draw भी हो सकती है. So now maybe Vincent is thinking, how do I continue the game? How do I keep the chances alive? How do I keep the pieces on the board in this position? I think this was a very clever idea, yeah, by Gukesh. Bishop e7 and bishop d6. Absolutely
Very
love it.
smart. Very smart. Even Magnus played this idea once. Chat कुछ bishop e2 and next turn bishop d3, and he
No,
won
it
that
was
game.
Pragg, bhai. It was Pragg. It was
नहीं,
Pragg in Tata Steel, remember?
more than a decade back कह रहा हूँ, like way back, like तब की बात. Like I was shocked एक बार, like 2000 I think 14 or 15 में I was watching this
Ah.
essay or like some commentary I was watching, and I was like, wait, what did he just play? Like bishop e2, bishop d3. So I think ये समझना, subtlety समझना is a true hallmark of a strong player. Pragg did it, of course, as you mentioned. Gukesh now doing it. And ये कब करना है? अगर ये कोई बिगनर करता, कहते अरे क्या रे, you're moving the same piece twice. ऐसे कैसे चेस सीखेगा रे तू? But when top players do it, they have some, very concrete reason of it,
You know,
kind of working. Yeah.
देखो भाई, आई जस्ट रियलाइज समथिंग। वो
Mhm.
जो टाटा स्टील का जो गेम था, जो प्रग क्लासिकल में बिशप E2 एंड बिशप D3 खेला था भाई, वो भी विंसेंट के अगेंस्ट ही था। When he played bishop E2 and bishop D3, and I remember he caught Vincent in some like weird prep in Tata Steel, and it wasn't this year, by the way, it was last year, and Pragg won that, and Pragg won the tournament as well. And now Gukesh applying the same idea, yeah, bishop E7 and bishop D6, and it's again works against the same player essentially.
वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग ऑल्सो। बिशप कितनी बार चलेगा? पहले बिशप ई7 आया, देन इट्स नाउ गॉन टू d6, नाउ इट विल कैप्चर ऑन c5, then it'll come back to d6 to get traded off very likely. So his bishop की journey, it's going to move one square at a time. So very interesting कि भाई bishop, even though it's a long range piece, never really gets to move like a long range piece till the end of the game, at least for the end of the game for itself. Yeah, that's crazy.
Absolutely. And by the way, I'm looking at the chat. By the way, DQ, hello. Nice to see you after such a long time. And I just wanted to respond to, yes, Vinod bhai, I just wanted to respond to Kaveji as well. She was going to a state championship and she's looking for some advice. I think try it, like before you go, try to have a couple of games, try to do some tactics, try to be sharp, and I think try to have fun overall. I think that, yesterday I was watching the interview of Aryan Tari, who's one of the commentators in the official broadcast of Norway chess, and of course a grandmaster, a very very strong one, and a world junior champion. And he spoke a bit about the Norwegian school of chess. So, matlab, we have not heard a lot about it, but he said Norwegian school of chess is just working in this way कि we try to enjoy the game. We don't really care. It's not like ज़्यादा pressure रहता है कि आपको perform करना है, आपको ये करना है. If you don't have fun, then I think you will not continue the game. You will not continue to. And the most important thing is that you keep consistent with it. And for that, you have to, not have to, but you should try to enjoy it, essentially.
Yeah, I think बहुत जरूरी है वो. I think if you do what you love, it becomes easier to kind of work hard at it. I think India में philosophy बहुत कम है. हर किसी को engineer, doctor बनना है. Of course, now AI will take those jobs as well. But regardless, I think I agree with that philosophy a lot. कि भाई, you should enjoy chess and then the effort will come smoothly. And meanwhile, Bishop D3 played, and मेरे हिसाब से I feel like after Bishop D3, castles looks very normal. Gukesh could delay castling and again put that bishop on D6. Say, bhai, kitna dur bhagoge bishop on F4? Like, I am ready to exchange. Let's go, brother. And then white could play bishop G5 also if you wanted to and still avoid the trade. So ये आंख में चोली वो पुरानी, like 60s, 70s की मूवी की तरह एक ही पेड़ के पीछे हीरोइन और हीरो ऐसे घूमते रहते थे, वैसी मुझे फीलिंग आ रही है यहाँ पे.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the last like 3 moves. Bishop F8 पे था, फिर E7 पे आया, फिर उसके बाद D6 पे आया, फिर उसके बाद C5 पे आया, फिर उसके बाद वापस D6 पे जाएगा. Like it's like out of 9 moves, the last 4 of them were by this bishop, and वो भी एक एक घर. And still black is completely fine. Chess can
Yeah,
be so
yeah.
strange sometimes.
That's how tough h3 was to handle. Basically, I think that's how tough it was. So it's not an easy move. It's not traditionally what London system kind of works with. So Vincent kind of compromising a bit here with whatever he can do. What's your prediction? Can Magnus still win Norway chess? I think that's almost impossible now. He will need to win today. He needs to beat Firouzja in the classical ताकि उसके point ना बढ़े. Then it becomes a realistic possibility, Sehaj bhai, I think. And once he starts winning, starts feeling momentum, then anything is on the table. Anything and everything, including a bang, is on the table, Sehaj bhai. But if he does not win today, then I think it's basically over for first place.
Correct, bhai. And since we're talking about Magnus's game, bhai, एक नजर मारते हैं, because I took a look at this structure. Magnus दो वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप जीता है because of this structure, by the way. The first one I
Oh,
think was against Karyakin, where white
yeah.
pawn was on E3 and black pawn was on F7. And then uske baad, I believe he defeated, either it was Nepo, where black pawn was exactly the same structure that you're looking at. So Magnus would feel very very comfortable in this setup. And वो जो games रहते हैं ना, वो सारे के सारे 6-6 साढ़े 6 घंटे चले थे. So Magnus would feel completely at home here. And I think this is the moment where I think he can strike. And look at this, bhai, Bar already loving Magnus's position. I'm telling you, bhai, a classical win aa raha hai aaj. Magnus
भाई
जाग चुका है भाई.
I agree. I think वो game जो Karyakin की, the one you talked about, I think such a nice grind. Like Karyakin couldn't breathe for that entire game. Like it was just
Yeah.
slowly squeeze, 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 and I think typical position. I remember I think उन्होंने कुछ A file पे कुछ खतरनाक किया था Magnus ने, maybe if I'm
Right.
remembering correctly,
Right. Yes.
and that A6 was a weakness. But regardless, the main part for Magnus is, as you mentioned, it's positive memories, happy memories, of winning a couple of world championships there using this structure. And it looks very harmless, right? Because d5 is under control, rook open for the black pieces, like doesn't look threatening at all. But a c3 move is an indication of what's going to happen. We're going to see a4 very soon. Suddenly that b5 pawn could be under pressure. And your king side pe attack ban raha hai, it's not that crazy because I have enough protection with knight g3 whenever I need to. And d4 square be controlled, and knight d4 is never a possibility. Bishop on e7 right now has no future. So white has these little advantages combined. You can see it gives him a slight advantage. So I think Magnus यहाँ push तो खुला करेंगे.
Yeah, I mean, like without any worry, without I think any, I mean, it's too soon to say it's a two result position, but I think Magnus K against you can somewhat say that. I think it's
Yeah.
nearly impossible. I think to beat someone like Magnus here. So I think Magnus would feel right at home. And DQ, I think you are right. I think someone has to stop Firo, and I think Magnus knows that. And it's gonna be, I think, today itself. I'm picking Magnus win in classical. Tiku bhai, what do you think?
Yeah, I also have to cheer for the same because I think तभी tournament में मजा आएगा. If Magnus
Hmm.
loses somehow, like I don't know what to make of that actually. Magnus 4 losses in 6 games. I want him to win. I want कि last तक, like he's in the race, right? वो ऐसे को होता है ना कि पता होगा कि उदय चोपड़ा की तरह धूम के अंदर like he is still chasing you. ऐसे Max Verstappen का अगर हम देखा होगा against
Mm-hmm.
Lando Norris last year F1 में, till the last match he had a chance. He came from behind. I think everybody expected कि Lando will just win, maybe Piastri will win, but कैसे last game तक he was in it, and literally third आया था I think Lando, I think at the end, like literally 1 point से I think he basically won. So वैसा कुछ चाहिए, बिल्कुल रेस में मैग्नस को रहना है, otherwise मजा नहीं आएगा यार without Magnus being in the hunt.
भाई एक बात सच सच बताऊं,
हम्म.
धूम वाला एग्जाम्पल बेटर था वैसे.
हाँ भाई, जब वो
वो
गाना बजता
वाला
है ना
समझ में भी आया, क्योंकि वो जैसे आपने जूम बोला, मैं एग्जैक्टली मेरे दिमाग में फोटो आ गई थी कि वो वाला सीन आ गया था मेरे दिमाग में, एंड आई वाज लाइक आई न्यू एग्जैक्टली व्हाट यू वर टॉकिंग अबाउट भाई. सो या,
भाई
आई कंप्लीटली एग्री विद दैट.
जब भी
एंड
टाइम
डीक्यू
मिलेगा
इन द
ना,
चैट सेइंग,
मुझे एक मेरे को शॉर्ट फॉर्म वीडियो
हाँ.
बनाना है जहां पे वो गुकेश एंड सिंदारोव आर रेसिंग विद द बोट्स, उसमें पीछे गाना बज रहा है टैन 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 टैन. ये मैं तब से आइडिया लेके बैठा हूँ, बट टाइम नहीं मिल रहा एडिट करने का. सो आई थिंक वो म्यूजिक इज लाइक हार्ड रिलेट भाई फॉर एवरीवन.
ऑफ कोर्स भाई, ऑफ कोर्स. आई एंड एक्चुअली आई सॉ दैट मूवी वेरी वेरी रिसेंटली.
ओ वाओ.
सो या, ये आई थिंक जब से वो हमने वो डिस्कस करना शुरू किया ना, तब से आई मेरे को नॉस्टैल्जिया में चला गया था. तो आई स्टार्टेड वाचिंग लाइक अ लॉट ऑफ मूवीज दैट आई यूज्ड टू लाइक एज अ किड. And yeah, basically. But yeah, let's come back to the games. By the way, we haven't taken a deep dive on Pragg's board yet. He did play knight e4, and uske baad, like, he has gotten this f5 after bishop b2. White plays g3, jo I think is a very uncomfortable move to play, but it's something that you have to do sooner or later, because h2 ke pawn pe jo pressure aa raha tha, it can only increase. And black now goes queen f6, very logical. a4 aata hai, and Pragg stops this with with a5 as well. And from the looks of it, it doesn't look like white has any play on the queen side. Like there is no majority. Like if you can, at max, you can play c5, and it feels like Pragg can slowly start building an attack on the king side. Maybe h5, h4, maybe g5, g4, maybe g5, h5. मतलब दोनों ही इफेक्ट दो ना, because कुछ
भाई
ब्रेक
वेट,
थ्रू है नहीं
ये a4 क्या मूव थी? बिकॉज आई डोंट नो इफ
भाई. because bishop a3 he wants to play.
I get it. That makes a lot of sense actually. I think very common, but you can't do it right now, right? You can't play bishop a3 on this move because knight hangs. And if I play something like queen c1, I don't know, to kind of defend the
Queen
knight,
c2 maybe.
maybe I can avoid it in some way. Can I avoid that trade? Is it possible?
Queen c1 के बाद, actually maybe you can go bishop c7, but I think yeah, this takes knight d5 if I'm not mistaken, क्योंकि bishop मर रहा है c7 पे.
Maybe it's not
So
possible. Yeah,
I
yeah.
think
That
maybe
makes sense.
this is exactly what Wesley is planning. Yeah, you hit the bullseye here. But I think problem ये है टिकू भाई कि even if you get bishop a3, I
Hmm.
don't have to capture this. मैं bishop b4 खेल सकता हूँ.
Ooh,
So
that's
bishop
nice
takes
actually.
b4. That's why he played a5, no, to completely. Actually, now बात करते करते समझ आ रहा है why Pragg is sort of playing all of these moves. But yeah, I
बात
think
करते करते गोवा
opening
पहुंच
wise,
जाएंगे भाई.
अमेजिंग भाई. बट बात करते करते, अच्छा ओ, ये तो उसका था ना धमाल का. बात करते करते पहुंच जाएंगे. आई रिमेम्बर दिस भाई. मेरे को उसके
नहीं नहीं,
सारे नाम भी याद.
नाम तब तक पहुंच जाएंगे, बट हाँ, फेयर इनफ. हाँ.
आई मेरे को उसके सारे नाम भी याद है भाई. ट्रस्ट मी. आई But yeah, we can do this some other time. But yeah, bishop a3 पे bishop b4 का plans. I think Pragg opening wise, I think he couldn't be happier here. Yeah, because only black is sort of pushing. I feel. I think black would feel kind of happy here because your
Agreed.
attacking prospects are just so much.
I think absolutely agree. And I think it's a stark contrast this compared to what Firouzja has against Magnus, for example, जहाँ पे f4 square है उनके पास, but there's no clear attack. But यहाँ पे I think the g3 pawn move जो है, already giving black a hook, as you mentioned, h5, h4, and even the g pawn moving up. And this is definitely at least perfect, but like a baseline look for Pragg to kind of launch an attack. So Wesley को थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे, has to play it safe, maybe exchange that bishop, maybe trade off as many pieces as possible. But even then, I'm not sure if he's going to get complete equality. For example, one of the moves I see is knight to e1 for Wesley at the right moment to kind of bring the knight back, then prepare this pawn to f3 move to basically kick the knight back, force the trade, and then hope for equality. And which is already, first of all, not easy, and second, leaves the king side quite bare temporarily. So if Pragg can prepare for that, that'll be interesting. But the queen c2 played best move. I think defends the knight, very logical. And now the question is, how can Pragg build up on the attack he started to kind of go ahead with?
That's a great point. That's a great summary as well. And I think this knight e1, knight d3 plan, it's something that I think Wesley's keeping for the future. But right now he's saying कि भाई मैंने a4 खेला है. And of course a4 का point ये था कि मेरे को ये जो आप basically without this bishop you don't have an attack. Or at least you won't have a strong attack. Because then you have this bishop on c8, which is not technically very active right now. So he just wants to take away the active piece essentially. But now that
Yeah.
question, I think this is maybe the first time Pragg will take a long think because he has a lot of different choices here. First of all, he can say, "Bhai, let's go for the attack straight away. Let's go h5, let's go h4, and let's see what happens. Ki kaun zyada tez hai." Second, he can play something like Queen e7, where he's kind of arguing, okay, you wanted to play bishop a3. I'm not going to allow you to play bishop a3. And the third option is, I guess, you can also play something like Rook f7 or something like Queen h6, which is just developing. You're making room for the knight, and you're saying to your opponent, ठीक है, अगर आपने bishop a3 खेला, तो मैं bishop को b4 पे रख दूंगा. तो all of these three options, I think, of course, moves इससे बहुत ज़्यादा हैं, but ideas, I think मुझे यही तीन लग रहे हैं. Either you exchange the bishop, you prevent it, or you have this bishop b4 type of an idea where you're inviting white to take instead. I think one
Yeah.
thing Pragg will not allow is bishop a3 के बाद directly bishop takes a3. ये Pragg कभी नहीं allow करेगा, right, टिक्कू भाई?
Yeah, and also this feels like a much, much better version for the Dutch for black. Like feels like it's a Dutch gone, well for black. Bishop g2 पे होता है usually कई बार structures में, वो नहीं है. And I feel like Wesley would have to be a bit careful, and he will be very careful, of course. I think यहाँ पे maybe my guess is maybe a draw could be incoming in the classical. Wesley might just kind of pull a full stop, exchange a few pieces, and realize कि maybe it's already gone a bit south, and I need to be pragmatic. And meanwhile, Pragg के साथ pragmatic होंगे Wesley. So Sehaj by going to Gukesh's game, both sides have castled now, and 10-10 चालें हो चुकी हैं. Now the question is, rook e8 के बाद black is threatening e5 and basically e4, forking both the pieces. So this is the right moment to play e4 as white. Let's go, Vincent.
Yeah, I think Gukesh did not go for that bishop d6 wala plan. I feel like over the board it's kind of odd to to move the bishop so many times. So I like this rook e8 idea. And like you mentioned, e5, e4. And do I have any other move besides what you mentioned with e4? Of course, e4 is the most logical. But maybe Tikku, I'm thinking that instead of playing e4, I can start with b4 and then I will play e4. Like let's say b4 आता है,
हाँ.
you put the bishop to d6. But then I can't play e4 that
वो
easily. Or maybe I
basically
can play b5.
वो black वैसे भी खेलने ही वाला है. I feel like he's going to play bishop d6 anyways if given the choice. So maybe I don't need to push him to play that move, no?
Yeah, exactly. तो bishop d6 अगर black को खेलना ही है तो फिर maybe let's not allow it. So e4 becomes like a obvious choice here then, right? It's like basically
Hmm.
forced.
Yeah, and I think chat. By the way, if you're joining in after watching the GT batting, भाई, of course RCB batting भी आएगी. I think 155 बनाए हैं उन्होंने. So let's see how that turns out for RCB. This seems like a below par score maybe. I don't know if you agree. And meanwhile यहाँ पे below par
You think
chess
RCB
नहीं
wins,
देखने
yeah?
को मिल रहा. It looks like that actually right now. I think 155. I think मैंने कुल मिला के एक या दो आईपीएल मैच देखे हैं सहज भाई पूरे इसमें, वो भी लाइक पार्ट्स ऑफ इट. बट whenever I've seen it, like it's always been like a 250 score, like 250 तो बने ही है भाई literally.
तो
I've not
भाई
seen like a
थोड़ा चेस
हाँ.
टर्म्स में समझाओ ना कि आईपीएल के फाइनल्स में 150 रन स्कोर करना, व्हाट इज द चेस इक्विवेलेंट ऑफ दैट?
I feel like Dateso would be playing the Cole system and then deciding कि लंदन बेटर था and then deciding कि you screwed up and up resigning. समझ रहे हो? Like that's what I feel like 150 is like. मतलब you, और अब आपको you're waiting कि resign
भाई
करने से
आपने कभी
पहले.
कोहली पहले खेला है क्या? कोहली सिस्टम कभी खेला है? आई फील लाइक ये दिस फेल्ट टू पर्सनल, लाइक आई वाज ट्राइंग टू मेक लाइक अ
So
नोट, फिर मुझे लगा एनालॉजी होगी, ये तो दिस गॉट टू रियल, दिस वाजंट इवन एन
कोले की वजह
एनालॉजी
से
आई
मेरा
फील.
आईएम नाम गया था भाई.
Oh, chat, now we know it. Now we know it. Now we know why there is a hate for Kohli, just because I am norm gaya tha bhai. I am
I played it
and
once in my life और मेरे को विन चाहिए था नॉर्म के लिए and I got crushed. तो भाई कोले के लिए भाई प्रॉपर हेट है भाई. Hate on कोले should be normalized.
bhai I never played it like let's say seriously uh Kohli system, but I think it's something that is grossly, I think, underestimated. I think if you
Yeah.
expect Kohli, it's not very good, but if you don't expect it, I think it's very very dangerous.
True, true. And कोई कह रहा है कोहली also chose London. That's a fair point. And I think देखते हैं क्या होगा. Chat, by the way, RCB will lose guys कह रहे हैं बहुत सारे लोग. I don't know. I think there's a higher chance of Gukesh, checkmating Vincent than GT winning this. Let's see क्या होता है. And we Sej भाई, I think maybe it's time to look at the bird's eye view. सारी games लगातार and decide कि भाई कितने results हम expect कर रहे हैं. I think कल हमारे usually 5-5 draw होते थे. कल I think they were like 3 draws and 4 draws. I think we had 4 Armageddons, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yes, 4
No,
Armageddons, I
three, three,
think.
three,
No,
three,
no, no.
three,
There
three. We
were
had
three
three,
results. तीनों
three.
black से जीते थे, I remember.
Yeah. So आज क्या लग रहा है भाई? आज कितने results आएंगे?
दो um, भाई I think दो. No, तीन. I'll take three, yeah.
कौन से 3?
I'm not gonna say which. भाई ये मत पूछो भाई, वो फिर उल्टा हो जाता है, you know this. तो this is of course prediction chat, so we are not I mean हम future नहीं predict कर सकते, but of course we can look at the position and we can kind of understand what's going on. I think Pragg, for example, look at that भाई Pragg, look at Pragg's last
Wow.
move, G5 on the
भाई
board
जी,
Castle के बाद.
भाई वेस्ली को कंसल्ट करने का टाइम ही नहीं दे रहे. ही इज लाइक भाई आई एम कमिंग, सो भाई तुम जो करना है जल्दी करो. एंड आई एग्री विद, आई थिंक रिजल्ट्स वाइज आई फील लाइक ओपन सेक्शन में एटलीस्ट फील्स लाइक ऑफ कोर्स प्रग वाला गेम क्रेजी है, देन कार्लसन वाला गेम क्रेजी है, सो 2 results could happen. And women may, I think, maybe it's harder to predict right now, but yeah, 3 results at least would not be surprising at all. And let's go to Prag's game jahan pe G5 on the board. What should Wesley do now? If he's sitting idle, I think Pragg will continue H5, H4, G4, and it's going to be very tough. सहज भाई ये
अच्छा सॉरी भाई, अच्छा मुझे लगा मेरा इंटरनेट गया फिर से, बट या
अच्छा.
I was a bit worried there, but I think I'm just gonna switch my engine off because I think it's kind of corrupting my thinking here. Bhai, initially I'm thinking bishop a3, like that feels the most logical to me, because why else would you play a4 and queen c2? And of course another
Hmm.
move that comes to mind is knight e1 or knight d2, knight e1 let's say, because I want to go knight d3. Because also knight with g5 I'm preempting g4. क्या I think knight e1 के साथ मैंने थोड़ा prophylaxis use कर लिया. When if you play g4 anyways, I can go knight d3. Maybe I can put pressure on the f4 square, and so on. And the other option is bishop a3, of course. But bishop a3 के बाद I really don't like bishop b4, because I feel like this bishop on a3 is of course a bad piece. पर उसके साथ साथ ये रुक भी ऐसे बन जाएगा, like just to defend it, yeah. And of course you can never take on b4 because black का structure improve हो रहा है उससे. So it looks like a difficult situation. How is knight e1 as a move here, Tikubai? Is it good?
I think 91 is a great idea. I think we saw it in some variation, not this one, but
Mm-hmm.
basically plan ye hai ki you want to play 91 and then f3, essentially forcing the knight to decide ki bhai kya karna hai. That removes the most dangerous piece that black has. And then I have the option of also going f4 long term, which basically completely stops any attack. Unless, for example, Pragg instantly does. For example, let's look at this. Let's say कि white यहाँ पे खेलता है knight to e1 and Pragg kind of continues. Yeah, how does he even continue? It's not easy to continue. I can't play h5. I mean, h5, for example, you can even just take on e4, f takes e4, and f3. And that is the point. So after f3, I think the f file is opening up, and it's actually opening up in white's favor because black is not developed. The bishop on c8, the rook on 8, still not part of the game. And jab ye open hoga, maybe it's beneficial for white even, and Pragg has to be careful then.
That's a great breakdown there. So 91 ke baad, your plan is to take on e4 and then to play f3 to try and
Yeah.
break open the center. That's what I understand. So my
Yes.
next question is, why can't I play g4? See, I'm just preventing
Hmm.
you. If you take on e4, maybe I can't capture with the d pawn because you have d5, but then I have e5. Wait, yeah, let's play g4. Okay, the
But
computer
it's
hates it.
because I think problem here you have to take with the D pawn now if I take on. If you can't take with the F pawn, I'm guessing. That's the problem.
Why is that so bad?
It should not be so bad. But maybe the bishop opens up now, yeah? Like the bishop on B2 becomes like a stronger piece, like
वही
knight
मैं सोच
G2,
रहा था,
D5.
टेक्स टेक्स कुछ है d5 डायरेक्टली में, तो e5 है मेरे पास, कुछ c5 पहले क्या? Is that the move?
Mm,
c5 bishop moves and then d5. I was thinking, I don't know.
oh,
Also,
wow.
let's look at this knight on e1, bhai. This looks like a horrible piece. I'm not convinced this is that bad for black.
Hmm. I think C5, D5 does look tempting. Apparently, the best move is Rook D1 for some reason, which is very hard to understand.
Hmm.
Um, but knight G2 looks nice. C5, D5 also looks like basically attack at least for now Rook gaya hai. And the knight
Hmm.
on G2 kind of does a good job also preventing H5, H4, for example. So it should be enough for white to basically avoid a serious attack from black. So it maybe this knight even is very nice actually. I'll keep this in mind, like against the Dutch. डर लगता है F pawn G pawn देख के कि भाई knight E1 खेलो, knight exchange करो and play F3 and basically you get a better position.
Yeah, I think agreed. I think agreed. Initially, I don't know, optically d takes e4 didn't feel like a bad move because I was ready to play d takes e4 when, Pragg played 94, for example, the first time on move 8. थोड़ा पहले जा रहा हूँ, by the way, just this is not the live board. But remember when he played 94, I think mentally you were prepared to go knight d takes e4, and I think I'm still carrying that thought. Like
Hmm.
with me, like I'm still thinking d takes e4 is not a bad move, but maybe it is, yeah, because the bishop gets opened up, and I think you are absolutely right there. So some problem. So 91 के बाद भाई फिर मैं खेलूँ क्या? I cannot allow you to take on e4 and play f3. I can't play g4 myself. Then what's left? And don't tell me it's knight takes c3. There is no way I'm playing that.
And anyway, I don't get why knight C3 because you should at least force F3, no? Like let him play F3, then I will take on C3, no? Direct marne ka to
Good
even
point.
I'm not sure.
Good point. No, but
Um,
you're not playing f3, na bhai. You're playing knight e4 and then f3 you're playing.
Acha, that way. Oh, that makes a lot of sense actually. Ah.
But he doesn't do it. He plays knight takes e4. Wow.
Ooh, that also works, Sahaj bhai. I just checked with the engine. You can still play knight D2 with the idea of F3 because knight E1, D2 दोनों control करते हैं F3 square. I think he's going for it. Bhai Sahab, Wesley So playing the best move. Actually, knight E4 is apparently the cleanest move for white. So Pragg also has to be careful. And at first glance, this was like a mistake to me because F file khul rahi hai, Queen rook khul gaye. I get potentially some good squares on the king side, but somehow this F3 break is very strong.
So now I must capture with the f pawn, Tikubai.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
So I must
Knight
capture with the f pawn.
D2.
You go knight e1, I'm guessing. Or
Apparently,
knight d2 even.
Knight D2 is stronger because now we have that. I don't know why it is stronger, but we have that square, so might as well use it. Especially when Knight D3 is not an option anymore. Um,
Oh, actually, this could actually backfire for Pragg as well because Tikubai, I'm looking at, let's make a random move for Pragg. Yeah, let's play h6 for example. Is knight takes e4 like bad? D takes e4 quit. Just forget the bar for once. Yeah, like I have all connected pawns, double bishops, d5, bishop d3. This looks so scary. No, f4 भी आ रहा है. No.
Agreed. Agreed. And you know what? Like, इसमें कुछ crazy है. So, for example, I'm trying to go back where we're checking this. Yeah. So if you play, for example, Queen h6 after knight to Sahaj bhai, look at this. So Queen
Mm-hmm.
h6, you try to open the rook's file, you put pressure on
Okay.
the h2 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Now Queen h6, and now f3 ke baad. Chat, question to you: what do you think is the best move for Black here?
Oh, I think I see it. Maybe. Ah, no, no, I think I see it.
Come on, chat. Best
A
move
good
for Black.
question. Very good question. That is if I see it. I'm not sure if I see it yet.
Queen h3 nahi. I think that looks like an idea. Bishop g3 मानना चाहते हो, but it's not working. I think right now because I'm not forced to take actually. जो डर गया वो सुधर गया. अरे वाह वाह. Yes, it is g4 actually. It is g4, and basically you're attacking e3 and f3 at the same time. So you're forced to go f4 and basically close the king side, Sahaj. Maybe this is what Pragg should aim for because now it's closed. I can move the queen again, h5, h4, and at least hope for something. I don't know.
And h5, h4, yeah, like this. And you have some attack on the king side. And of course, you also guard this knight takes e4 wala threat for the rest
Hmm.
of. I mean, at least for now, you are more or less feeling
Hmm.
happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That this is good. But by knight takes e4, f takes e4 के बाद मैं थोड़ी अपनी side बदल रहा हूँ. But initially it felt like Pragg had this great attack. But after
Hmm.
looking at and deep diving into the position, it feels like it's not as comfortable as I thought earlier.
Agreed. I think this is looking tough. So Pragg का intention सही थे, but I think maybe White was just too solid in that position. G3 move इतना
Hmm.
weakening नहीं था जितना लगा at first glance. So
Hmm.
meanwhile, chat is informing us कि Divya is slightly worse. Show Divya game, please. Divya game. Said by how is she worse? And क्या गलती हो गई उनसे?
That's a great question. So bishop f6. Wait, we'll go back to c3 rook b8. I think this is where we last saw it. She
Hmm.
plays bishop g5, which was okay. This is also not, at least from what I'm aware of, the bishop g5, bishop f6 is not what you go for here. You go h3, bishop e3, knight d2, and ऐसे आप center में खेलते हो basically. And if black goes bishop e6, generally the plan is that you go bishop c4, like you mentioned, putting pressure on the a6 pawn and so on and so on. But bishop g5, bishop f6, I think is played in a different variation जहाँ पे c3 की जगह white knight c3, knight d5 जाता है. Like that's what I remember, at least very clearly. So basically, what happened is Divya, I think, confused the two setups because h6 takes के बाद देखो भाई ये same position में ये knight usually d5 पे रहता है. Like I know this for sure.
Hmm.
And that is very good for white. That is like a +1 position for white. But just because this knight is now kind of stuck on b1, not really able to do much, you now have to play knight d2, knight f1, knight e3, and knight d5. That is one, or rook e1 भी डालो ना भाई. एक, दो, तीन, चार. That's five moves to activate one piece. And maybe this is perhaps the reason why the position is slightly worse. I think we have a couple of moves after this as well. Knight e1, rook e1. So she was going for that plan. But now she decided against it. She said knight f1, knight e3 में बहुत time लग रहा है भाई. We'll play d4 and try to see how Ju Wenjun reacts here.
Hmm. Yeah, I think it feels like also messing up between two different plans. And I think rook on b8 looking perfectly placed, I think, to put pressure on the b file. And knight g6, bishop f6 also perfectly placed to handle this d4 move. There is no knight on c6 to attack. And at some point, of course, I think you could open the b file as well. Pawn takes c3, pawn takes c3, knight will come to f4. And wo bishop, suddenly g2 थोड़ा सा soft लग रहा है मुझे, especially with bishop g4 coming as well. So maybe like black is the happier one out of the opening, yeah?
Yeah. Double bishop advantage looks very, very pleasant. And also d4, I mean, I think Divya's d4 के साथ साथ she's planning to go with your idea, Tikku bhai, with bishop c4 and queen e2, and maybe somehow she can put pressure on a6. But it feels like something has gone wrong, like in the Spanish structure type of thing. अगर यही same position रहती, मेरे को आप bishop दे दो e3 पे, मैं आपको देता हूँ knight c6 पे. I think white is perfect. This is like a typical
Hmm.
Spanish position जहाँ पे मतलब white will feel super comfortable. But without this bishop, I'm not so sure, bhai. I'm not so
Hmm.
sure how good this is. Because the only
कोई
time I
नमस्ते.
remember having analyzed bishop g5, bishop f6 ideas inside Spanish is when you play knight c3, knight d5. And I think Divya could have
Hmm.
confused them.
हो सकता है. And I think we mentioned this, yeah? Maybe she's out of prep and she couldn't find a clear plan. And कोई chat में कह रहा है, "Ow, play the Shakti Kapoor gambit." Wow. So Sahaj, if there was like a Shakti Kapoor gambit, which opening could be, let's say, alternatively called as the Shakti Kapoor gambit?
आंसर्स तो बहुत आ रहे हैं
रीजन के साथ आना, लेकिन
बट
आपको
कह नहीं
नाम,
सकते अभी
नाम विद द रीजन, सो विच
आई से
ओपनिंग
बॉन्ग
विल बी?
क्लाउड, समझने वाले समझ जाएंगे
Really? Why the bomb cloud? Why? Explain, Sahaj. Why the bomb cloud?
नहीं, ये अभी यहाँ तो नहीं एक्सप्लेन करूँगा, जब अभी कभी अपने चैनल पे स्ट्रीम करूंगा ना तो तब अच्छे से
हाँ,
चैट मुझे याद दिलाना, अगर आप में से कोई देखेगा वो स्ट्रीम तो प्लीज मुझे याद दिलाना, अच्छे से एक्सप्लेन करूंगा आपको व्हाई डिड आई से दिस, आई एक्चुअली रिमेंबर दिस एज वेल, बट या टिको भाई, व्हाट डू यू थिंक, व्हिच ओपनिंग क्वीन
chat के लिए
लोलिता क्या पे
I'm gonna be the vessel maybe. Lolita Gambit कोई actually है. I think there is the Lolita Gambit, no, in chess.
नो, नोबिता
Lolly
वाज द
attack
वो
है.
नोबिता तो वो डोरेमोन का दोस्त था ना,
नहीं है, Lolly Gambit है भाई, Lolly Gambit है.
बट नोबिता तो डोरेमोन का दोस्त है भाई, वो जो ब्लू एलियन है,
हाँ हाँ, वो तो अलग
यू
है.
नेवर सॉ इट?
नहीं, I've seen it.
अच्छा, यू सीन इट, ओके ओके।
Like उस पे मीम भी बनते हैं ना आजकल, like look at this kid asking questions to whatever, like, and now we are asking questions to chat GPT, but anyways.
हम्म।
Meanwhile, chat night ever played by Ju Wenjun, so clearly she's gearing up for some sort of onslaught on the king's side. Queen side उनके control में है, rook b5 पे, bishop coming to g4 as well, and कल को g2 point could be a weakness. Knight also coming to d3, by the way, which is like a nightmare literally. So attacking the rook, attacking the pawn on b2. So Divya has to be cautious. ऐसा ना हो कि ओपनिंग से ही हार जाए, दैट विल बी हार्ट ब्रेकिंग, जस्ट लाइक शी हैड दैट गेम अगेंस्ट जू वेंजुन यस्टरडे, जहां पे शी वाज ऑलमोस्ट लॉस्ट बट जू वेंजुन कुड नॉट कन्वर्ट. सो देखते हैं क्या होगा. Difficult position right now for Divya. Slightly, she has to be accurate to survive. Meanwhile, no moves by the world champion after e4. He's still
बट
thinking.
आई
So, hmm.
By just to summarize this game, like I feel like Divya has confused the opening for sure, and I think the last move जो उसने खेली ना d4, this is I think um, at least showing कि okay, maybe she doesn't know the structure very well, because
Hmm.
like in simple terms, like black के पास दो bishops हैं, white के पास एक bishop है, right? तो center बिल्कुल नहीं खोलना चाहिए यहाँ पे, like but if you think about it logically like that, of course it makes sense. I'm not sure what the engine is saying, but I think in a position like this, knight f1, knight e3 ऐसे slow खेलोगे, जैसे if you remember the Pragg and Gukesh's game from yesterday, जहाँ पे दो knight थे Pragg के पास and Gukesh के पास दो bishops थे, Pragg did everything he could to keep the position closed, and as long as the
Hmm.
position was closed, Pragg was winning. The moment
Hmm.
he opened up with that e5 breakthrough, double bishops ने जो अपनी power दिखाई थी, that was just insane, and we all
Hmm.
saw that rook sack, वो जो checkmate थी भाई, क्या crazy checkmate थी वो. But this feels like Divya is the one opening the position, yeah, which I think shouldn't be the approach here, Tikku bhai.
अग्रीड. आई थिंक किंग साइड पे किंग थोड़ा सा नर्वस फील करना चालू हो गया. चैट बाय द वे क्या क्या लिखते रहते हैं चैट? ओ सच में, सो इट वाजंट एन एलियन, इट वाज अ रोबोट, आई थिंक, वो ब्लू वाला इन डोरेमोन.
वाह 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 वाह,
भाई,
as if like तुम्हें 8 साल की उम्र में पता था ना इसका डिफरेंस क्या होता है
नहीं मतलब
मेरे लिए तो था कि
आज
भाई
कुछ
दोस्त है।
मुझे कुछ सीखने को मिला. लाइक इट वाज बेसिकली लाइक अ रोबोट. आई सॉ दीज मीम्स जहां पे वो चैट जीपीटी से कंपेयर कर रहे थे, बट आई लर्न समथिंग टुडे. चैट, थैंक यू चैट फॉर
नो
दैट, आई
बट
रियली
आई
अप्रिशिएट
ओनली
इट.
मी टू भाई, मी टू, मैं सोच रहा था इसके बारे में कल ही भाई कि डोरेमोन क्या है, क्रेजी. But I never watched Doraemon myself, but my cousin, well, my younger cousin sister used to watch it a lot, and sometimes my only memory of watching that is with her actually. So
एक वो ऑस्वर्ड आता था, बट एनीवेज E4 प्लेड बाय
Oswald
गुकेश.
to bhai OP, that's something I watched all the time. Oswald OP, of course, Tiku bhai, and
भाई
Noddy,
पुराने, हाँ
Noddy,
पुराने कार्टून बढ़िया होते थे भाई. आई
Noddy
थिंक दिस इज
bhai,
इनसेन.
Noddy was OP.
या
मेरे को पूरा गाना भी याद है भाई नॉडी का. एंड डू यू नो टिकू
बॉब.
भाई, जो नॉडी की
हाँ
जो वो है ना, जो उसकी जो इंट्रो होती है, इट इज एक्चुअली द सेम इन इंग्लिश, एंड यू कैन ऑल्सो, वी यूज्ड टू डू इट इन हिंदी, बट हंगेरियन में भी है, लाइक यू कैन एक्चुअली सिंग इट,
हाँ,
लाइक
तो वो था ना
आई
लाइक
नो
आ
आई हैव
गया
सम
नॉडी,
फ्रेंड्स हु,
समथिंग लाइक
हाँ
दिस.
ऐसे
हाँ
करके.
हाँ, क्रेजी भाई. चाइल्डहुड नॉस्टैल्जिया.
So
बट
chat question, like what is it like, any show or like anything that you miss
कहता
from
आ गया नॉडी इज डेडिकेटेड टू नोदरबेक. भाई यार, अबे यार, that can be his entry for the world championship. आ गया नॉडी लेके
नॉडी
जाएगा तुम्हारी वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप.
खुल कर बोलो हुर्रे.
Hilarious, yeah. Damn. Yes, yes, chess streamer, by the way, Chad. I think classical chess,
Yeah.
sometimes it's okay to kind of chill around. But damn, that was insane. मजा
Oh,
आया भाई.
Ping, bhai, yaar, Pingu was amazing. I can't, you just unlocked a memory for me, bhai. Like I had not thought about that for such a long time. Did you ever watch that? वो जो penguin वाला show होता था बीच में.
हाँ, पिंगू का मैं बिग फैन नहीं था, बट आई लाइक वो था, कौन सा था वो, बस
Hmm.
पापा है द सेल, वो भी मस्त था
Yeah,
भाई.
भाई.
क्रेजी मैन.
Crazy.
कोई हमें
सहज
10 साल के
भाई.
बच्चे दिख रहे हैं. ये कौन से कार्टून,
भाई
कभी सुने ही नहीं नाम.
भाई आजकल तो मतलब देर आर लाइक क्वाइट सीरियस कार्टून्स है. मैं कुछ देख रहा था कभी अभी कुछ टाइम पहले. इट्स वे टू सीरियस दीस डेज.
एक बंदा कह रहा है 30+ बाय द वे. हाँ भाई, क्या
बॉब द
करें अब.
बिल्डर ऑल्सो.
यार
बाय द
क्या
वे बॉब
दिखाई
द
नहीं.
बिल्डर भी हंगेरियन में है. लाइक वो जो उसकी इंट्रो है ना, बॉब द वो करके दिखाएंगे, वो हंगेरियन में भी बोल सकते. मतलब दे हैव देयर ओन वर्जन ऑफ इट एंड इंग्लिश में भी है, वो तो है ही. बट इट्स क्रेजी. लाइक
नाइस.
वी ऑल ग्रो अप इन डिफरेंट पार्ट्स ऑफ द वर्ल्ड एंड सिंगिंग द सेम सॉन्ग्स जस्ट इन आवर लैंग्वेजेस. या सो
Yeah.
क्रेजी.
My Shinchan also crazy, by the way, which is you played, preventing knight d3. So that's a nice move by Divya Deshmukh, controlling that important diagonal. ये bishop f1 पे भी आ सकता है to defend g2 and also attacks a6. So perfect move, multi-purpose move, just like Shinchan humor.
एब्सोल्युटली एब्सोल्युटली. आहट भाई. वो तो मैं कभी नहीं देखता था. एंड यू रिमेम्बर कोई है.
हाँ.
वो तो
आहट में
अनदर
ऐसे
वन.
हाथ निकल रहा है, ऐसे ऐसे
भाई
करके हाथ
आहट
निकल रहा है
ऐसे
वैसे.
ऐसे करके दिखता था मैं. आहट भाई, लाइक आई रिमेम्बर. इट वाज टू स्कैरी फॉर मी.
भाई क्या क्रेजी था भाई. By the way, look at this. No move played by Pragg since then. I think Pragg को भी, like, realize हो रहा है शक्तियों का that Wesley So has right now. Like he's been thinking
लेट्स
for a
टेक अ लुक.
long time.
भाई वो 94 आई बिलीव देखा तो होगा प्रग ने, बट आई थिंक उसने अंडर एस्टिमेट कर दिया यार. एंड आई थिंक नाउ ही सीज पोजीशन सिंपल हो रही है एंड इट्स टू लेट काइंड ऑफ.
Yeah, yeah. This is going to be difficult for Pragg, by the way. Chat F4 D4 जो भी मारे, it's going to be worse. And now it's going to be a stage of consolidation for Pragg. He has to find that idea with Queen at 6 and G4. I think that really gives him time, which is important. I think basically difference here कि black का bishop on c8 and rook on a8 is not developed. So if everything opens up, white is playing two pieces up, essentially. So
Essentially.
I think this is going to be very crucial. अगली 5 चालें Pragg के लिए is do or die. He cannot afford to make a single mistake. If he plays
टिक्कू
well,
भाई,
I think he should be okay.
भाई वेरी मैच्योर ऑफ यू. मतलब 1 घंटा हो गया है. वो बिशप C8 का सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है इस पोजीशन में. टिक्कू भाई ने एक बारी तक नहीं बोला है. लाइक
भाई आज
मैसिव रिस्पेक्ट टू लाइक होल्डिंग इट बैक. या मतलब ये
नहीं,
दिस वाज
थैंक्स,
अ
मैं रियलाइज नहीं
परफेक्ट
किया था
मोमेंट
एक्चुअली.
भाई. मौका था बिशप F5 खेलने का. नो अभी ऑन मूव 3 itself, but you didn't do it, so
नहीं नहीं भाई,
sad.
थैंक यू, अप्रिशिएट दैट भाई. मैंने ध्यान नहीं दिया बिशप ऑन c8 को, बट थैंक यू भाई, अप्रिशिएट इट. क्रेडिट मिले लेंगे भाई जहां मिल जाए. एंड fe4 ही है, दैट इज द मूव. वी गोना सी fe4 सून. बट आई थिंक नाइट e2 के बाद f3 इज अ बिग प्रॉब्लम आई थिंक. एंड वो f फाइल खुल जाएगी एंड इट्स गोना बी वेरी टफ बिकॉज व्हाइट्स रुक्स आर कनेक्टेड एंड ब्लैक्स रुक्स आर नॉट. सो इसका मतलब कि जब भी रुक्स ट्रेड होंगे, व्हाइट का रुक f1 पे दोबारा आ सकता है. ब्लैक डज नॉट हैव दैट लग्जरी. सो बिल्कुल प्रिसाइज रहना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे प्रग को टू नॉट सफर. सो चैट, आई वांट टू हाईलाइट मैग्नस स्लाइटली बेटर, Bibisara slightly better, Vincent slightly okay on paper at least better, Wesley better, so Zhu Jiner better. So majority of the white players are better today. And इसके मेरे बोलते ही Bibisara ने गलती कर दी एंड हम्पी इज इक्वलाइज्ड. बहुत बढ़िया.
अरे क्रेजी. वहां पे भी एक नजर मारते हैं. चैट में बाय द वे चल रहा है विक्रम और बेताल भाई. दैट्स आल्सो सम क्रेजी मेमोरीज. एंड आल्सो स्पीकिंग ऑफ लाइक इट्स काइंड ऑफ द सेम, वेल नॉट द सेम जॉनरा, बट एनीवन रिमेंबर शाकालाका बूम बूम. वो
हाँ.
जो भाई भाई आई थिंक ऑल ऑफ अस हैव लाइक ट्राइड टू लाइक ड्रॉ समथिंग लाइक ऑन अ पीस ऑफ पेपर एंड विश्ड कि भाई काश मेरे पास होती है. एंड आई एम वन ऑफ देम एज वेल. Of
Let's say
course.
if you could have that pencil, you would have to draw it exactly like it is. Yeah, like I'm not sure we'll succeed,
भाई
unfortunately.
मैं बचपन में ना मतलब when I was 10 years old I used to be like very like carefully मैं करता था सब कुछ लेके like just because I of course you know क्या पता होता था उस टाइम पे but what crazy memories.
Damn, सही में भाई, और वो बेब्लेड और वो पोकेमोन और वो डुअल मास्टर्स,
पोकेमॉन
क्या
तो भाई मैं
क्या।
अभी भी खेलता हूँ, लेट्स गो.
क्या क्या क्रेजी था भाई. भाई
पोकेमॉन तो भाई
ड्रैगन
अभी
बॉल्स द
भी.
स्टिल आई फॉलो दीस फैन थ्योरीज भाई, क्रेजी है भाई तो, इनसेन. बट या शक्तिमान में देखना छोड़ दिया भाई. मजाक कर रहा हूँ समय के ड्रामा के बाद. बट मीनवाइल सेज भाई, आई थिंक लेट्स हैव अ लुक एट अ हम्पी गेम जहाँ पे लास्ट कपल ऑफ मूव्स हैव बीन इंटरेस्टिंग. सो बिशप e3 खेला पहले यूजिंग द पिन ऑन द डीप पॉन, बिशप c5 एंड नाउ नाइट टू e4 एंड c3 भी आ रहा है. सो व्हाइट इज थ्रेटनिंग टू जस्ट टेक दैट d4 पॉन. व्हाट कैन ब्लैक डू हियर टू मेक श्योर कि वो ऐसे पॉन मरे ना.
देखो भाई like I really want to do it again. And I know this is like one of my biggest weaknesses. जब भी कोई sacrifice देता है ना कुछ queen मेरे से बर्दाश्त नहीं होता. Like I just want to sack it. I just like right now all I'm thinking about is pawn takes e3 and I know it's bad. I know it cannot be good. It just cannot be good. But एक बार देख लिया तो वो नजर आपकी वहां से हटती ही नहीं है. Then you just want it to work so badly and you just spend all of your energy calculating it and yeah of course that's bad. तो थोड़ा उससे दूर हटते हैं.
यू
C3
नो
का प्लान था आपका.
it was working better on the previous move before knight e4 came in.
आप
That was
बात
a
कर रहे हो
better
भाई.
version because अभी क्या है, knight takes c5
हाँ
आ रहा है ना, so that's not the best. तो पिछली चाल में it was still worse but खेल सकते थे I think at least. अब थोड़ा टफ है.
Yep, absolutely. So bishop c5, knight e4, of course d3 मर सकता था, but maybe now you can play castle or you can, castle तो नहीं भाई भाई बहुत अटैक है यहाँ पे. a5 bishop a6 perhaps and maybe try to go long castle or just bishop b7 long castle and
Hmm.
yeah maybe that's a bit safe here.
Hmm.
Did someone just Takeshi's castle भाई another memory unlocked. टिक्कू भाई you remember that?
Yeah. भाई I think that's like वो एक तो था वो क्या बूगी वूगी से आया था ना. I think that was like बूगी वूगी was one more I think, जहाँ पे we had this dance judge जावेद जाफरी वहां से आया था and then he went to Takeshi's castle, right? That was the order I think for his growth.
Ah, really?
बुगी वुगी आता है किसी को? दैट वाज क्रेजी मैन, इनसेन. बट क्या ही कमेंट्री होती. दैट वाज ट्रू कमेंट्री भाई. ये तो हम तो जुगाड़ कर रहे हैं भाई. दैट वाज ट्रू कमेंट्री तकेशी कैसल वाली.
वो तो भाई क्रेजी थी वो तो मतलब also the games were just absolutely actually I read somewhere that they're actually bringing it back but I'm not sure if it's live yet or not but I like I remember reading somewhere but I was really looking. Ah, really?
Hmm.
Apparently there was a season 2 of it which is crazy.
या पावरफुल गर्ल्स इन मोजो रोजो. यस, मोजो रोजो जो समथिंग था ना वो. हाँ आई थिंक सो. या वो भी देखा है भाई. बट या सच
हाँ.
भाई, आई थिंक लेट्स गो टू मुकेश आल्सो. आई वांट टू चेक दैट आउट फॉर अ सेकंड बिकॉज़ ये सोच क्या रहे हैं. Maybe he's also gone into nostalgia about all these cartoons we are discussing, because यहाँ पे position में कितने option है उनके पास. Not many I feel. He has to like either take on e4 or play e5, right? और तो कोई option दिख नहीं रहा है.
I think e5 or pawn takes e4 perhaps.
Hmm.
Knight h5 maybe is interesting. Knight h5 looks actually kind of very interesting. I'm
Hmm.
using the drawback principle. Of course, pawn was defending
Hmm.
this, so I'm not attacking this. Knight h5, you put the bishop here, and then I go queen f6 with some knight f4. Although it must be bad because you can play e5. So I basically I cannot allow you to play e5, right? Because एक बार
Hmm.
e5 आ गया फिर यहाँ पे वो bishop h7 and basically this is a rule. Yeah, if the pawn is on e5, then technically you should avoid castling on the short side or unless you have f6 and you can remove this majority as quickly as possible. नहीं तो ये pawn बहुत बड़ी problem बन जाएगी. So either you take, and Tikwe, I agree with you. Like either you take or you play e5. Maybe e5 is more logical.
Hmm. Yeah, I think attacking the bishop, gaining a tempo makes a lot of sense. Free cup tempo hai, and the bishop now likely will have to go to g5, so and pin the knight. I think that's where, and also physically stopping e5. Yeah, एक बार में बस खत्म करो काम. Because d takes e4 kind of attacks the bishop on c5. Then I have to basically go for exchanges, which maybe activate your pieces more, right? So if we trade everything on e4, Sahaj bhai, suddenly queens are getting traded off. And it's again the bishop on c8, which is the problem because white is fully developed, black developed nahi hai. So I think maybe e5 is a more ambitious move, I think, for black here to attack the bishop, gain a tempo, and yes, courage the cowardly dog be crazy tabai. And wait, how is Vincent? Where is Vincent? Look, can we go full screen on Vincent? He looks like he's literally watching that, like IPL match right now. Dekho, why he's like locked in on something right now.
नहीं वो सोच रहा है भाई पोजीशन के either he is zoned out or he's thinking about the position I think.
भाई कोहली आउट हो गया क्या? तभी इतना स्ट्रेस में लग रहा है विंसेंट. Oh, he plays e5. Best move played by
सच में हुआ
Gukesh.
क्या? I'm checking.
नहीं नहीं नहीं, अभी आउट नहीं वाला के लिए. But e5 played. Let's go. Excellent question by Roberto. How do you, और हमारे मॉड जी ने डिलीट कर दिया, वाह वाह. How do you mentally recover and reset? ये क्या
मॉर्जी
था भाई? मैं
लगता
इतना
है
खुश
मॉर्जी
था
ने
क्वेश्चन पढ़
गलत
के.
गलत चीज डिलीट कर दी, लाइक ऊपर वाला मेरे साथ
हाँ.
भी होता है वैसे कभी कभी है. मॉर्जी नो
How
वरीज
do
बट
you mentally recover and reset your focus after a devastating, heartbreaking loss? I think it's very tough for anybody. Professional players get used to it. At some point, you've done this before and you can recall that, how you handled it earlier. But I think the easiest way, which I understand, is just kind of do something non-chess. Go watch a movie, go for a walk, go for a date, go and eat something fancy. Just kind of relax and, for example, go on a boat ride as they did during the rest day. That's the best thing you can do to kind of get over your heartbreak. Realize that, the game is not the only thing in your life. And that reduces the stakes a bit. जब stakes कम हो गए, then you kind of feel yourself again. जब लगता है
या
कि भाई chess is life or death, कि भाई oh my god I have to win or nothing else matters, then that's where you go into a tilt and then you turn into Sahil Tikku. So you want to avoid that. You want to focus on making it like
But
a
I think
part
that's
of your
that's
life and
not the
relax.
right that's not the right approach like to begin. Like if it's a do or die anyways, then you're not gonna have fun in like doing what you're doing in any sense. And कुछ एक time के बाद आएगा when you have a choice whether you want to continue pursuing this or not. And if you're not having fun, then I think you won't pursue. I mean, like I'm in the chess world for what 20-25 years something like this, but still like I enjoy what I do. Like it's I will look at chess every day anyways because it's something that I deeply enjoy and enjoy. तो I think वो करना बहुत बहुत ज़रूरी है यहाँ पे. And regarding how to deal with losses, I think for me, I think my hunger, my appetite just completely goes away whenever I lose a match. So I told myself once, whatever happens, if I lose a game, I'm gonna have like a big meal each time, and like whatever happens, like I'm gonna eat a lot, and that's what helps me. But I think हर player का अलग
हाँ.
different, हर player की अलग अलग चीजें होती हैं.
I think eating definitely helps. I can relate to that. And by the way, एक बंदा कहता है, भाई डूडा की following is very less. I have to find another player. Any recommendations? वो
Oh,
डूडा
I
को
just got
impersonate
it.
कर रहा है.
I
He's
just
like,
got.
भाई डूडा has less following. I want to impersonate somebody else. Wow.
हाँ
Crazy,
वाह.
brother, crazy.
अभी डोरेमोन की बातें चल रही थी. आई वंडर कि ये डूडा का वो कहाँ से इनको आइडिया आया भाई. टिकू भाई समझे नहीं.
समझ गया भाई, तब भी स्ट्रेस हो रहा है. तब भी तो स्ट्रेस हो रहा है मुझे. एक दिन से कैंसिल होंगे भाई हम दोनों, मुझे लगता है, बट मे बी दैट्स इन द फ्यूचर होपफुली. बट जोक्स
होपफुली कैंसिल होंगे भाई. ये क्यों? ये क्या है? हाँ. सूरज की
दिस इज अ
किरणें या
ग्रेट
देखो देखो चैट को एटलीस्ट ये पता है कि ऐसी चीजें हिंदी में लिखो.
दिस इज अ ग्रेट पोजीशन फॉर गुकेश कह रहे हैं माइकल. I think it's okay for both players. For example, first of all, d5 pawn is now hanging. If you take on e4, knight takes e4 is perfect for white because again आपको bishop move करना पड़ेगा, which has already moved a million times. And if you can't take on e4, okay, by the way, he plays d4, which is a decent move maybe, like you prevent this exchange. But I mean, knight b3 again gains a tempo for white. Yeah, so white technically should be slightly better, maybe Sahaj bhai.
I see the bar sort of went up to 0.5, but I'm not sure why. And knight b3 you are saying is a good move. And of course, initially pawn takes d4 is the one that you think about first, but then you have knight takes, and maybe bishop takes or queen takes. I'm not sure which one. Point is that you won't capture back with the pawn, essentially. And this is what I want. I want you to capture back with the pawn because this pawn is going to be isolated and it's in my territory. So it's an easier target for me in the future. So knight b3 kind of makes sense if we break it down like that. Bishop, where do I put it, Tikubai? Do I put it on b6 or do I put it on Actually, b6 has to be the move.
Question. Because अगर d6 गए तो pawn मर रहा है, right? I think we are losing d4 instantly. So
Yes,
that doesn't
yes,
feel tempting.
exactly.
Bishop b6, however, yeah, b6 then maybe I think I would put it on b6.
Bishop b6, pawn takes d4.
Pawn
Okay,
takes
computer doesn't hate it, so we'll
d4.
continue.
Pawn takes d4. Pawn takes d4.
एंड ठीक है, अभी कुछ नाइट बिफोर वगैरह, ओ भाई +1 हो गया है तो रुकी 1 आई एम गेसिंग, और क्वीन d2. आई मीन दिस इज जस्ट अ बेटर पोजीशन, नो, बिकॉज आई हैव e5 एट सम पॉइंट एंड दिस विल जस्ट बी लाइक अ लॉट ऑफ अटैक, नहीं?
Yeah, this is clearly a better position. Dude, Sahaj, he's in the game.
Yo, better. Just
बहुत
be
टाइम हो
better.
गया था भाई.
I'll be
But
better.
but you know, I checked the engine. Bishop d6 is the move, by the way, after knight b3. And basically, what you're saying is you take d4, but I will take e4. So let's say
हैं?
c takes d4, e takes d4. You take on d4. सब exchange हो गए हमारे. You know, घर पड़ोस के सब exchange करने आ गए. And now h6 is the move. If you unpin my knight, I will take on e4. If you move it back, I will play g5, and I'm even better, I think. And if you take on f6, I have the bishop pair. I'm attacking the knight. And that's apparently more than sufficient compensation because pawn मिल ही जाएगा वैसे भी वापस. So apparently bishop d6 is the move, but I think it's not easy to play it because bishop b6 looks like you're saving the pawn for now.
Yeah, this looks incredibly difficult. And also now it's point 4 and I see bishop f6 was not the best move. I think off of instinct, I would go bishop e3 here because knight e4 ke baad bhi still it feels like my pieces are way more developed than yours. So let's actually have that on the board. Takes. And the bishop doesn't have any good square. So e6, f5, g4 is not possible. d7 पे आके भी आप क्या कर लोगे? So I think maybe I have some time to maybe develop, regroup my pieces. Queen c2 looks kind of interesting. Rook e1 looks interesting. Rook c1 looks interesting. These would be my candidate moves. Let's start with queen c2, Tikku bhai. I think that's the most direct.
Maybe we drop the knight back. I don't know.
Knight f6 or knight c5?
Oof. Knight f6 maybe, yeah? Maybe just close to the king side where I might need it more.
Okay, knight
Also
f6.
out of
Again,
your
it's the
range.
same situation with the bishop, so I don't have to worry. Rook a d1 perhaps, rook f e1 looks very, very good, no?
Rook at d1.
Maybe knight d5 आपके पास, knight b4 का कुछ
Can I play
weird.
queen c7 after rook at d1? Just kind of offer a trade. कि भाई रानी exchange करते हैं and that'll give me some time maybe.
Oh, that's actually not liked that much by the engine. Yeah, maybe I'm sure queen takes queen and knight b5 के बाद कुछ तो रहेगा इधर. Because I am hitting both of these. But okay, not liked by the engine, but I don't care. And how do you defend? Don't tell me you're playing bishop b8, bhai.
Bishop e5 to attack b2, I think, would be nice. Just enough time to find a6.
Bhai, it feels like Gukesh has to play really accurate moves, yeah, to survive, basically. I mean, I'm not so sure if like finding all of this entire sequence is easy for Gukesh. By the way, he's about to make a move.
Not. He plays knight b3, I think, right? He plays it, yeah, on the board.
Yeah.
But the only thing is, I want Gukesh to not think for 30 minutes now. Because that's a sign why he missed something. Like, I want him to think for 2-3 minutes, maybe 5-10 minutes also in the exceptional case. Like, and just come up with moves very quickly. Because अब अगर वो 30 मिनट सोचने बैठ गया ना, that's a sign कि he missed something and then he has to struggle, I think. जो भी solutions है, I hope he's already looked at them before playing this move pawn to d4. That's what I want. कि उसके दिमाग में जो भी हो रहा है, he's kind of predicted it beforehand. That gives you a lot of confidence कि भाई मैं पहले सब देख के बैठा हूँ. If you're kind of playing reactive chess, that really hurts your confidence, I feel. Let's see what he does, how much time he thinks. I'm quite curious for this one.
Yeah, right now I think Gukesh is meditating. Be trying to get his thoughts together. Bishop b6 or d6 में से एक choose करेगा. Let's see where it goes for. It does not look like a great position right now for Gukesh, but still early days. And we have a chat. Someone saying, Sahej bhai was in Budapest last weekend, took tramline to and cruise ride. अरे वाह, क्या बात है भाई. You mean Buddha Castle and Fisherman's Bastion? Yeah? That's very, very beautiful. Arey, thanks, bhai. Thanks, bhai. That's very. Actually, I live very close to the riverfront. You could have hit me up on Instagram or something, and I could have shown you around a bit. But yeah, maybe next time.
Today IPL final, yes भाई, I
टिक्कू
think.
भाई तो आ
हाँ
नहीं रहे बुडापेस्ट कभी भी, उनको तो कितनी बार बुला चुका हूँ मैं. बट
भाई,
इफ एनी ऑफ यू आर हियर भाई, यू आर ऑलवेज वेलकम.
बहुत महंगा है भाई, कड़की चल रही है भाई, कड़की. अभी टैक्स भरना है भाई, बहुत कड़की चल रही है.
भाई आई जस्ट डिड इट, या आई डिड इट लाइक 2 weeks ago.
तो
20th में
अभी
की
थोड़ा
डेडलाइन थी. क्रेजी है भाई.
कड़की का महीना है, बट मीन वाइल नाइट बी थ्री के बाद उससे ज्यादा कड़की गुकेश की पोजीशन में मुझे लग रही है, अनलेस वो बिशप डी सिक्स यहाँ पे खेलते हैं. बिशप बी सिक्स के बाद आई थिंक ही इज गोना स्ट्रगल इवन मोर. So choices for Gukesh are not that pleasant, and he finds Bishop D6 though. At least that's a very nice signal कि best move खेली और जल्दी खेली सहज भाई. I'm very happy with that.
भाई दैट्स अमेजिंग. The fact that he played it in 2 minutes is like beautiful. So after pawn takes, now of course, looking at the analysis and everything, I can understand कि knight takes d4 is not the best move because of the variation you showed, वो h6 वगैरह जो भी था. अब मैं कुछ और स्लोअर कुछ खेल सकता हूँ क्या, लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल रुकी वन, व्हाई नॉट रुकी वन, फॉर लाइक माय आइडिया इज सिंपल. अब अगर आप h6 खेलते हो तो मेरे बिशप को f6 मारना जरूरी नहीं है. आई कैन प्ले बिशप d2 सिंस माय पॉन ऑन e4 इज डिफेंडेड.
क्या हो गया सहज भाई? सहज
टिकू भाई,
भाई,
आपको मेरी आवाज आई, यानी ये मेरा इंटरनेट था कि आपका इंटरनेट था?
नहीं नहीं, आई थिंक आपका था. सहज भाई
ओ
F6 में नाइट मारते मारते नाइट के साथ ही निकल ली है.
ओ
भाई.
रियली? आई तो भाई क्रेजी, आई कुड सी यू मूविंग. वाओ
Wait,
दैट्स,
what?
या आई कुड सी यू मूविंग लाइक व्हाइल आई वाज टॉकिंग. दैट्स
भाई
दैट्स
हम
दैट्स
क्या
अ
कुछ
न्यू, ये
किसी
कुछ
और
नया
डायमेंशन
अनलॉक
में
हुआ है
बात कर
मेरे
रहे थे क्या?
इंटरनेट के लिए.
Wow.
So-
Oh, by the way, Pragg is struggling apparently. Why he went for that move? Knight d2, queen h6 he played. But f3 ke baad he didn't find g4 and he played e takes f3. Now he's, well, not lost of course, but it feels like he's worse.
या दैट्स एन अंडरस्टेटमेंट भाई. एंड वही, अगर ये बिशप काश g6 पे होता. अगर उसने टिक्कू
And
की बात सुन ली होती, यू नो, yesterday also you were saying don't play Kohli, but
sad life, bhai. And you
क्या.
know what? I'm going to show you something magical, Sahaj bhai. Let's go to Magnus game and unki last teen chale dekho.
He play, oh g5, wow crazy. So he plays, oh, अरे 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 अरे, wait what, wait what.
ये तो अब
This is the typical Tikkur. Wait what. But I'm guessing, yeah, okay, but yeah, it still continues, yeah.
अच्छा.
So chat, let me just correct this. As rook a8 के बाद rook takes 8 खेला गया है, and I believe Magnus took on e5 here.
हाँ.
Yeah. So this is the right position, and now it's Firouzja's turn. Although d takes e5 was not very much liked by the engine.
Yeah.
Tikku Sahaj, how do you think Indians hold this round? Um, I think Gukesh ke liye, he has to defend for a long. By the way, okay, no, that's a wrong position. But Gukesh, I think is slightly worse. Pragg, I think a bit more than slightly worse. Humpy ji is more or less equal, and Divya is also worse. Bhai, today is not looking a great day for the Indian players so far. I think right now at like तीन लोगों का गेम ऐसा लग रहा है which could end in a result, and it's not gonna go in their favor. Actually, since we are talking about it, Tikku bhai, एक very very quick look on the game of Divya versus Ju Wenjun. Of course, a tournament leader versus the world champion. It looks like she has played after bishop c4. Look at this. She went g5, so super aggressive from Ju Wenjun. Divya took on e5, black takes back, and now she plays knight f1. I think she is still planning that knight e3, knight d5 wala plan, or knight e3 and knight f5 wala plan to try and activate. But I think because she kind of mixed up the move order, or I'm not sure what happened. Of course, something wrong happened here, but it's giving too many, let's say, moves, extra moves for Ju Wenjun, because जो knights ऐसे c3 d5 बैठना चाहिए था, वो ऐसे d2 f1 e3 d5 ऐसे बैठ रहा है.
Yeah. I think she's just hoping for a queen trade to kind of solve some of her problems. But the problem is, कि rook on b8 is perfectly placed to take an advantage even in the end game. I think she's like a couple of moves short. Yeah, if you could just play knight e3, knight d5 here, the white would be just doing fantastic. But I think एक दो move कम है. Now even at knight f1, black could just play g4 apparently, which is the best move. And then you are stuck with the question, ki bhai, do I trade queens or not? Because if I don't trade queens and play something else, then I think it's like, like an attack could build up. If I trade queens, I'm also inviting the second black rook to d8, which gains the second open file. So endgame, I'm going to struggle anyways. Maybe the endgame is a better hope, but regardless of what Divya does, this one is not going to be easy. And, she escaped yesterday and even won that game. आज भी कुछ वैसा ही चमत्कार चाहिए to kind of survive here.
या भाई लास्ट वाला चमत्कार तो बहुत ही बढ़िया वाला था, वो एंड में जीत भी गई थी.
आई होप ऐसे कुछ आज भी हो, बट फिलहाल तो शी इज लुकिंग एट द स्क्रीन, मे बी वहां पे चल रहा होगा आरसीबी वर्सेस जीटी. या आई एम गेसिंग.
भाई किसी को तो कन्फेशनल में जाके बोलना चाहिए, लाइक हमने हमने चैंपियंस लीग की बात
हाँ,
करी, आईपीएल भी बोलना चाहिए ना. तो आई डोंट थिंक लाइक इन टर्म्स ऑफ, आई मीन इट्स नॉट, it's very close, I think, in terms of how popular it is.
agreed. And also like as an Indian player, I think maybe like people will love them for it. Yeah, अगर
Yeah.
imagine करो like आके बोल दे मुकेश भाई यार कोहली आउट हुआ क्या भाई, imagine, oh my
Yeah.
god, like it will become an instant national clip. Yeah, so hoping somebody mentions that, मजा आएगा.
वो तो है. Shahid bhai, how dangerous was prime Magnus? But I think Magnus is still extremely dangerous, and I think someone like him, you could still argue that when he wants, his prime is still there, and he was extremely dangerous. Bhai, I think he was basically the type of guy जो मतलब at some point it felt like, and I think it even now it to some extent it feels like he's not human. Just the way he used to beat you, because everyone, all the top players used to take draws and kind of show this respect to each other कि ठीक है अगर position equal है तो ठीक है भाई draw कर लेते हैं, let's fight it out on another day. But Magnus kind of proved them wrong. क्या कह रहे हो समय भाई?
So yeah. It feels like me and my friend at a restaurant waiting for the food to arrive. ऐसी feeling आ रही है मुझे. They are both calculating from a distance basically, and Divya, in fact, yeah. Oh, by the way, Gukesh has gone to the confessional room chat. So
भाई
fingers crossed on RCB being mentioned. Let's go.
भाई अगर हुआ ये तो like this is some insane prediction. या अगर if Gukesh says कि आईपीएल की स्क्रीन लगा वहां पे, भाई that is goat behavior right there.
भाई if he mentions anything to do with IPL, I think एक बंदे को 3 महीने की membership instantly, भाई, because I think that is crazy. Oh, we already have the confessional of the goat. So let's see what Magnus has to say. And उसके कुछ ही मिनट बाद लगाएंगे गुकेश का भी. देखते हैं भाई क्या Magnus देखते हैं IPL.
I'm trying a proper old guy move again today. Just playing something that was popular before Alireza essentially started playing chess. I think, yeah, this was definitely one of the key lines. I mean, I prepared this knight a5, bishop e6 stuff for the match against Karyaki, and I did that in my first black game of the match. And back then, Fabio had won a very nice game against Lavon, I think, with this bishop takes e6 stuff. But, people stopped playing it because it doesn't work, but let's see what he knows.
That was Magnus Carlsen, by the way, with his confession. I think very interesting that to see him smiling there. That's so heartful to see कि भाई बंदा stress में नहीं है कि भाई अरे यार मैं 3 गेम हार चुका हूँ. He's taking it a bit lightly. So that's the kind of attitude you need to stage a comeback, I think. उतना pressure डालोगे उतना you will panic, and time pressure में तो especially that pressure is just harmful. So let's see, can Magnus Carlsen strike back on demand today? That's the question. So meanwhile, chat, Gukesh has gone into the confessional. So I think उसकी गेम पे भी बहुत जल्दी हम लोग जाएंगे. क्या लगता है किसके बारे में बात करेगा वो? So is he going to talk about just the position Does he talk about IPL? Does he talk about something else? कोई chat में कहता he doesn't even watch IPL. I don't know. Maybe he does. Yeah, like I know a few cricketers who've kind of interacted with the Chennai Super Kings. I think it was Pragg or Gukesh who played a game with Ashwin. I think Pragg ही था. नहीं Ashwin था. Sorry, Gukesh था. Sorry, who played a game against Ashwin? No, like one game he played against Ashwin after he became the world champion. I think. So समय भाई भी confused हो गए भाई मेरे confusion से. But I think he played a game against Ashwin, I think, Gukesh, after he became the world champion, I think. I remember making a video on it. So I think maybe it's like he does watch the IPL. I think Gukesh भी अब 20 साल का हो गया है भाई, थोड़ा बहुत अदर इंटरेस्ट उसके लाइफ में आ चुके होंगे. एंड देखते हैं क्या होगा. So we have the video. I want Sahaj bhai to come back first because I think it will be nice to have him here while we play the video. I wonder if he actually talked about something else. But Divya comes back to the seat, is still thinking what to do. Knight F1, I mean, not the perfect position. G4 is what Ju Wenjun can do to really pile on the pressure and keep the pressure on. Does not to give Divya even breathing space here. सहज भाई आ गए आप.
यस भाई, जैसे
भाई
आपने बोला दिव्या इज ऑन द सीट, उसी टाइम पे मैं भी बैठ रहा था.
भाई
क्रेजी.
मुकेश का कन्फेशनल रेडी है हमारे पास. लेट्स सी, it's time for the truth. Did he talk about IPL? Yes or no? Let's play it, bhai. Let's see.
लेट्स गो.
Interesting game so far. I didn't recall the opening exactly, but I remember I played a game with White where my opponent went Bishop E7, so I thought it might be interesting to try it out. Then thought I was making logical moves, but suddenly after he played Bishop G5, suddenly started seeing a lot of ghosts, and D4 Knight B3 I couldn't find a nice reply, but I think after an awfully long think I managed to find this Bishop D6, which I feel should be equalizing because I have CD, ED, take everything and hit 6. But yeah, that took a lot of time, but I think I'm pretty comfortable right now.
भाई क्या क्रेजी स्पीच युकेश की. he thanked विराट कोहली for the inspiration, thanked मोदी जी. क्या क्या किसको थैंक यू कर दिया उसने. अरे यार भाई कुछ भी मसाला देखने को नहीं मिला सहज भाई. It was all chess
क्रेजी.
यार.
भाई मैं तो वेट कर रहा था यार. आई मीन आई थॉट गुकेश वुड से आई वाज वेटिंग फॉर द कॉली सिस्टम बिकॉज आरसीबी लेट्स गो.
अरे यार
बट
चलो कोई ना.
sadly,
Gukesh focused on chess, but if he gets the chess part correct, I think rest is irrelevant. Yeah. So yeah, and is he getting the chess part correct, Sahaj bhai? Because Vincent Keymer has been thinking for a while in that game, and maybe he kind of underestimated that Bishop D6 move, and is now trying to understand where does his advantage lie in this structure.
yeah, and I think he's also very deeply calculating knight takes d4 because at least it looks like a free pawn. But also it feels like ये pawn अभी क्यों मारना है, because it also feels like this pawn is working for us because this bishop is so well defended. This is a constant pressure in the position. So I think Vincent has to decide whether he needs to play sharp or not, and I think the answer is maybe not. Like I would also consider something like just a3, just because knight before भी मत allow करो, and I would go for rook e1, rook c1, and try to play it a bit slow, and then go for the d4 pawn at some point. Maybe it's not as bad. I think the position also the Gukesh looks pretty calm. Also the fact that he mentioned I just wanted to try bishop e7, I think that's also a very good sign. It shows that he is relaxed at least about the situation.
Yeah, agreed. And I think that win really does wonders for you. He had that loss against Magnus, which must have been a painful one because he was never in contention for even creating or putting pressure on Magnus. But then he had that rest day, jahan pe both tried mein, he tried to defeat Sindarov. And then, of course, he had that win against Pragg. Was suffering for majority of the game, but then with G file pe counter play nikala unhone, and then stunned us all with that conversion at the end. Beautiful game to finish off. But now he's playing a second. Again, the black pieces. That's the good news. So can he do it again? And by the way, standings, agar hum dekhein right now, chat, Firouzja is in first place with 10 points. Then we have Wesley So in second place. Then we have Gukesh in third place. So if Firouzja, let's say, were to lose to Magnus and Gukesh wins, he could be in, like very, very close to the tournament leaders actually.
Yeah, for sure. I think the one classical win away, I think, for both of them, uh, pretty much. But it looks unlikely that Gukesh is going to take it in classical. I think draw ho sakta hai. Arma mein, I think he has a chance. But yeah, just objectively, I feel it's very difficult to win this position as black.
Hmm.
Simply because that d4 pawn looks very loose, and black's bishop on c8, rook on 8. I'm not super comfortable so far.
Agreed. And Gukesh के opponent जी अभी सोच रहे हैं. Wesley So is also thinking. I'm still confused about why. Because GF3, EF3 was played like a million years ago. Even dinosaurs evolved since then, Sahej bhai. And abhi bhi unhone knight F3 nahi mara hai. So that is a good sign for Pragg ki bhai, if he takes with any other piece, that's completely even already. Knight takes is the only way for Wesley to get an advantage.
And by if I play g4 there with the idea of queen takes e3 check, and of course I'm hitting your knight as well. What's happening now? Like, because this doesn't feel simple whatsoever.
Yeah, maybe that's why he's struggling. In 95, you're supposed to play, allowing queen takes e3 check and simply play king to g2. This is very, very tough. So now we kind of understand why Pragg took on f3, because he also thinks कि भाई pawn मिल रहा है. It's not easy for white to do this, and maybe they both are trying to understand कि how does the final position look like. And I'm still not sure who's better, because bar कह रहा है white is better, but it's not crystal clear why.
And also, on top of all of this, at least there is an threat of taking on e5, because that looks like a second pawn. एक pawn तो e3 पे मर ही गया, दूसरा e5 पे भी मर सकता है, like because black has 3 forces looking here, white only
Wow.
has 2. Of course, you have this rook f8, queen h7 type के ideas where, and also black's king is very exposed. But SC moves, I think, आप मतलब strategy के साथ नहीं, you have to calculate them. You have to be very, very precise with these decisions. Otherwise, as you mentioned, one wrong move and your entire advantage, जितनी मेहनत आपने अभी तक करी है, it just all goes away, essentially.
Yeah, I think a tough decision. By the way, does he take with oh, he doesn't take with the knight. He doesn't take with the knight. Maybe it was really tough and now the game is close to even. So that's good news. Now I'm still not sure if rook takes f3 ke baad you take with the knight. Isn't g4 still possible?
Why? I think he wants to take with the bishop, and then g4 के बाद he wants to go bishop g4.
Bhai, that's
That
better for
leads.
Pragg.
क्या बात कर रहे हो? Really?
That's slightly better for Pragg, at least equal for Pragg. And white has to find like limited moves then. Like it feels like Pragg has genuine chances because knight just comes with tempo now when the bishop is on g4. And
Okay, g4,
white will have
bishop.
to be careful.
Knight f6 is a very, very clever move here. Just keeping this threat for later. And पहले आप bishop को भगाओ. फिर queen e3 looks very, very dangerous. So wait, after rook f3 तो forced ही है. तो knight f3 अगर मैंने मारा, for example, still I play g4. I don't
This is
think he
worse
would
version, yeah?
allow, but I feel like you would keep the rooks in this position just optically, because remember that threat of rook f8 and queen h7. Just based off of that
Yeah.
alone, this rook f8 and just based off of this alone, I would choose keeping the rooks. And of course, black's king is unsafe, so you want to keep the major pieces on the board as well, right? I
Yeah.
really think he's gonna take with the bishop here, because I think he wants to go bishop takes g4 and not give up the pawn whatsoever.
भाई मुझे लगा Pragg जीत रहा है आज. I feel like I think Wesley. I think it's tough to calculate, of course, but I think maybe Pragg has good chances now. And chat, of course, like once you take on e3, it's a pawn down, and we saw knight if I get pawn, दो pawn down भी हो सकते हैं. It could be counterplay, but it's just a couple of moves. Like once the knight comes to f6 with tempo, bishop d7, rook f8, black has no weaknesses, nothing. So I think it just takes a
Exactly.
couple of moves, and then you could just be a pawn or two up. So Wesley will have to be so precise कि भाई you essentially have to prove that compensation, which is not always easy. So I think Pragg has good chances now. And I think वो निकालना बहुत जरूरी था. Knight takes f3 and rook takes f3 is giving Pragg a golden opportunity, but he has to take that rook instantly.
Exactly. No more g4. Take it first, then g4. Of course, we've done the analysis. Let's see if Pragg finds it. But he has a time. He is, 13 minutes more than his opponent. That's way more than enough. let's see what happens. In chat mein, Roberto Martinez is asking, Jess, could you ask Sahaj if the center pawns are completely locked with what dictates which side of the board you must attack? If you are controlling the center, then you dictate wherever you attack, basically. And if your opponent dictates the center, as in they control the center, then I think either side you cannot attack. You must first break the center. That's the general rule, of course, but there are exceptions. In chess there are always exceptions, but let's say 9 out of 10 positions this would be true. So if you're controlling the center, then you can decide which side you want to play on, essentially.
सर भाई एक और क्वेश्चन है, इज इट अ स्मार्ट करियर चॉइस टू लीव माय कॉर्पोरेट जॉब फॉर फार्मिंग? एनी एडवाइस?
आई मीन अर्जुन को देखो भाई, 2700
He's
को
farming
हरा
his
हरा के
opponents,
वो
yeah.
वर्ल्ड नंबर 2810 हो गया भाई वो। अर्जुन को देखो भाई, इट्स नॉट अ बैड डिसीजन। डिपेंड्स
Yeah,
आप किस, लेकिन अगर आप फार्मर तो डिपेंड्स कर रहा है आप किसको फार्म कर रहे हो,
exactly.
दैट्स ऑल्सो दैट्स अ वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट हियर। इफ द आंसर इज 2700 देन या भाई गो फॉर इट।
Yeah. And by the way, chat, he has played rook takes f3, Pragg on the board, and bishop takes has been played. And now officially, if Pragg can find g4, he's at least equal. He's at least equal.
भाई एक्साइटमेंट देख रहे हो प्रग का? एटलीस्ट दैट चेयर लाइक गोइंग अप एंड डाउन एटलीस्ट। चेस प्लेयर्स ऑफ कोर्स आपको ऐसा मतलब चेहरे पे नहीं दिखाएंगे, बट दिस इज द मोस्ट एक्सप्रेसिव थिंग यू वुड सी फ्रॉम अ एलीट चेस प्लेयर। लाइक देयर चेयर इज लाइक स्विवेलिंग अ बिट, मींस दे आर हैप्पी about the outcome of the last 2 moves. Look at him. He's yeah, I think Pragg is quite delighted. I think he sees knight f6. वो जो plan आपने बताया ना, जो intermezzo with
Yeah.
knight f6 and you take on e3. I think he sees it.
Agreed. And I think, of course, nothing can compare to Arjun's expressions of how he is ecstatic after a win. But I think Pragg is coming close there with his water bottle gambit and also the moving chair. And Wesley कह रहा है ये क्या टाइम पास करते रहते हैं दोनों भाई, मतलब यहाँ लगी पड़ी है और इसलिए कमेंट्री नहीं हो रही। तू आके खेल ले भाई, तू ही खेल ले। सॉरी वेस्ली भाई, गलती हो गया अपन से, अपन ध्यान रखें, कमेंट्री क्या करेंगे। कह रहा है ओके चलो ठीक है, मान गया।
सही में भाई। क्या बाय द वे उसमें क्या चल रहा है, आईपीएल में क्या चल रहा है टिक्कू भाई? चैट इज आल्सो
लगी हुई है
आस्किंग।
भाई, विराट कोहली मार रहा है भाई।
ओहो।
I think they're gonna win. RCB is gonna win, I think.
Like when you said I thought you meant like RCB is losing or something, but okay, but this is good, yeah.
Yeah.
It's good news.
And by the way, we have a move in the Gukesh game. So Vincent, after a long thing, just took that pawn on d4. And now h6 is the move Gukesh has to find. It's a crucial move. Otherwise, white is basically better, I think. वो move खेलनी ही पड़ेगी to force white to either give up the bishop or at least unpin the knight so that you can take the pawn on e4. White will have pressure still, but at least, it's not a material advantage just yet.
Yeah, h6 I think. Also bishop e5 looks kind of tempting as well, क्योंकि bishop b2 मर रहा है ना by force. This also looks interesting. This टिक्कू भाई, bishop e5 in this position. If I let's say go knight f3, bishop b2.
हाँ, I think when you mentioned it looked very nice, but then इंजन में डाला मैंने, इंजन ने मुझे रोना निकाल दिया भाई after knight
क्या
f3.
इतना खराब है क्या हुआ? क्यों
इतना
क्यों?
खराब है भाई, +3 है भाई।
क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई? What is this?
हाँ,
No ways.
+3 है।
Why?
So bishop b2, rook b1 after knight f3. And now you don't have a good square for the bishop. Bishop
And you have
c3, for
e5,
example, queen c2, and then e5. And it's kind of falling apart. So
Yeah. Yeah. This looks very, very bad. No, you're right. Once you do some basic calculation, it makes sense. So h6, is that the only move then for black?
yes, I think bishop d7 comes close, but I think it's still gonna be a pawn down for a while. So I think h6
Bishop
is the
d7 तो
safest.
जिंदगी में कभी नहीं खेलेगा गुकेश भाई. What is bishop
हाँ.
d7?
So he has to find h6. I think that's the cleanest move to at least gain the material back.
h6. So I think Gukesh is, by the way, meditating again, by the way, or maybe he's calculating about the position. Gukesh said he will play h6 in confession. Bhai, I think confession में तो of course I think he was just thinking out loud. And of course इस तरह के ideas, इस तरह के thoughts आपके दिमाग में हर जगह आते हैं. I mean, for sure he's looked at bishop e5, which we were just looking at. For sure he's looked at h6, but yeah, it depends like what he actually plays. आइडियाज तो दिमाग में आएंगे ही ऑब्वियसली. And chat mein someone was asking that between Magnus and Firouzja, why did Magnus not take the rook? And I'm not sure which position you were talking about, but I think he did take the rook, yeah, on 8. Or you
या
were
आई थिंक
asking
वो
me why he took the rook.
आई थिंक ट्रांसमिशन एरर की बात कर रहे थे शायद. मे बी दे वर कंफ्यूज्ड बाय दैट, आई थिंक इज माय गेस.
Okay, okay. So that was a transmission error. Basically, in this position, black took on 8, but it registered as rook e8, and then उसके बाद थोड़े कुछ glitches आ गए थे, but now it's fixed. They have taken the rooks, and now they've taken the pawns as well, and now Magnus takes on f4 as well. Now, difficult choice for Firouzja. Does he take with the e pawn? Does he take with the g pawn, or does he take with the queen? Queen, I would probably not play because queen d7 looks like you're losing a piece. कि ये भी मर रहा है, ये भी मर रहा है, and e6 पे भी pressure है, so don't touch the queen. Now it's about whether you take with the e pawn or the g pawn. And as I said, Firouzja untangles his pawn chain and takes with the e pawn.
Wow, looks like a very nice position actually, and it's only moves for both sides. Yeah, for example, ef4 was the only move. Queen d7 is now the only move for Magnus. So feels like काफी sharp game hai, and that pawn is gonna land up on f2 with the rook on the a file. So both the kings could be under pressure. I love this position. I think काफी sharp है. Result आने के chances बहुत high.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I think Magnus, for me, he should take this one. It looks like, I mean, the opening went perfectly, and he has more time on the clock. I mean, he seems to be in good spirits as well.
भाई चैट में एक सवाल है. कहाँ गया भाई सवाल, सॉरी. Can two players go into the confessional room and fight physically? Why would they fight is my question first. I mean, why? Like chess का purpose ही था कि लोगों को physically fight ना करना पड़े. By the way, Queen D7 only move played by Magnus. What do you think about that, Saj bhai?
Very nice man. Of course, भाई अगर fight ही करना होता तो chess थोड़ी ना खेल रहे होते भाई. Like I think, and also like after playing a long chess game, like nobody has the energy to fight anymore after that. But they are too invested in the game itself. And after Queen D7, to answer your question, I'm assuming you cannot move the knight because it feels like you're losing a bunch of tempos. Knight e5 also looks very scary from the white side. I'm assuming you have to take on g3. Yeah, that's correct. Queen takes c6, pawn takes f2, and I'm not sure किससे मारना चाहिए यहाँ पे. Because rook f2 में you have this rook a1 check, and rook f1 के बाद rook f1, king f1, and g4 में queen trap, knight trap हो जाएगा. And I also don't want to take with the king because, okay, like I no, like no specific reason, it just looks dangerous. But I'm guessing I have to, yeah, king f2.
Yeah,
And
king
इसके
से ही मारना
बाद,
पड़ेगा सच भाई.
and then you play rook a2 check, I guess.
Yeah. No, I think
And
rook
then I
f8
put,
is the best apparently.
oh, rook a2 check is plus what?
Yeah. Rook f8
Bhai,
the only move, I think. वही तो कहा, like this is
Chad,
very
how
tough.
many, like, Chad, imagine this was a blitz game, right? How many of you are playing rook a2? Because I think the answer is like 100 out, maybe 99 out of 100 people would play rook a2 check here without even thinking. Bhai, rook mar raha hai, check hai board pe, like you don't even think it twice, yeah? Crazy that it goes from 0.5 to +5. That is insane. So what's the move here? Rook b8.
Rook f8 is the move, Saj bhai. Very tough. Of course, g4 idea hai to simply win the knight. But after king g1, you anyway go g4, and it's just like kind of hoping for exchanges. Yeah, I'm guessing. कि भाई जितना
Knight
exchange
d2.
होगा, king gets lonely, and maybe there's some hope for some perpetual at the end.
But knight d2?
Queen g6 apparently, and I mean,
Bhai,
very hard
like
to
there is
understand.
no chance this position is being evaluated as equal by both of these. There is no chance both of them are thinking this is equal. I think at least I think both of them are thinking that white is better here.
Agreed. For sure. Pawn up hai bhai. I have the outside pass pawn.
ये भी
And
ये
it's not
मर
like you
रहा
have
है,
an
ये
attack,
मर रहा है,
right?
ये मर रहा है.
Uh-huh.
Knights are great defenders, so I mean even if the queen gives a lot of checks, the knight can simply just sit on f1 and just be completely safe. Queen कोई checks भी नहीं दे पाएगी, and the queen can just capture. And of course bishop and knight का जो difference है उससे एक बहुत बड़ा बहुत अच्छा सा एक imbalance भी create होता है for Magnus. And of course the person trying to play for a win would try to create these imbalances on the board as well.
Sahaj bhai, as these guys figure it out, I think 1 or 30-second look at Gukesh, and then we jump to Pragg because he has found h6. That's the amazing news. And Vincent played bishop e3 in just a minute. And now he gets to finally grab that pawn back. So at least a big step in the right direction this time for Gukesh.
Yeah, for sure. Knight takes e4, I think more or less forced. And now maybe now we were talking about this position quite a bit. We were looking at queen c2 as a possibility, rook c1 as a possibility, rook e1 as a possibility. I'm assuming Vincent has, given this position some thought and he would have some idea here. Because knight e4 के अलावा और गुकेश खेलेगा क्या यहाँ पे, right? There's no other
Hmm.
way. So
Yeah, I don't
what's
think
the
so.
most
Yeah.
testing move for black here?
Wait, what? It doesn't take.
Oh. So he does go for the bishop. भाई मैं बोल रहा था आपको भाई bishop e5 looks very very tempting.
Bhai, this is very dangerous actually, Sahaj bhai. This is very, very dangerous for Gukesh. After knight to f3, bishop takes b2. I mean, that is the best move and the idea. Rook b1. The next question is, where are you moving that bishop?
But knight e4 felt natural, no? I'm not sure if you agree with me, Tikku bhai, but I think if it's a central pawn, this bishop, it feels like there's too much attacking prospects. Like e5 एक बार आ गया, then knight को हिलना पड़ेगा, h7 के square पे pressure, bishop takes h6 जैसे threats. Looks so scary for Gukesh. That's a very strange decision, I have to say, from the world champion.
Yeah, why not take that pawn directly? I mean, I get you want to take on b2 because then if you capture e4 as well, it's just like a dream. But you won't get to capture it. It's a central pawn versus the flank pawn. Like usually you would think, okay, I want to take the central pawn, yeah? I'm
Yeah,
not
of
sure
course.
what logic is behind this. And now apparently you have to find bishop a3 after
तो
rook
चलो
b1.
चैट से एक स्ट्रेटेजिक क्वेश्चन पूछते चैट इफ यू हैड अ चॉइस टू टेक द सेंटर पॉन और द फ्लैंक पॉन should it be in the middle game or should it be in the end game where you take the flank pawn? This is a general question, and I think here there are no exceptions except if you are getting mated or something. Like if you checkmate or then it's different. But should it be the end game or should it be the middle game where you capture the flank pawn? It's a very important thing.
And glad to have you,
Exactly.
Blitzwales, bhai. I think glad to have you there. Yeah, it is the end game, Sahaj bhai. And I think middle game में ऐसे corner pawn मारना is very risky.
Exactly. Because middle game में, of course, the pawn on e4 is a strength because this can be used to direct the attack. Someone in the chat was asking earlier, the person that controls the center, where do they attack, right? It's Vincent who decides whether he wants to play on the queen side or the king side because he controls the center. However, if you could just imagine in this position, let's say after knight f3 and bishop b2, if let's say all the pieces are gone, okay, just king is remaining, then Gukesh is just winning here, basically. Like completely winning here. Because then the outside pawn becomes an asset. Because then you can distract the king and you can capture all the other pawns on the king side. So,
It's
but
funny,
sadly, we're in
chat.
the middle game.
Yeah, it's very funny. Like if you gave this position to Gukesh, like as a positional puzzle to solve, like I'm pretty sure he takes on e4. But somehow in a game, sometimes maybe to create winning chances or some other reason, you really play these weird moves. And look at Vincent, by the way, who literally was looking at the ceiling for a couple of minutes. And now he is locked in. Ki bhai, ye kya chal hai? Because he didn't expect this as well. Nobody did. And Gukesh does look confident, but I think he's made a mistake. And now he needs to really. He was one move away, Saj, by at least from getting some level of equality. And now knight f. कोई कह रहा है Gukesh will return in doomsday. अबे यार.
अरे भाई बता मेरे दिमाग में भी वही था वो थानोस वाला वेयर इन द
अरे
मिडिल गेम नाउ
अरे यार damn.
I saw this I just saw this meme the other day where it was something saying like it was the caption said something like when a player likes to make too many trades and then उसके बाद जो video थी ना it was Doctor Strange telling Iron Man के we're in the end game
हाँ.
now.
I saw
I
that. It's
laughed
funny था.
so hard at that. I laughed so hard at that. It was so funny.
Damn. So Gukesh making a mistake, says by that is not good news. We'll come back to this because Vincent सोच रहे हैं. Let's jump to Pragg's game because he has found three best moves in a row. Look at what he's done. All the way from move
Wow.
17.
So यहाँ से जाते हैं भाई rook f3 was the error. So takes g4 best move, bishop g4, knight f6 best move. Bishop goes to f3 and now we take the pawn on e3. because knight is in a better place. Bishop g4 पे e6 पे pressure नहीं डाल रहा है. And of course, it's a free pawn. King g2 and now finally e5. I think safe to say it's Pragg pushing now.
Agreed. Absolutely agree. And I think वो bishop खुल चुका है on c8. Sahaj bhai, मतलब this could be like a model game for black players to teach white players as they learn the call. But I think bishop coming out, and then maybe the rook has some future coming to f8 as well.
Exactly,
And कहीं ना
भाई.
कहीं white के pieces
Exactly.
weird लग रहे हैं.
You see, लंदन में ऐसा होता है कि आप शुरुआत में बिशप को बाहर ले आते हैं, you know, like you see this bishop is so strong, but Collie players are very patient. You know, they understand. You know, Collie system आप तभी खेल पाओगे जब आपको लंदन system अच्छे से आती है. Because how will you activate this bishop in the middle game? You know, how can you be that patient? Right, Tiku bhai? Like imagine this is the reason that Pragg wins this game. This bishop on c8. Imagine.
You know, आई थिंक एक मुझे वो याद है, जिन लोगों की लाइफ में प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती ना वो लोग क्रिएट करते हैं प्रॉब्लम. सेम चीज जब बिशप कहते हैं, यू नो, गाय हैज बीन विनिंग फॉर सो मेनी गेम्स, लाइक भाई यार जीते जा रहा हूँ, मजा नहीं आ रहा, लेट मी ट्राई द कॉली एंड मेक इट डिफिकल्ट. लाइक दैट्स व्हाट आई फील द कॉली कम्स फ्रॉम. लाइक लंदन प्लेयर्स गॉट टायर्ड ऑफ विनिंग एंड देन दे इन्वेंटेड द कॉली. लाइक आई थिंक दैट्स वेयर इट केम फ्रॉम. या
नहीं, भाई, Collie was a player. Like he was an actual player.
I know, but like maybe he played the London a lot. Yeah, he's like, okay भाई कुछ नई ओपनिंग बनानी है जो लंदन को टफ कर देती है मेरे लिए. And they're like, okay, Cole makes sense.
Actually, I'm wondering where was that player from? Because अगर वो लंदन से है तो भाई crazy. Uh, Actually, it is his name is Edgard Cole.
Belgium
He was
भाई,
Belgian,
Belgium.
भाई. Belgian, भाई. So close. Yet so far.
Oh, we have another confession from Magnus Carlsen. Before we go, I'm gonna check कि वो कभी लंदन गए थे क्या, एडगर्ड कोले. And I'm pretty sure yes, he has visited London many times, Sahaj bhai. So maybe that's where he came, you know, he got the inspiration from. कि भाई लंदन गया हूँ भाई, मजा आ रहा है ओपनिंग देख के, let me try my own version.
Why I'm looking at it, yeah, you could be right, yeah. But I'll actually check whether he used to play in London or not. This is actually some a nice analysis. But by the way, Magnus
Oh,
has
what?
played Collie.
Bhai, we have a result. Humpy and Bibisara have drawn. Wait, how on earth did that happen? Can we look at that repetition? What?
अरे भाई, what was this? Bishop c5, knight e4. अच्छा, ऐसे ही draw. Oh, very strange, yeah. Very strange from both of the players.
भाई amazing. Arma. And इसी के साथ chat तुम्हारे लिए कर्मा. नहीं, I mean, Magnus का confession भाई, चलते हैं, play करते हैं भाई, let's go.
I don't even remember. I think maybe it was yesterday. So 2 days in a row I'm mentioning Kramnik, but there's this quote from the Barev's book, From London to Alista, about Kramnik's World Championship matches, that when he played Leko, in terms of preparation, he writes like sarcastically that they had kind of only examined one possibility, which was that Leko was an idiot and not really considered anything else. And I've talked about that in chess before, that is often my first instinct, and then I try and see if calculate to see if that changes, but sometimes I don't. So right now, that is very much my thought right now. It seems to me that whatever way he captures now on f4, I'm going to go queen d7. And if he takes on g3, I'll take the knight, and then I will go king takes f2, and I don't think he has anything. And I kind of made myself sit at the board now for a little bit just to see if I could find something for him. And I may end up looking like an idiot, because I usually have in this tournament, but just don't see it. I just think I'm much, much better.
Wow. So that was Magnus Carlsen sharing his thoughts on how somebody was an idiot. I don't want to comment on it, said by.
भाई I heard like 2 times. एक चैट में पढ़ा मैंने और एक उसने खुद को कहा. तो चैट वाला जो मैंने पढ़ा क्या वो सही था?
He mentioned basically something like कि जब Kramnik लोग कर रहे थे जारी for some world championship, they considered like somebody was an idiot basically, and I don't want to name that person because I respect him a lot, but ये थोड़ा सा now the dots are connecting in my head. Some things.
भाई ये वही ये Yo, yeah, I'll go to a different game. Sorry about that. Let's go to Magnus's board actually to see. By the way, the interesting part is that Magnus thinks that he's much better here. So this is what we were discussing as well, that he's definite. At least one of them we know for sure is thinking this. And if Magnus is thinking this, then probably Firouzja is under the same impression because the moves that Firouzja has to find they are not easy. Like they are anything but easy.
Agreed. I think Rook F8 is not something you also consider, right? Because as you mentioned, Rook A2 was so much more tempting. Rook F8, bringing the rook back from an open file is not an easy decision. And then even then, you have so many choices. Why Rook F8? So I think like जो वो path है ना Firouzja के लिए towards that draw, and even that endgame after all of that, I think it doesn't look easy at all because Magnus is winning one of the pawns. So this one I think seems to be going his way, and there is no time pressure. Okay, there is some, but that's for Firouzja. So
Yeah.
I think
Hoping,
first time,
Firouzja can fight back here because it's not easy. I mean, it's very easy to peter out here, basically.
It's very easy to.
Peter out. मैंने सही में गूगल किया है.
Yeah, I know it's a term, but very interesting. The timing there.
तभी तो.
Damn.
But yeah.
Bhai, I wonder,
I couldn't let go of the opportunity, bhai. We have a super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat, Zigzag G. Sahaj bhai, yesterday I asked you how to beat Gukesh, to which you said have a friend called Gukesh. So today I want to know how to befriend Gukesh. यार देखो, chess players are not great at making friends. Let me just be very very honest. So ये आप गलत बंदे से पूछ रहे हो सवाल. I don't know about you, Tikku bhai, but I think from my experience, like chess players are not like amazing at making friends. So would you have any advice here, or do you think differently?
I think chess players की गलती भी नहीं है. You build like a strong friendship with someone because you might end up facing them. And also second चीज ये है कि you meet each other during tournaments, right? And tournaments might be spread apart by months, weeks, years in some cases. So you meet a bunch of people, you have a bunch of acquaintances, but you don't really have very, very close friends. Like school mein ho, college mein ho, workplace mein ho, you'll meet somebody on a daily basis for a very extended period of time. Chess is just kind of unfortunate because you are competitors and you don't meet each other so much. So it's just kind of sad, but I think overall, sometimes if you have that, ek wo bhi hai ki I would say ki the easiest way is to have non-chess friends then. Like I think that's maybe easier. Jahan pe they are not really competitors. You can have some people you can go to. Also in moments jahan pe you might be struggling in your chess career, they can provide you fresh perspective, I think. Maybe that's the way. Mahi way, Sahaj bhai.
Amazing. Amazing. But yeah, I think still, I think just coming back to the game, I think Firouzja for sure, I think is thinking he's worse. And ये जो FG3 GF2 वाली हमने जो lines देखी थी टिको भाई, can we go a little bit deeper here to understand how difficult are the moves? So I know we've already done this before, but just a fresh look on it, maybe a fresh perspective because the position is already on the board. F takes G3 you said is the only move here. White goes queen c6, of course, because piece hai to marna hi padega. Gf2 check, otherwise you lose the pawn. This is also forced. Rook f2 we addressed. This is not working. By the way, he does take on g3, so this could happen on the board. Rook f2 is not working here. He has to go king f2. We already addressed this as well. And now you said rook f8 is the only move. And this I feel is the first obstacle for Firouzja, because there are other moves here which seem logical as well. And to me, and I'm not sure if मुझे याद भी नहीं if chat agreed with me on this or not, but I think a lot of players in blitz at least would go rook a2 check or play rook d8 as well, because this looks like an open file, and rook b8 भी खेल सकते हो क्योंकि आपको b5 बचाना है and so on and so on. You can justify different moves here. So by the way, king f2 आ चुका है board पे भाई. This is on the board.
Yes. And now the crucial decision, rook f8, only move for Firouzja. He needs that g4 idea to be executed ताकि it is rook straight, or maybe that's the slight, hope he has. Man, this is almost impossible, I think. I think Firouzja is going down and Magnus जी अपना comeback करना चालू कर रहे हैं.
भाई या एक गेम चाहिए भाई उसको, एक गेम 10. फिर उसके बाद then he starts to feel like himself again. And that's it.
Wow.
Guki didn't plunder, played all best move. Oh, really? That's amazing. Guki के बोर्ड पे कुछ अपडेट्स हुई हैं क्या टिकू भाई?
I see he's really worse. So I don't know कि कहाँ से, like, where's the chat coming from? So feels like he's still worse. Nothing has changed. Bishop 80 तक आ चुके हैं हम लोग. But yeah.
भाई ये बेस्ट मूव नहीं थे, ये ओनली मूव्स थी. Like I think so far, after bishop e5. So of course he would take the pawn and of course he would defend the bishop. Bishop c3 was the error here, कि उसके बाद queen c2 में एक और tempo मिल रहा है आपको. But because white has a central pawn, white has more prospects of an attack on the king side, especially with a move like e5. And just think of it like a rule of thumb. जब भी ऐसे e5 रहता है तो short castle avoid करो. जब d5 रहता है तो लॉन्ग कासल अवॉइड करो, बिकॉज उन मोमेंट्स पे क्वीन साइड और किंग साइड पे बहुत जल्दी अटैक आ सकता है. लाइक दिस इज अगेन अ जनरल रूल. ऑफ कोर्स देयर विल बी एक्सेप्शंस, देयर आर ऑलवेज एक्सेप्शंस इन चेस, बट just as a general rule, whenever something like e5 is possible, unless you can play f6 to like break my majority on the king side, you should be very very careful of castling on that side.
Agreed. And Sahaj bhai, let's quickly jump to Pragg, because he had an opportunity to get an advantage and he kind of missed it. Okay, it was a tough one. And if you go to move number 21 there, wahan pe he could have, after c takes d5, could have taken with the knight. And for some reason that was really strong. And I kind of get it, because knight is potentially coming to e3, threatening a fork between the king and the queen. But he takes with the pawn instead. And now d takes e5, bishop e5, maybe it's now closer to equality. And I don't know who's gonna win this, but draw के chances बढ़ते हुए.
I just did some goat calculation, bhai. I'm very proud of myself for this. But look at this, bhai. Knight takes d5. I thought knight c4 was the problem because queen and bishop are hanging. But Tikku, bhai, bishop h3 check. King h3, queen f3, knight d6 pe knight f4. And that's a checkmate.
Wow.
That is so cool.
Wow.
Of course, easy to see when you tell me knight takes d5 is the best move, then it's easy to calculate, but harder when I don't know if the move is correct or not. This is the biggest dilemma of chess, by the way. d5, bishop e5 played.
Oh, he could have legit won this, yeah, in 2 moves, I think. Of course, Wesley would not blunder, but the fact that this existed in this position tells you the power of the 2 bishops, and that's why maybe bishop e5 here for Wesley might be a prudent move to just remove one of those bishops from the game and then bring that rook on a1 into the game ASAP. Because I feel like agar black ke pieces game mein aa gaye, this might turn out to be more difficult for Wesley than he thought. And maybe right now it's equal, but whose position do you see more potential in, Sahaj bhai?
Right now, Pragg. But if, let's say, white gets the pieces in proper place, rook becomes active, queen becomes active. Like, okay, I know it's like basically impossible what I'm saying right now, but let's say bishop e5, queen e5 ke baad, let's say I put the rook somewhere. Yeah, I'll put the rook on, let's say d1, whatever. Actually, that's not a good move. I'll play rook f1. Actually, that's also not a good move, but it's fine. My point is that I want just one change in this position, which is have this knight on instead of d2, I want to put it on f4. And Tikku bhai, I think in that scenario, I'm taking Wesley every single time. But because this poor placement of the knight, the bishop, it feels like white ke pieces bilkul bhi coordinated nahi hai. Is queen, like your queen is the most powerful piece. It's literally sitting in the center of the board and you cannot kick it. That's the main reason why Pragg is I think in a much more comfortable position. And of course, why I'm saying that White could be in a better position if the pieces were more active is because structurally Pragg is worse because the pawn on d5 is an isolated pawn.
And yeah, his king doesn't have a pawn in front of it, right? I think white king technically looks a bit safer, even though we had that mating net because कोई pawn नहीं है. So if you put the a5 like one more pawn on, let's say f7 g7, then suddenly the king looks safer. So there's potential for both sides. Exciting game हो सकती है, and the time pressure that could be soon a factor will make it even more interesting. And somebody asked, where is Udit Ujat these days? Why he just won an event. He won that जो अभी इवेंट हुआ था भाई ये वाला जियो ब्लास्ट वाला इंडिया राइजिंग का इवेंट एंड ही फिनिश फर्स्ट सहज भाई आई मीन लाइक विद कमबैक करता है तो भाई लाइक ही जस्ट क्रशेस एवरीवन या
Yeah, and also he's playing UZ chess as well, no? With it.
हाँ, he's playing that one. Yes, yes.
He's
UZ
playing
नहीं
UZ
भाई.
chess. भाई अभी
King's
7th
chess.
June से ही शुरू है तो that's a very big classical event that Vidit is playing. UZ chess, I don't know, UZ chess, I don't know how you say it, but
हाँ.
yeah.
मुझे लगा UZ चहल आ गया भाई. I was like UZ चहल से कब खेला भाई?
खेला ही होगा भाई
But
for sure.
yeah, for sure खेला होगा. But I think
By the way,
I think
where UZ won the national championship under 9?
yeah.
आपको पता होगा ये?
नहीं,
I was playing
कहाँ
there as well.
जीते?
I was also playing there as well, like in the same event.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
अंडर 7 था शायद मेरा उस टाइम पे. आई थिंक वो अंडर 11 था और मैं अंडर 9 था या फिर वो अंडर 9 था और मैं अंडर 7 था. समथिंग लाइक दैट.
Oh damn, crazy भाई. क्या ही connection, मतलब crazy connection. And I have a couple of follow-up questions जो मैं बाद में पूछूंगा off stream. But meanwhile, Bishop takes e5 यहाँ पे Wesley So ponder करते हुए and crazy Firouzja fouled rook f8. The only move in the position. And you know what the best move is, chat, here for Magnus Carlsen? You want to take a guess? Any guesses, chat? What is the best move for the goat of chess here? And then if you think he finds it.
So I think logically speaking, g4 is your threat. If you didn't ask me the question, I would have said something like h3, which seems very logical, preventing the threat. But because I know Tikku bhai, I think कुछ crazy है यहाँ पे.
h3 second best move.
h3 second best, okay?
Yes.
I also like, I mean, I'm thinking with king g1, but I don't like king g1 because we are in the end game. And I think king should be in the center. So I would choose king e2. Just based off, I don't know if this is good. Also because king e2 I'm choosing because you can never give me a check on e2. Like rook e8 कभी भी possible नहीं है क्योंकि मेरी queen सब संभाल के बैठी है यहाँ पे. So king e2, is that the move, Tikku bhai?
Why, that is the move, king e2 indeed. The
Oh,
best.
let's go. We should do this more often, bhai.
Why we should, but I would be shocked if Magnus does it actually, because still feels like like हम बाहर निकल रहे हैं, like public place में निकल रहे हैं, और I'm not sure if I'm वो याद है वो 3 days में movie थी, he forgets his pants and then goes on the to find and show the chart. Very feeling आ रही है मुझे white king की, like he's not ready to move out right now out of his home. इतनी savings नहीं है
But
उसकी.
the movie worked out, no? But that it worked out. Like कभी कभी वो risk लेना पड़ता है भाई. And I think like it's the goat of chess, and his biggest skill is endgames. Like he's known for being a monster in endgames, and I think king e2, I think he finds it, bhai.
So let's see Magnus
by
Carlsen
1-1 Maggie that he will find king e2. I'll give you odds.
नहीं odds नहीं चाहिए. 1:1 पे मैं खुश हूँ.
1:1 में खुश हो? चलो ठीक है, done.
1 Maggie bet. Let's see, chat.
Chat, what is your view on this? Does Magnus find king e2 in this position according to you, or do you think this move is too difficult?
कोई कह रहा है RCB fans, how's the feeling? Wait, RCB is losing क्या? Why, they are winning 30 runs in 42 balls. Oh, completely winning actually.
Oh, भाई एक्चुअली मैगी की जगह एक फैंटा बेट करते हैं भाई. आज कुछ नया करते हैं.
Done. Let's go.
Done. चलो एक फैंटा बेट हो गई. चैट देखो, आपकी बात सुन रहे हैं हम. We'll do a Fanta bet. जब मिलेंगे ना very soon, I'm hoping. तो वहाँ पर we can do something. Also, I owe you some Maggies as well. So.
हाँ, वो तो पुराना I think है, बहुत pending. वो तो पिछले साल का I think कुछ.
लेकिन आप 5 हारे हो, if you remember. आप 5 हारे हो, लेकिन
don't.
हाँ, but अब 23 हो गई हैं भाई. Just putting it out.
वो तो पिछला का कोटा है ना, इस साल का -5 होगा, but पिछला कोटा तो 28 है ना भाई.
पिछले को already 28 था क्या?
I counted, no. I won 10 in a row. याद है? You screwed up. You screwed up, brother. 10 मैगी आ रहे थे एक बाइट में, याद है? It went from -5 to +5, brother.
So am I? No.
हाँ, you screwed up. You were
टाटा
like,
स्टील
नहीं
में
नहीं
आई
नहीं
लॉस्ट, आई नो, बट अभी रिसेंटली आई वन, नो, फ्रॉम बोथ ऑफ यू
नहीं नहीं
इन
नहीं,
दिस
वो हमने इसमें
टूर्नामेंट.
फैक्टर नहीं किया. आई डोंट थिंक वी वन एनीथिंग इन दिस टूर्नामेंट, नो.
आई
आई एम
हैव
नॉट
भाई,
श्योर.
आई हैव व्हाट्सएप मैसेजेस. Like I
अच्छा
texted you and
हाँ, राइट राइट.
Rakesh,
तो
yeah.
यू वन 5 नो देयर.
Yeah, 5 from you and 5 from Rakesh, yeah,
हाँ, तो मेरा
basically.
बराबर हो गया. अपना इस साल का 0 हो चुका है, बट पिछले साल का पेंडिंग है अभी. यस 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 यस.
चलो डन भाई, डन डन डन.
Pushing 30 by the way. Bhai, we have already pushed 30.
अरे नो.
Yay! Let's go,
अरे
Magnus! Winning me a Maggie. Let's go, Maggie. Maggie तो Maggie. Maggie है तो Maggie. Let's go.
अरे यार, ये तो सैड हो गया भाई. किंग जी वन. I thought king e2 is very logical actually somehow. भाई मतलब the fact that you want to keep the king in the center, but okay, king g1 also doesn't feel that problematic.
You know why I thought he won't find King E2? My logic was कि अब तो मैं कुछ भी बोलूं, it would feel logical. But I felt like because Magnus said कि um, oh, by the way, super chat आ रही है. Magnus plays King to G2. I will sponsor entire set of 8 cans of Fanta both to Sehaj and Tikku bhai.
ब-
भाई King G2 कैसे? अपना
भाई
कौन खा
किंग जी
देगा क्या?
वन बोल रहे थे वो. किंग जी, आई थिंक टाइपो था वो. किंग जी वन था सुपर चैट. एक बार
So
वापस सुपर चैट करके बताओ ना टाइपो था कि नहीं.
नहीं, अब फैंटा
I'm just
भेज ही दो.
kidding by
आज
the way.
कैन भेज दो भाई. एड्रेस मैं नहीं दूंगा, बट यू नो सीओबी कल हो रहा है, वहां पे आ जाओ, वहां भिजवा दो. मे बी आई विल बी देयर विद प्रखर, तो मुझे वहां भिजवा दो भाई. एंड बाय द वे, सहज भाई, वी हैव द Armageddon between Humpy. Let's go and check out some fast action.
लेट्स गो भाई, लेट्स गो. ओ वी हैव अनदर लंदन. नो ओके, कार्ल्सबाड से आई है, बट ये कहाँ देखी है? आई हैव सीन दिस वेरी रिसेंटली, दिस पोजीशन. Sindarov played this in the first round of candidates, no? Against Esipenko. Sindarov Esipenko,
Really?
this game. This structure,
हाँ,
yeah, yeah, I remember this
सकता है.
structure very well.
हाँ.
He had bishop d3, knight e5, and he got this attack on the king side.
Wait,
And
what? 96 mistake by Humpy already, bhai. Big
oh,
Ochak doesn't
and
take
she
it.
doesn't take it. The effect of blitz by. But I think this is the game of Sindarov and Esipenko. I'm pretty sure. जो जहाँ पे Esipenko had this crazy like tactic, जो थोड़ा questionable game था Sindarov का, but then in the end he
हाँ
took over basically. Very
भाई.
similar
नाइट
position, I think it was.
नाइट को हटाओ C7 पे यार,
भाई
इससे पहले दोबारा मौका
सिंडारोव
मिले.
इज, बट सिंडारोव इज, मतलब सिंडारोव है ना इस टूर्नामेंट में. लाइक वी नो
हाँ
दिस
हाँ,
ऑलरेडी,
he's
नो.
there. He's
So
there.
this
He's
could
there.
be, this could be the same candidates prep for Bibisara, no?
Ah, that could be. And by the way, chat, look at this. यहाँ पे, yeah, King F1 is the best move. Even keeping the rook on H1, maybe the idea could be H4, Knight G5, Sage भाई. Like castling ही मना कर दी भाई इन्होंने white ने.
And now h4, ये सब king g2, knight g5, जैसा आपने मेंशन किया भाई, it looks very very dangerous because white has majority on the king side. And this pawn on f4 is so. And of course you want to play f6 because you don't want to play knight e5 and knight g5. But f6 खेलते ही जो h7 pawn पे जितना pressure आएगा, it will be very difficult to face. Bhai, I think Bibisara is gonna, like, she's looking very good. I don't know if she's gonna take this, but she's like opening wise, I think she's got. I think she won the opening battle basically.
Yeah, and black का king side अकेला तनहा लग रहा है. कोई भी piece नहीं है E6, F6, G6, H6 पे. So that could be a problem. Maybe the queen has to step in to create some defensive chances. फिलहाल के लिए time wise भी Humpy way behind on the clock. I think the time difference has increased, more than what it was at the start. So 4 minute का difference लग रहा है, more than 4 minutes. Humpy won the tiebreak yesterday, सहज भाई, but आज signs अच्छे नहीं लग रहे.
कल का tiebreak beat was like very shaky, I would say, from both players, because you remember how like we felt like it was so slow, like the first few moves were, it felt like,
हाँ.
मतलब इतना टाइम सोच रहे थे, 10 ही moves हुई थी. And yeah, it was not the best arma, I think, from either side.
Hmm.
But Bibisara is of course faster, right? 3-time world women's blitz champion. I mean, that's no joke.
So Sahaj bhai, अगर मान लो कि like Norway chases Armageddon, right? And somebody doesn't want to play it. They're like, I don't like Armageddon. So how will they protest?
This better be good, भाई. जो सेटअप किया है ना आपने, it is like very good. I just hope the punchline is like even better. Go ahead, bhai. Take it away.
So they will wear an Arma knee watch.
मेरी गलती है चैट. The problem is that I had hopes. Hope, उम्मीद नहीं होनी चाहिए थी शायद.
बट ओके,
अरमानी नहीं
आर्मा
होनी
तो
चाहिए
होगा.
भाई, क्रेजी.
आर्मा तो
अरमानी.
ओके रहेगा भाई.
भाई अरमानी
आर्मा.
कोई स्पॉन्सर है क्या यहाँ पे? दैट सेव्स यू.
नहीं भाई, काश भाई. आई मीन, मैगी
अरे.
स्पॉन्सर नहीं कर रहा है तो अरमानी का स्पॉन्सर करेगा यार.
That's very funny. Armani. But A for effort, bhai. Love it.
हाँ, थैंक्स भाई,
It was
थैंक्स
good.
भाई.
It was good. It was
ए
good.
फॉर आर्मा ऑल्सो वैसे, एंड अरमानी ऑल्सो.
Cha-
द होल गैंग लाफ. अप्रिशिएट
अरे
जिगजैग भाई,
भाई भाई
अप्रिशिएट भाई.
भाई.
बाय द
भाई
वे,
अब
95.
ऐसे मैग्नस आके मैग्नस सेज वो utter embarrassment, then you're opening the floodgates of all dad jokes, भाई. Bring it. If
हाँ.
the goat of if the goat of chess is is doing this, then of course makes
नहीं
sense, भाई.
देखो, चैट में इतने दयालु आदमी है. मिस्टर नैशद जी कह रहे हैं, नहीं मेरी गलती, मेरी गलती, मेरी गलती. इट्स सो नाइस फॉर द ऑडियंस टू टेक अप रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, म्यूचुअल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. आई लव इट. एंड बाय द वे, आई लाइक हम्पीज पोजिशन नाउ बिकॉज पीसेज अच्छे बैठ गए हैं. सम डिफेंस ऑन द किंग साइड एज वेल, बट टाइम स्टिल एन इशू. टाइम डिफरेंस अगेन कम हो गया, 3 minutes नाउ. मे बी अ स्टेप इन द राइट डायरेक्शन फॉर हम्पी.
Oh, as we said, that C5 was a slight inaccuracy, and I think this is where the exceptions happen. Yeah, because again, you can see there is a flank attack building up, and instantly says to play C5 to break the center. But in this scenario, it's not the best move. I'm guessing it's because it weakens your D5 pawn in some way.
एक बंदा कहता, मेरी फेस की जगह आईपीएल मैच चला दो भाई. भाई, भाई सॉरी भाई, इसकी अगर राइट्स हमारे पास होते तो हम खुद वही स्ट्रीम कर रहे होते भाई.
Crazy.
बट बाय द वे, C5 के बाद maybe at least there is no knight e5. Maybe that has less emphasis now, but still I agree with you. C5 feels like d5 becomes very weak long term, and queen f6 with बैठी है, so knight c3, knight d5 all comes with tempo now. But at least
Hey,
time difference कम हो रहा है. That's the good news.
I just wanna. Someone said young generation is better at faster formats, and I just wanna say that from India, I think Vishi sir is very clearly the best fast player we've ever had. Like very clearly, at least right now, like very clearly. So I think that obviously of course I think I don't think it's more so about the younger player at plays. I think it does have an effect, of course, but I don't think that's the whole story. If that was true, I think world blitz champion पिछले 5 साल के आप उठा के देखो, मैग्नस कार्लसन ही है भाई.
By the way, I think we can stick to this game for now. But Vincent भाई ने गलती कर दी है, and now Gukesh has a golden opportunity actually to close to equalize if he finds bishop e6. So maybe we can take a 10-second detour there, Sej bhai. I think एक गलती कर दी उन्होंने यहाँ पे खेल के bishop to c4.
1 second. Bishop to c4 by Vincent was an inaccuracy because of bishop e6. Okay, what about this pawn? Bishop e6, rook e6, and queen takes b7. You take on e4, and ये भी तो मर रहा है. How does that work? Wait a second, I can also play e5. So bishop e6, rook e6, I'm guessing. e5.
But knight d5, no? Knight d5 there is rook d1 maybe.
Rook d1. मेरे को भी लगा knight e3 मर रहा है, but rook d1 I thought. So knight d7 then, or where?
Let's go knight d7 for now. See if it works.
And queen takes
Seems to
b7?
work. Knight takes e5.
Bhai, come on. Like best case scenario for black is that you're losing the pawn on ace. Best case scenario. Worst case
Yeah, but
scenario is,
that's-
of course, you can blunder a tactic here.
But like some rook e7, no? Like some rook e7 ideas could be there. Like and bishop.
You are
e3.
not losing the pawn here at all. But I don't believe that. It's not possible कि ये pawn नहीं मरेगा यहाँ पे.
भाई क्या पता भाई, like it's possible. Like let's say क्या खेलोगे भाई इससे यहाँ पे?
I have to think. Knight d4 पे you have rook e7, knight e5, rook e5, rook d1 के बाद you have queen e8. That's the problem.
Yes, I saw all that. Yes, of course.
Why? This is good practice for me as well. I'm trying to hit 2900 on Blitz and chess.com, and very close to 2870 पे पहुंच गया. Actually 2898 तक पहुंचा था, but I'm trying to like test myself on every single thing to hit that target basically. And I think these things change a lot. तो टेक्स के बाद A4 सीधा खेल सकता हूँ क्या मैं, जस्ट टू प्ले ऑन?
Hmm.
Because I mean, I don't have to. I mean, I understand that I can't capture this because you have rook e7 and this hangs. This is your point.
Hmm.
But I don't have to capture here. I have knight d4 as a possibility. I have rook f d1 as a possibility. Of course, I have takes, and then I have rook f d1 as a possibility. And they all look dangerous, bhai.
By the way, rook f d1 is a nice move taking ke baad, but then black has
Okay.
to find the only move, that is queen to e8.
Mm-hmm.
And if you take on a7, then again rook e7 is the move because you control d7. There's no rook d7 to stop it. So queen e8
Oh,
is the
that's
move
the
there. Very
nonsense.
important.
What if I played rook? Thank you for telling me rook d7. I missed this move earlier. But rook e3 तो नहीं मर रहा ना?
Rook d7, then a5 basically. And rook f7, queen f7, queen a8, and queen a2 basically.
Okay, rook f7, I'm not so sure about. I still think this position itself, I'm not evaluating this as equal because queen's on 7th rank, rook on 7th rank. Your rook is still घर पे एकदम. So
No, I think
I'm
white
not
is the one. By the way, he played bishop e6. He played bishop e6. So Gukesh at least found the
nice.
move. That's the good
Let's
news.
go. Bhai, Arma. Let's go to Arma, no?
Ha, let's go.
Off Humpy G.
Let's
Oh,
go.
what? Did she just play king f? Oh, knight f3. Look at this, knight f3, king f3. And g5 she plays, which was an error, apparently.
What? Wait,
What
why
did she,
g5? अगर f खुलती भी है g5, isn't black's king weaker with queen c3
what
and
if I go
g1?
f takes g5? Is there a... Oh, queen f5, queen e4. Sorry. That's what she wants. But
But
there is, of course, an intermezzo, yeah.
why even that is lost? Even if you take the bishop.
Arre, bye. That's
Okay,
not
that was
good.
a big blunder actually. It's lost,
Okay, but
completely
probably
lost
it's
now.
like because she has 1 minute on the clock. Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
ओहो, क्या बात है चैट में रेनू अग्रवाल सेइंग सहज भाई कल भी गुकेश घर वाले रुख से ही जीता था. क्या बात है भाई. You are absolutely right. I think we've learned something from I have learned something from his game from yesterday for sure. But let's see आज वो रुख कितना useful रहेगा.
भाई जाके RCB has won. Have they won, chat? नहीं, not really, no, not yet. 12 रन चाहिए, बस 27 बॉल में. ओके, जीत जाएंगे. Come on. FG5 played. I think this is completely over for Humpy. Knight f6 check आ रहा है. Then bishop d3 at some point could literally trap the queen. King can hop back to g2. I think this is falling apart. 36 seconds में उनको 18 move खेलने हैं. She has to play 2 seconds per move, Sahesh. 2 seconds per move.
भाई उसके बाद भी 1 second का इंक्रीमेंट है. देयर इज नो 2 second. इट बेसिकली शी हैज 10 more moves to play. If she survive, if she makes a draw, or if Bibisara blunders, then I think it's over. If the game continues more than 10 moves, it's physically impossible to just play. Oh, queen
Like
takes
queen
d6.
d6, queen d6, queen d6, queen d6. Come on, queen d6. Queen sack and rook e8, rook g8 is checkmate.
Oh, she plays it. Oof.
Fire
Okay,
on the
that
board.
That was beautiful from Bibisara bhai. Well done. That prep worked, yeah. I think that candidate's prep from Sindarov. Chat, do check out that game. Check out that game of Sindarov versus Esipenko candidates round 1. And you will see this exact same setup was there. And I think Bibisara used that exact same setup against Hampiji to win today as well. Because I think she knows, yeah, such a setup is very difficult to play on with the black pieces, especially with time control. By 24 साल में queen sack करके जीतना is very, very impressive.
Wow, I think G5 was self-imposed. एक वो इन्होंने mistake कर दी. So I think that means we have one result with us. Humpy has drawn the classical but lost the Armageddon. And now Bibisara is on 9.5 points, 1 point ahead of Divya. So if Divya doesn't win, then Bibisara will be the leader, Sahaj bhai. And let's take a brief look at the Divya game because Black seems to have an only move.
Wait, so Queen c6, I'm not sure if I would play that because I was thinking h5 is more logical because I want to defend the pawn. But I see Queen c6 ka bhi same hi idea because I'm not allowing, basically I'm just threatening e4 and I'm saying you can't take on g4 because your bishop is hanging. But also it's not an easy decision to switch the queen from this side to the other side. But okay, there is a threat on e4 though at the same time. So I'm thinking, how is it difficult to play a move like Queen c6? Because let's say if you play Queen c6, I'll go something like Queen c2. Just okay, आपने pawn को attack किया, मैंने pawn को बचाया. What then? Bishop b7.
Because g4 hanging है.
Oh,
Does the
yeah, yeah,
queen
sorry.
queen trade benefit me? I'm just thinking maybe h5, your move. Yeah, you just keep everything kind of moving forward.
H5, okay. But I'm not so sure how easy H5 is here. Because I would play H5 immediately then. Because it doesn't make sense to include. So my question, Tikubai, why not H5 straight away? Is there some tactical reason here? Is it knight D5 maybe?
So I don't know what the reason is, because my logic was कि भाई queen c6 पे है ना, I can give this knight h3 check, bishop takes e3 and queen takes c4. So
Hmm.
queen takes c4, the bishop. I think hoping कि भाई कुछ king wing open हो जाए
Okay.
white का. But I'm not sure if it works though. I'm not sure if it works.
I see, I see. So you wanted to go like this, give a check, take this, and by puzzle rush OP. Nice
चलो भाई
calculations there.
chat.
But like, what's the problem here? Why can't I play H5? Is it knight D5?
Hmm.
Because I'm
Let me
trying to make
check.
sense. Why is it possible that on Queen C6 and Queen C2 black is like
Oh,
clearly better and here it's not?
it's knight to c5, which is kind of freaky because you're apparently about to play knight to d7 next.
And
Just
then
take
knight
the
F आ
bishop.
जाएगा.
Yeah.
तो Queen C6 का एक तीसरा idea है. Like not just to attack this and this, it's to prevent knight C5, which is probably the most important out of all of them. And now
Wow.
that kind of explains why Ju Wenjun is thinking for, well, almost 10 minutes.
Wow. And 38 minutes each, by the way, neck to neck chal raha hai time situation. So the good news is at least Divya has some squares she can occupy. She has some good plans, knight c5, knight d7. So black has to be accurate. She has to prevent knight c5 either via queen c6 or the second best move, queen e7. So knight c5 cannot be allowed, or white is at least equal.
तो बेसिकली वो जो घर का बिशप है उसको बचाने के लिए क्वीन C6 खेलना है. आई फील लाइक दिस वी आर गेटिंग दिस लेसन अगेन एंड अगेन. जो पीसेस एक्टिवेट नहीं हो रहे वही सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट रहते हैं भाई.
हाँ. And wo f5 square is so important because knight f5 के बाद then of course this becomes like a bit scary for the black king as well. So बहुत crazy position है. I don't know if who will be able to navigate the situation better. So Sahaj bhai, maybe it's time to look at the bird's eye view and guess कि भाई क्या लग रहा है, कितने results. We already have one draw in the classical. कितने Armageddon are you picturing today? Has your guess changed from that 3 number that you chose earlier?
Okay, so I see Pragg has not gone for that queen trade. Means Pragg is trying to play on. But I think Wesley's position looks very solid to me. So I am gonna pick a draw there. तो 3 से 2 तो हो गए, but Magnus still I think has very good chances. By Firouzja का time देखो, by the way, 15 minutes only. That's I think a very important point there. And I think Divya is in a bit of trouble. So it still could be 2. I think Ju Wenjun still has a chance to defeat Divya in classical, but that is if she finds Queen C6, which we know is not an easy move.
Yeah.
So yeah, ज़्यादातर तो आर्मा ही लग रहे हैं, but Magnus I think can take. I think one player I can say convincingly मुझे वो Magnus लग रहा है भाई.
Agreed. I
What
think
about you?
Magnus clearly in the driver's seat. Can absolutely agree with that. By the way, I think Firouzja has played a move, and that is Bishop D6 खेला उन्होंने शायद, right? या पहले से था वो? नहीं, वो पहले से था. My bad. No, he just played it. Bishop D6 actually. He
No, he
just
just
played
played
Bishop
Bishop
D6.
D6.
Yeah, and the idea is
17 मिनट
G4 and
सोचने
Bishop
के बाद.
H2. Yeah, I'm guessing. कुछ.
Yeah, something like that. Yes, for sure.
But I think by the way, Queen B5 मर रहा है, so that's a free pawn.
क्योंकि
Not
G4 पे
sure.
then Queen G5 check है ना मेरे पास.
Queen G5 maybe King H8.
Then free का pawn. Thank you. Thanks. Second one.
अच्छा हाँ, sorry, my bad. Then Queen G7 खेलना पड़ेगा यार. Head off into the end game. Rook Bishop, Rook Knight versus Rook Bishop end game. Yeah.
वो तो लॉस ही होगी ना. Like how are you saving this?
Bhai, apparently it's white who has to fight for the draw there. Not kidding, because there's a beautiful move. Chad, Sajid, let's go to that. So Queen C B5, G4, Queen G5, Queen G7, takes, and now knight to D2. So basically saying ki if you take on H2, I can take with the king now because Rook is defended. But black to play, chat. What is the move for black? Which basically turns the tide completely, and Firouzja could win this if this happens. Tough one, yeah? Easy to
Yeah,
miss.
that's a tough one. Bishop h2, no, no. So you're almost there. Step one you've done, like you know what the final plan is, but usko set up karna hai basically. Abhi, and
हाँ
but also chat, like whenever you see something like this, also figure out why your instinct was wrong, because that's the best way to learn. Because don't just believe us. Like if we are saying this is bad, don't just believe us. Figure out why the move you said was wrong, and that will give you the answer.
yeah. And yes, bishop f4 is the move actually. You force the knight to move, and if knight moves, then bishop e3 and bishop h2 both are winning. So, iska matlab ki bhai, matlab, it's easy to miss, and we already have queen takes b5 on the board. And
Arey.
g4 now is the only move for Firouzja. Bhai, do you think there's even like a 5% chance that Magnus could miss bishop f4?
No, no, no. I think even if the position happens on the board, I think it's impossible that he misses that, because guy has 57 minutes on the clock, no
Ha,
chance.
true, 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 true.
But I think maybe after g4, I'm not sure if we covered this, but queen g5, queen g7, takes. I think I have e5, no? Yeah, I think I have e5.
Ah, okay, then
Okay,
another draw, yeah, I guess.
भाई ड्रॉ क्यों है, लेकिन ये तो
Like
मैं
bishop
खेलूंगा
b4,
ना.
no? Bishop b4 and gf3, no?
Ah, bishop b4 I missed completely. Okay, but bishop b4, why is that a draw also? cb4? gf3,
gf3?
rook f3. भाई मैग्नस है सामने, रुक एंडिंग में एक पॉइंट डाउन खेलोगे आप मैग्नस के साथ,
Uh,
वो भी 15 मिनट लेके.
I'm
Like this
still
is
hopeful I
exact,
can
like
hold this
you would
because,
be comfortable in this position against anyone in the world besides Magnus, I think.
yeah, true. That's a fair assessment. But I think king pawn endgame may draw as Sahaj bhai because I can just take on f3 and I pick up the e5 pawn actually.
Oh, I see. I missed king
Uh,
g6, king f5, king e5. Yeah, एक टेम्पो से मैं छूट रहा हूँ यार. किंग f2 पे होता तो बढ़िया रहता, f4 पे होता तो बढ़िया रहता यार.
या e2 पे होता तो बढ़िया
Yes.
रहता भाई.
या e2 पे होता तो भाई चीज खत्म था, गेम ही खत्म था अभी. गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी मिस्ड. बट लेट्स
Magnus
सी.
effect. वो चैट कह रही है भाई.
साहिल भाई
Uh,
करेक्टिंग सहज इज अ फीवर ड्रीम.
by the way, एक क्वेश्चन है
भाई
रोबर्टो का.
उन्होंने प्रग को हराया हुआ है भाई, आप ऐसे लाइक इस
How
चैट में सिर्फ एक ही बंदा है जिसने प्रग को हराया हुआ है भाई.
Wait, I have a question. Acha, I love this question actually by Roberto. How would you describe your job to an alien from another planet? By the G4 played by
I
Firuza.
भाई I struggle to explain my job to my mom. You want to explain it to an alien? Like क्या ये कैसा मतलब भाई, no chance.
Let me think. Let me think. So,
By moving your ear, right side. Yes भाई, right वाला ear exactly.
maybe ec- my job is to explain a battle of strength, a battle of like a battle of demonstration of powerful consciousness of one over the other, something like that. Like you're basically saying it's a mental battle, right? Matlab, I don't know because chess तो समझ में आएगा नहीं. I don't know. But how do you
भाई
translate that
कितना
into?
सीरियस आंसर दिया टिक्को ने यार. I was expecting like कुछ आएगा, मतलब होता है ना कि मेरे को लगा कुछ बोलेंगे फिर उससे कोई एनालॉजी आएगी. कितना सीरियस आंसर था भाई.
भाई
सो अनप्रिडिक्टेबल टिक्कू.
एलियंस को लाइटली नहीं ले सकते ना भाई, उड़ा डालेंगे हम सबको, तो बड़ा ध्यान से बोलना
हाँ, बट
पड़ेगा.
एलियन गैम्बिट को लाइटली ले सकते हैं.
हाँ, that's true, that's true, that's true,
शॉट्स
that's
फायर्ड, लेट्स गो.
true. फालतू का हाइप बना रखा है भाई.
हाँ मतलब बाय द वे रिफ्यूटेड है पूरी. देखिए आपने, लाइक पूरी रिफ्यूटेड है, लाइक
देखिए
आफ्टर.
भाई, लेट्स गो.
Bhai Magnus said in his interview that his 2840 rating is perfect to his level now. He's 2825. Do you think he plays regular? He can go down to 2800, and as he's playing like, I don't know, below 2800 in this. Uh, I think no. I don't think he will be below 2800 even if he came back to classical chess. And I think it's unfair to base one player's performance or one rating जो उन्होंने 15 साल से जो बिल्ड कर रहे हैं वो आप 2 राउंड 3 राउंड हारने के बाद आप उसको जज कर रहे हो. लाइक इट्स अनफेयर आई थिंक. इट्स लाइक मतलब आई एम नॉट मतलब अगेन मैं क्रिकेट देखता नहीं बट आई एम श्योर लाइक योर फेवरेट क्रिकेटर हैज ऑल्सो बिन बोल्ड आउट एट जीरो. इट मस्ट हैव हैपेंड एट सम पॉइंट राइट. कभी ना कभी तो हुआ ही. इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी ना कि उनको बैटिंग नहीं आती. तिक्कू
हम्म.
भाई आई थॉट ये एनालॉजी में मुझे आपका सपोर्ट चाहिए था यार.
नहीं नहीं
बिकॉज आई थॉट यू विल
नहीं.
जंप इन विद सम आईपीएल फैक्ट्स एंड आई वाज लाइक या लेट्स गो.
No. I think I agree. I think also like are they in prep? For example, अगर MS धोनी IPL खेलते हैं या anybody who's retired from professional cricket plays IPL, you can't expect them to play as well as they normally do. Sometimes they might not be in form, fitness, physical fitness, and multiple other reasons. So yeah, I think Magnus doesn't play as much nowadays. I think if he's decided कि भाई I'm going to play one event every month for the next year, classical chess. I'm going to prepare. I'm going to full down, sit down, prep as as much as anybody else in the top level of chess. Then of course he will rise to 2850 again. But I think वो भी पूरा effort उनकी तरफ से missing है. I think he's became a father, he got married and so on. So he's enjoying his family life, Sahaj bhai, and that involves, of course, some compromise in terms of the amount of prep he does. And it might also involve the lack of playing, involves him making mistakes in time pressure, as we saw in multiple games.
Yeah, correct. I think also like maybe this is Magnus not trying as much. I think that now मुझे feel to, because you know the way he's talking. I think yesterday when we were looking at his one of his confessionals, he was talking about how he had looked at the line and how something about the fact that he's old and something about the fact that he looked at the line and still he forgot. By if you are taking it super seriously, there is no way you say that. There is no way you would tell like the world exactly your thoughts or what went. You never tell anyone what went wrong because then I mean it like in future matches people have an edge over you. Like इससे पहले like I mean very rarely have I seen Magnus show any kind of weakness. I mean Magnus was the first one, for example, जो seconds की बात हुई थी. Magnus was the first one to say I'm not even going to tell you who my seconds are. So, is that a mistake? Bishop F4 is a mistake, no? I see
Why
it.
he went for the same idea actually, apart from the queen trip, but this time it doesn't work. And Magnus has to find g3. It's the only move in the position to attack the bishop, and bishop e3 pe king g2. It's super crucial he finds it.
But this is simple. नहीं तो बिशप e3 चेक वैसे ही looks dangerous. किंग h1 पे रखना पड़ेगा.
And RCB has won. Wow, bhai. So the IPL final is over, and finally, thank God, Dhurandhar 2 release हो गई इंडिया में भाई. तब से वेट कर रहा था मैं.
अभी कहाँ रिलीज हुई है भाई? अभी तो 4 जून को होगी ना.
हाँ, बट खत्म तो हो गई कम से कम. चलो यार, कुछ तो
आप
शुरुआत तो
चाहते हो
होगी.
तो आप चाहते हो तो मैं आपको दिखा सकता हूँ कि हंगरी में है.
नहीं,
मैं
पता
आपको
पता
मैं
वो
आपको
तो.
फोटो भेज सकता हूँ धुरंधर की if you
वो
want.
जलन तो मुझे ट्विटर पे दिख गई थी भाई. सो ग्लैड दैट आईपीएल इज ओवर, बट मैन आरसीबी वन टू टाइम्स इन अ रो भाई.
हम्म.
आरसीबी रिमाइंड्स मी ऑफ अर्जुन. बहुत टाइम तक you're not able to win it, yeah, you're not able to finish in first place, but once you win once, you're going to win like back to back, I think. So अर्जुन को भी वो पहली विन
Yeah,
चाहिए भाई.
हाँ एग्जैक्टली. बट आई होप अर्जुन मतलब आरसीबी को काफी टाइम लगा था ना. लाइक
हाँ, ये चीज तो है यार.
कुछ तो 15 साल समथिंग लाइक दिस. आई डोंट नो हाउ मच टाइम इट वाज बट आई होप लाइक नो भाई अर्जुन को उतना टाइम नहीं लगेगा भाई. नो चांस. If you
True.
could mute one person in real life for a day, who is it?
I don't know if I can say.
I have a name in mind, but it was more. It's not like. Are we talking about written things as well?
Nice spoken, I think.
Spoken. Fear I don't care. Fear it's fine. Divya blundered. Apparently, people are letting us know. Oh no, she didn't blunder. By I think Ju Wenjun
Super.
found Queen C6.
And she blended with queen f1 भाई.
Oh, so it is a blunder. And why is this a blunder? Blunder क्यों? -1 ही तो है. पहले भी तो -1 ही था.
-2 दिखा रहा है भाई मुझे अभी.
Oh, मेरा -1 है. Crazy. क्यों है -2? Queen takes C4 or what? Just very simple.
Bishop e6 apparently is the move.
What?
Yeah.
Bishop e6, fe6, I guess, because you want to keep an eye on the c3 pawn.
You know what the best move is after bishop e6? Chat, any guesses for Divya?
सूखा पीस है क्या?
नहीं, it's rook to d5, the best move for Divya after bishop e6. भाई
I
साहब,
just wanna show this. मतलब,
wow.
yeah, that's impossible. Yeah, that's just impossible.
कोई कह रहा है so many ads. भाई यार मैं डिसाइड नहीं कर रहा एड्स भाई, ये यूट्यूब जी है हमारे प्यारे, ये हमारे देवता है भाई लिटरली, तो क्या करें. मीनवाइल मैग्नस कार्लसन जी अभी भी
Like,
सोच रहे हैं सो गो.
इसके भी सॉल्यूशन रहते हैं वैसे चैट, by the way. Like, there are like ways you can solve it very easily actually.
वाओ.
Exactly. जो चैट में लिखा है भाई, exactly. Use that. That's what I do भाई. Literally, that's what I'm on right now. भाई इसका कमेंट पढ़ो आप और वो करो भाई. But yeah,
नहीं नहीं
Divya
भाई.
in deep trouble. I think maybe we can come back to it. By the way, Magnus' ka advantage is increasing. Okay, but no moves. He's still thinking about G3. Wesley and Pragg पे एक नजर टिकू
हाँ
भाई.
मैं वही कह रहा हूँ, चलते हैं वहां पे बिकॉज आई थिंक वी हैव अ बंच ऑफ मूव्स. एंड नाइट c4 बहुत ही बढ़िया स्क्वायर लग रहा है एक्चुअली. आई एम स्टिल सरप्राइज देयर इज नथिंग फॉर ब्लैक बिकॉज बिशप f3 पे किंग f3 आना पड़ रहा है या इन सम केसेस, बट स्टिल देयर इज नथिंग. या आई डोंट सी एनी क्लियर प्लान. ओके क्वीन f3 भी है बट कुछ होना चाहिए था यार अब तक यहाँ पे. और प्राग.
भाई I think this is you remember when we were saying कि like knight D2 पे खराब लग रहा है, F4 पे होता तो like piece the white could be like have a good position. Knight on C4 is not very far off from that because you are hitting the A5 pawn. It's technically an outpost. The pawn on D4 is now looking a bit weak. I'm not liking this development for Pragg Bhai. He has to find some counterplay right now because if the queens get traded, for example, it is only Wesley who's playing for a win. Like 100%.
या आई थिंक वही ना, वो पॉन नहीं है हमारे पास g7 पे. आई थिंक द ब्लैक किंग इज मच वीकर. अगर d4 गया देन सडनली एवरीथिंग फॉल्स अपार्ट. Maybe the queen trade could help Pragg here. Maybe if he really wants to go for a draw, yeah. Sometimes you trade queens, you pick up b3, and then should be a draw maybe.
But the question is, does he want to go for a draw? Because remember,
हाँ.
Tikku Bhai, in this situation, after bishop e5, queen e5, rook c1 here, okay, actually, he shouldn't exchange the queens either because that's not technically playing for a draw. No, no, no. I'm wrong here. D4 kind of makes sense, but I don't like this, bhai. I don't like this position for Pragg anymore.
चलो luckily time है उनके पास, so that's the good news. क्या हुआ भाई?
यार एक ड्रॉ की कीमत तुम क्या जानो रमेश बाबू.
Shit.
चैट यार तू कहाँ से भाई, कैसे चलता है तुम्हारा दिमाग? लाइक दिस इज इनसेन. एंड व्हाई डिड आई नॉट थिंक ऑफ दिस बिफोर? Like this is my joke. This is like exactly my level joke, bhai. How did I miss?
भाई.
How did I miss
And if
this?
someone doesn't know
Well
Pragg का
played, मेरे
पूरा
भाई. Well
नाम,
played. Hmm?
is Ramesh Babu. Like if just in case somebody doesn't
Yeah,
know,
yeah,
भाई.
yeah.
Funny. विराट कोहली को स्ट्रीम में बुलाओ. नहीं यार अभी बुला नहीं सकते यार. हम लास्ट टाइम जब सेलिब्रेशन मंगाया था विराट कोहली का तो थोड़ा चक्कर हो गए थे, तो इस बार थोड़ा सा प्लेइंग इट स्मार्ट. होम सिटी चेंज हो गई थी फिर.
I'm so mad I didn't think of this joke, भाई. एकदम बढ़िया से सेटअप करता मैं इसको भाई. A huge opportunity missed.
कोई ना सहज भाई, नेक्स्ट टाइम. एंड मीनवाइल कुछ भी नहीं हुआ एक्चुअली. सो
क्लासिकल चेस. बाय द वे कुछ हुआ है भाई मैग्नस के बोर्ड पे. ही हैज फाउंड G3 एंड बिशप E3 चेक के बाद ऑफ कोर्स ही फाइंड्स किंग G2 एज वेल एंड क्वीन G7. देन मैग्नस इज टेक्निकली अ pawn up but some problems around the king. Like rook f8, queen f8. I'm not sure how are you saving this queen f2. Maybe queen e2 is just simple enough. And okay, you're a pawn up, and it most likely is going to be a queen endgame. Queen pawn versus queen.
आई थिंक ये ऐसी गेम है जहां पे ब्लैक को परफेक्ट खेलना पड़ेगा भाई. आई थिंक ही इज नॉट गोना सेव दिस. आई मीन विद द रूक ट्रेड आल्सो द चांसेस ऑफ यू चेकमेटिंग मी आर वेरी लो. द G4 pawn is soft and I feel like Magnus क्लासिकल में जीतने वाला है. आई थिंक आई डोंट सी Firouzja होल्डिंग दिस वन चैट. आई थिंक दिस इज
Yeah,
कंप्लीटली
yeah, yeah.
ओवर.
Agreed. No, I think no chance. Also time situation also भाई, all this feels like a Magnus game, yeah, like time पे भी advantage शुरुआत से, like putting pressure, getting comfortable early on.
You do not know your audience. We want Gukesh game. I think Gukesh game में कुछ हुआ नहीं है. If we go there सहज भाई एक बार, कुछ हुआ ही नहीं है. After Bishop E6, he played Rook
ये तो
F3 1 that
ऑडियंस
we
को
saw.
गुकेश का गेम चाहिए था क्या? हाँ क्या? Huge if
हाँ.
true.
And now
भाई
Queen
ऐसे
C8 के
ऐसे
बाद
शॉकिंग बातें करते हो आप चैट.
Gukesh sir's game. I love that. यार. कितनी इज्जत है. I think Gukesh at 20 years old has accumulated so much respect, and that's nice to see. Bishop takes E6, Rook takes E6 सहज भाई, and ये E4 pawn is there ठाकुर. Is what Gukesh is thinking now.
भाई हमारे मॉड जी बोल रहे हैं भाई अब क्रिकेट बंद कर दो. क्या हुआ मॉड जी? यू डोंट लाइक आईपीएल? लगता है
खत्म हो गया भाई.
लगता है आरसीबी आपकी फेवरेट टीम नहीं थी भाई. एनी थॉट्स देयर प्रिंल भाई? And Tiku bhai, what should Vincent play here? Should he go, like, objectively speaking, should he go e5, or is there like a better, let's say, engine try in this position?
I feel like Vincent already जीत चुके हैं. When he played an opening which resembled the Kohli system, and Kohli has already won, Vincent has already won today. He's won the IPL and he's won Hearts. तो अगर अभी वो यहाँ Queen to B6 चल दें तो मजा आ जाए.
या मजा तो आएगा भाई.
समझ
ये
लो.
सही टेक्निक, ये रॉबर्टो मार्टिनेज की बढ़िया टेक्निक है भाई. सारे मैसेजेस बोल्ड करो ताकि इट्स स्मार्ट भाई. आई लाइक दिस.
भाई मुझे पता भी नहीं था बोल्ड कर सकते हैं. मैं पहली बार
हाँ
सीख
आई
रहा हूँ.
डिड. नहीं, आई थिंक वो कहीं और डाल रहे हैं, उसको बोल्ड करके कॉपी पेस्ट कर रहे हैं वो, आई थिंक.
या फिर स्टार से होता होगा. लाइक स्टार से यूजुअली व्हाट्सएप पे होता है ना बोल्ड. आई थिंक सो मे बी. इंटरेस्टिंग. सुपर चैट किसको चाहिए भाई? बोल्ड करो. टिकू भाई पीक बोटेज गैम्बिट भाई ये जरूरी है. इट्स रिक्वायर्ड समटाइम्स मैन. इट्स लाइक द नेशन वांट्स इट टू हैपन.
सो आप बता रहे थे भाई कि व्हाट इज द बेस्ट इंजन ट्राई हियर फॉर विंसेंट, बिकॉज इट्स नॉट E5. वी डिड टेक अ लुक एट दैट. वहाँ पे थोड़ा बाहर नीचे गया. सो
E5 ही है
व्हाट्स
भाई.
द E5 ही है. उसके बाद नाइट D7.
नाइट अच्छा नाइट E4 कह रहा है वो बेसिकली.
ओके.
कह रहा है आगे बढ़ो लाइफ में. नाइट
पहले तुम नाइट
E4.
D7 जा रहे थे ना? यू
हाँ
सेड.
नाइट D7 पे क्वीन B7 बोल रहा है. सेइंग कि इट्स स्लाइटली बेटर. मतलब बोलते हैं ना लाइक मच्छी बराबर बेटर. लाइक बेसिक 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 प्लस.
तो बेसिकली क्वीन B7, रुक B7, नाइट E5. Am I supposed to capture this as well?
Yes. And now rook D7 basically.
रुक D7. Oh sorry, रुक D7 is actually very nice. फिर एक पॉन तो मिला कम से कम.
And chat question to you. अब ब्लैक को कौन सा पॉन बचाना चाहिए? A पॉन की F पॉन? Come on chat, let's go. Should I play something like A6 to stop the A pawn, or should I play something like rook F5 to stop the F pawn? Come on chat.
भाई ये कैसा सवाल है भाई? It's like a chat you should know. Yeah, like I'll personally be like offended here. अगर
कौन सा
if you
पॉन
say.
बचाना चाहिए? Let's go chat. Sejva, I see F in the chat.
Nice, 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 nice. इसी बात पे हुई.
मैंने भी यही किया. पता है मैंने भी यही किया लिटरली.
भाई ये तो दोनों पीसेस हो रहे हैं, इंक्लूडिंग द वाइट एज वेल.
हाँ 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 हाँ.
दोनों हो रहे हैं.
भाई साउंड इफेक्ट बड़ा बढ़िया है इसका. साउंड इफेक्ट डूम ग्लुक. And chat answer wise, you should save the A pawn with A6 because वरना white का A pawn can queen, and after rook F7, luckily for you the bishop defends G7.
A6.
हाँ A6 very important.
भाई द गोल्डन पॉन त्याग दो मतलब एकदम.
हाँ. And after rook F7, you have to play rook to D8 basically and create counterplay, and then pray to God कि this is draw.
भाई ये इम्पॉसिबल है बचाना.
फिर तो
ये
गए
आई
भाई.
थिंक दिस इज इम्पॉसिबल आई थिंक टू से भाई. Even without the even with the single rook na, एक rook बचेगा, and it's just no bishops also. I think still it's very difficult to hold this with black because of the a pawn. Practically, I think.
Chad, if you're joining us after the IPL, let us know if your favorite team won. And यहाँ पे आपका favorite player, I think I'm guessing is Gukesh. It looks like it's tough. He's defending, but I think he's been playing well since the second half of the game yesterday. थोड़ा confidence वहां से उनको hopefully आएगा. Time pressure build up हो रहा है, by the way. 17 more moves to go. गुकेश के पास 22 मिनट है, so that's almost a minute a move. And Vincent के पास भी 30 है, so both the players slowly are gonna feel that pressure behind, creeping down their necks कि भाई time नहीं है, तेज खेलना है, and the chances of mistakes increase.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, as he thinks, by the way, let's take a quick look at Firouzja because he has 4 minutes only.
Wow.
And he makes a mistake. I think another one. At least from what I can see on the bar. And Rook F8 looks tempting. Magnus is a pawn up and has like 43 minutes more. I'm not sure what is like a bigger advantage here, Tiku bhai. Do you think the bigger advantage is the pawn or the fact that he has 47 minutes more?
I feel like tough question actually. I feel like the position maybe, yeah. मतलब Magnus को ये position दे दो, time उल्टा भी होता, he might still win, yeah. Like that's the kind of.
No. Like difficult, yeah, because I mean Magnus specifically, I think difficult because
No, I mean like
he's been making mistakes and time pressure a lot, no, in the
हाँ
past.
वो है. Like मतलब in terms of peak, Magnus like would convert this regardless. Like you give him
Peak
30
तो of
seconds.
course, peak तो जीत
तो
चुका होता भाई अब तक.
हाँ. Winning game in hand, बिल्कुल भाई. So देखते हैं क्या होगा. And also Pragg की game में no major changes. By the way, Vincent has played e5. So crucial
nice.
moment in that game as well. Knight d7 we saw. Knight e4 is the better move though. But उसके बाद भी it's not completely clear कि भाई कहाँ से आ रहा है वो quality. Let's see
This
what
can
Gukesh
be, I
plays.
think, one of those exercises, like strategic exercise जो आप training camp में करते हो, like your coach plays white has gone e5, evaluate knight e4 or knight d7, and then they put like one of those Russian clocks, and then they like wait like 15 minutes, and then you think, essentially.
भाई he's not playing it. He's not playing it. The variation पता है क्या है? Knight e4, rook b c1 to attack the queen and prevent knight c3. Now rook c6 to counter. Now knight d4, rook takes c1, and only move knight c5, voluntarily pinning your knight. After queen d5, the only move is rook b8. I mean, this is
25 के
already
बाद
just impossible, I feel, for black to defend.
Hmm.
And there's knight f5, by the way, now. There's e6 now. There's rook d1 now. I feel like Gukesh, knight d7, he choose करेंगे शायद. It just looks like a more natural move.
Yeah. I mean, the follow-up is just ridiculously difficult. Yeah. Also, 19 minutes only for Guki, yeah? For 16 moves, bhai. Guki also in time pressure
17.
here.
17. It's very tough,
17, sorry,
actually.
yeah. एक चाल और भी है. You're right.
भाई लोग आरसीबी कह रहे हैं यार मैन दे डिड विन एक्चुअली क्रेजी यार खत्म हो गया आईपीएल व्हाट अ लॉन्ग जर्नी इट्स बीन Kohli wins 2 in a row. Can Gukesh do it as well? Good question.
एक सेकंड ना टिको भाई I'll just be right back.
हाँ कोई कह रहा है आई एम आयरन मैन आई एम ए फीमेल वाओ great bhai great that's crazy bhai if you are a female and meanwhile by the way Gukesh has I feel like it's now literally a minute a move. It's literally a minute a move. This is huge pressure, actually. Come on, Gukesh, play it now.
देखा आपने मेरा वैसे मैं कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहता था but
it's
literally it's
it's
true.
about
You see it, right?
it's about targeting your audience well, I think. But anyways,
Yeah, you're right.
and Chad, by the way, um, As Gukesh makes his choice, now literally a minute to move. कल से जो भी चालू हो रहा है, chat. Oh, he
Oh,
finds
94.
94.
Let's go.
Wow.
But that I'm not sure if that is good news because the follow-up was really difficult, right? And queen
Yeah.
takes b7 में क्या हो रहा है by the way? Knight c3 just straight. Yeah, knight c3 straight. That's actually clever because queen b7 टिकू भाई knight c3 के बाद you might think कि queen c8 rook c8 and I can play rook c1 to pin this rook and I'm safe. But that doesn't work because black has knight e2 check. वैसे कहानी में twist. Oh, but he doesn't play it. He goes rook dc1 there.
Sorry भाई, एक ढक्कन खोल रहा
Um,
था.
like
Typical
you mean
hubby stuff.
you meant that literally या फिर
Literally भाई ढक्कन खोल रहा था भाई, जो खोल. Typical
Oh,
hubby stuff. By the way, look at this knight c5 only move. Can we go full screen? He plays that also. Let's go, Guki.
17 minutes though 15 चालें और खेलनी है. And if
Come
I
on,
go
Gukesh.
queen d5 looks very logical.
It's an interesting moment actually. Because my engine feels like it's drunk, Sahej bhai. Eval बार ही change कर दिया उसने after queen d5 now.
Not a good move क्या?
Apparently it's saying queen d5 पे b6 now is the best. And it's just equal.
Oh, he takes on c5.
Yeah.
That was the best, yeah? Of
Yes.
course. Again, imbalance, bishop versus knight. Free pawn. Let's take it.
Okay.
And now it's knight versus knight और bishop तो trade नहीं होंगे इतने easily. So I'm not so sure if this endgame. Okay, I know it's objectively it's equal, but I'm not so sure how easy it is. Because that pawn on e5 looks very, very annoying by.
Wow. I agree. वो वैसे like the bar is saying it's almost equal, but it's not easy to understand why. Because at the end white का pawn दिख रहा है मुझे e5 पे. I'm not sure bar को इतना confidence कहाँ से आ रहा है इस position में. This is why Gukesh is a world champion. Yeah, man, he found some great moves, but the problem is the pressure doesn't end. He still has to play 14 moves in 16 minutes. Chad, this is the same Gukesh that created insane counterplay yesterday, but कल वो प्रग से हार रहे थे, but clock पे बहुत आगे थे. And Sahej भाई यहाँ पे क्या है? He doesn't have any clear counterplay, right? It's a two result position maybe.
Yeah, at the very least. I mean, of course, like there is no. I think Vincent has to really, really try
To
in order
lose.
to lose this. Yeah, very, very hard. He has to try. I mean, it's just a sukha pawn, bhai. At the end of the day, no compensation
Yeah.
whatsoever, and you can't even win. Like you can't even in the like near future, you might be thinking bishop e5 से bishop d4 नहीं आ रहा है, bishop d6 नहीं आ रहा है, bishop b6 के बाद भी bishop c7 नहीं आएगा because rook is controlling this, bishop b4 नहीं आएगा क्योंकि मेरा rook control कर रहा है, bishop c3 नहीं आएगा because मेरा rook control कर रहा है. There's no way you can take this pawn. Even though it looks like the pawn is fixed on a dark square, the bishop should be able to take it. It's not happening anytime soon.
Chat stream like करो. Let's get more people and let's see क्या होता है आज. The world champion fighting it out now. Literally a minute to move. And meanwhile, Magnus वहां जीत रहे हैं. Pragg is also fighting. भाई neck to neck. Divya under pressure. Humpy drew her classical and lost the Armageddon. Vincent भाई के लिए बहुत बड़ी win हो सकती है ये. And Gukesh के लिए also बहुत बड़ी win because after his win yesterday, Sahej भाई, Gukesh has crawled up to, I think it's world number 17. And if he were to somehow win this, for example, or his next game, his next leap will straight away take him all the way to world number 15. So every win, kind of gives him 2-3 rankings in the world ranking. So दिन के पार जाके बैठ जाएंगे. Come on, let's go.
Amazing, bhai, amazing. But this looks very hard to hold by 13 moves, 14. Also, I keep forgetting there is no increment. Queen b7,
Yeah.
okay, taken. Rook b7, rook on the 7th rank, bishop pe attack. Bishop b6 perhaps is a good move, but rook d1, rook d7 looks very scary to deal with. Of course, bishop b6 के अलावा अब bishop रखोगे किधर, right? There's no other place.
Mm-hmm.
So bishop b6, I think, yeah, best move. Rook d1, I was thinking, and now rook d7. Is there some tactic here that I don't see? Because you cannot convince me that rook d7 आने के बाद this position is 0.4. There is no way I'm believing you. So what is it? कुछ tactic है भाई.
So after rook d1, I think there's only one move for black Sahej bhai, and that is rook to c8. and
Okay.
that's the Indian's choice.
Ah, okay, okay, I see it. Rook d7, rook c1 check, and king h2, bishop f2, and rook f7
Yes,
के बाद rook g6 है आपके पास. Yeah, bishop g3 is a mate. I
yes,
saw this. Yeah, yeah.
and शुभी हमने डिंग का नाम लिया था और रुक g6 मूव आ गई, and now white has to play only move g4, otherwise he is lost. So it becomes like an
Oh,
interesting position.
he plays rook c8 straight away. He doesn't go bishop b6.
Oh, that's even better actually, because bishop f2 का threat है अब.
Hmm.
Like I would totally lose this in this position. And now what does Vincent do?
Rook c2. Simple. Pinned.
Hmm.
Slow खेलो king or just bring the king to f1. I mean, take a page out of Magnus. Well, Magnus didn't play king e2, but I think Vincent can go and
Yeah.
play king f1, king e2 to activate the king because it's an endgame.
Let's see what does Vincent do in this position. He has 18 minutes to play 9 moves, so 2 minutes a move. No, sorry, that's Wesley. My bad. My bad. My bad. He has 28 minutes. He has a lot of time actually.
By the way, question हम टिक्कू भाई और मैं डिस्कस कर रहे थे कुछ टाइम पहले like आर ज़्यादातर लोग like when we're talking about people, let's say around the age who are under 30, are they also watching as much cricket, or are you watching other sports as well, like chess and football and basketball and so on and so on?
I
I'm
think वो
not
तो
sure.
दोनों एज
Yeah.
ग्रुप्स लाना पड़ेगा ना भाई, तभी कंपेयर हो पाएगा.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
think
I
cricket.
think I know because I know my brother, I know my family in that.
Hmm.
I know they are die-hard cricket fans in that sense, but I'm just trying to get a grasp of um people who are a bit younger than me. टिकू भाई,
Cricket
look at
and
the messages.
chess.
मैं बोल रहा
Only
था आपको भाई.
chess. Cricket
I
and
told you.
chess.
भाई आप selectively पढ़ रहे हो messages लगता है.
I see all sports. I see cricket, chess. I see chess. I see cricket. I see NBA and chess. All Olympic sports, MMA. हाँ, बैडमिंटन भी दिख रहा है, टेबल टेनिस भी दिख रहा है. Like we should do a poll actually on this. It would be an interesting one.
Yeah, I think we can see वो like okay, people are watching other sports as well. Yeah, that's what I
नहीं नहीं,
was
for
saying. I
sure, for
think
sure, for
Champions
sure.
League is very very big, I think, in India.
I think it was वही कि it's like like for example, I will do a universe analogy here. The solar system is huge, yeah. Like we can't comprehend how big it is. It took Voyager 1 like 50 years to even reach the corner of it, and we are still just one light day away. Then we have like the galaxy, right? I mean, which is billions of times bigger. And then we have the universe, it's like cricket. So even though I think other sports are watched by a lot of people, like cricket just dwarfs everything. It's like वो अलग ही लेवल पे है भाई क्रिकेट. मतलब लाइक मुझे याद है एक बार लाइक कुछ मैच चल रहा था सहज भाई, उसका वर्ल्ड कप का, राइट, क्रिकेट वर्ल्ड कप का. उनका जो
Mm-hmm.
प्री शो होता है ना, जो प्री शो होता है सहज भाई,
Mm-hmm.
उसका प्री शो स्टार्ट होने में आधा घंटा था. सो बेसिकली 1.5 घंटा पहले था द वर्ल्ड कप का
मतलब प्री
मैच.
शो था.
प्री शो स्टार्ट होने के पहले कुछ चल रहा था, लाइक मतलब एक बेसिक लाइक रीकैप और समथिंग. इट हैड नॉट स्टार्टेड, आधे घंटे में चालू होना था. एंड दे हैड ऑलरेडी गॉटन लाइक 2 करोड़ व्यूज और समथिंग.
Oh
लाइक
wow.
1 करोड़ समथिंग, लाइक इट वाज. आई वाज लाइक इतने तो हम यार भाई, तो 40 लाख व्यू गुकेश सिंह के वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप के पीक पे जीतने पे थे. और इनका भी प्री
Wow.
शो भी चालू नहीं हुआ है, एंड दे ऑलरेडी हैव 1 करोड़ व्यूज. सो आई थिंक क्रिकेट जस्ट ड्वार्फ्स एवरीथिंग, बट आई डू अग्री कि इंटरेस्ट है. आई थिंक वी आर सो मेनी स्टार्स नाउअडेज दैट वी फॉलो.
For sure. I think जैसे एक वो है ना कि I think if you understand the game, then it becomes very interesting, I think. But वो एक वो first step लेना पड़ता है, I think, for a lot of people. And then I mean I personally, like I have like in Budapest alone, मैंने दो अपने friends को अपने आप चेस सिखाई है. And now they play every day. Yeah? Like they play from time to
Nice.
time, and they are also playing on chess.com and stuff. I mean, it's, by the way, Ruxi 2 played as well. That's a good move.
That's a very nice move actually. And now apparently Gukesh has to double up his rooks. Ki bhai, I'm going to double up
Very
the c
hard.
file. Not easy. This
Otherwise,
e5
rook
pawn is.
takes a7 is hanging, na?
Oh yeah, that's a good point. A7 pawn be hanging hai. Bhai, this is tricky. Tactics on every move, says by like Gukesh has to be on his guard, and he has what, 13 minutes and 12 moves to play. Played.
Wow,
Let's
nice
go.
move. Why is I think Gukesh has genuinely improved in crunch moments. I think genuinely. Okay, Rook D2 played, and now Rook D7 का threat. I
भाई
really don't like Rook D7, bhai. It looks so scary. Though, I mean, what's worse than a rook on seventh rank? Like, two rooks on seventh rank.
Oh, bhai. This is after bishop b6, rook d7. You're supposed to trade both the rooks with rook c7. Oh, you're supposed to take one rook. You're supposed to play rook c7, trade one of the rooks, and
Rook,
continue.
I'm assuming
Ah,
this one to C7. No, this one to C7, yeah, or the other one.
either
I'm
rook works
assuming.
actually, I think.
Really?
I
Are you sure?
think so. I'm checking.
What is?
Either rook works. Either rooks to c7,
Wow.
and then you trade the rook, and bishop takes c7, and then you draw that in game. Okay, that makes a lot of sense actually.
Bhai, but how are you evaluating this as a draw? I mean, like, le- in terms of like logically, I don't think it makes sense because black is already a pawn down, and you are supposed to not trade pieces when you're down in material, right? It is white who wants to trade pieces in this position. So I mean, but yeah, I do agree. But एक question टिक्कू भाई, फिर रुक D7 आप अलाउ ही क्यों कर रहे हो? रुक C7 सीधा ही खेल दो.
That's a fair point. But maybe the rook can pin me or c2, right? Like
हाँ,
takes
टेक
rook
6 के
c2.
बाद रुक C2, या एक गलती and it could be very dangerous. Oh wait, he's going for the rook.
I.
Bhai, I think he played, what did he play? Rook B6 he played, okay. I see, it was very difficult to play this, but okay, that's still a good move. And a smart one also, because Rook B6 के बाद अब A B6 and this pawn, which probably was, okay, it's not badly placed, but it's definitely better placed on B6. And also Rook 8 के साथ, maybe you can put pressure on the A2 pawn as well.
How many armas today? I think एक तो हो चुका. I'm gonna guess 2. I'm gonna guess 3. I'm gonna guess 4. I think 4 armas today for me, I think now. Combined. 3 more is my guess. Ajay, what do you think?
भाई ये मुश्किल लग रहा है भाई. I actually don't think this game also goes into armor.
Ooh.
मुश्किल लग रहा है भाई.
So Kesh wins, yeah?
I hope it does, but Pragg I think looks definitely more possible. But yeah, I'm
Yeah.
not sure. By the way, Divya is kind of back, more or less kind. Yeah, actually no, not really.
Show other games. Yeah, I would love to. I think कुछ crazy नहीं है actually. I think Pragg's game is, well, maybe close to a draw, but Gukesh is 11 minutes. I think that's the lowest time anybody has right now. Gukesh is 11. I think apart from Anna Muzychuk. So serious pressure for Gukesh. And I think how Vincent plays this in the next 2 to 3 moves will dictate whether Gukesh can equalize easily or not. And Rook D7 is a nice move by Vincent, maintaining both the rooks on the board, pressuring the A7 pawn. Rook D8 could be a threat. भाई आसान नहीं है.
Bhai, Ahsan, this looks, yeah, I mean, almost impossible to save.
So why not just
Especially with 10
A5,
minutes.
A4, A3? Like push the pawn a little bit. Like I'm just thinking कि कल को if you can play pawn to A3, rook to B2, like that should be enough of counterplay for a draw.
A5, maybe I'll go. Look, firstly, I think the bigger problem is कि 7th rank पे दोनों rooks आ सकते हैं मेरे. Rook A7, Rook D7. I mean, I know Rook A7 is not possible right now because of Rook B1 check. Maybe A5 में I'll go King H2 just to get away from this possibility of the check. You play A4, A5 के बाद. I can play something like Rook A7, attack your pawn, bring the other rook to D7, and then suddenly the F7 pawn is under attack. And then दोनों रुक 7th रैंक पे हैं. इसका मतलब ये एक G7 के pawn पे भी एक X-ray है. तो you can also potentially push E6. And if black ever captures with the F pawn, then this pawn could be a huge target as well. So all of these thoughts are, I think, going through Gukesh's mind, and he doesn't have enough time to process them, basically. By the way, Magnus looks like he's completely winning now, yeah? Just having a quick look there because Firouzja has 2 minutes on the clock and Magnus has 30 minutes now. This is the current position. Queen, knight, 4 pawns versus queen, bishop and 3 pawns. But all the 3 pawns are isolated.
This is, I think, lost already. You
Yeah.
don't have much flexibility, right? I mean, you can't really move the queen anywhere apart from the G file. The knight can move forward. I think this is basically just gone. Okay, Firouzja will offer resistance, but 2 minutes on the clock, it's just practically impossible at this point. And even after 5 more moves, you can get like 1 second on the 10 seconds on the increment. Not enough at all. Can bishop attack rook in Gukesh game? Somebody is saying. I think you mean if we go there, said bishop b4, I think is what they mean. I think you can. उसमें तो कोई doubt नहीं है. But is there like a goal behind this? Is it to bring the other rook to c1? I don't know. Because maybe white can just go rook e2, yeah? And keep protection of the second rank. By the way, Gukesh has played rook b1 check. King h2, of course, should be automatic.
By the way, 8 minutes for 8 moves. 8 minutes for I also like जब थोड़ी सी better होती है ना white आपके opponent की और आपकी position खराब है, then it's very very important that you keep more time on the clock. I think this is very very difficult for him to hold. Also by rook c2 के बाद ये bishop pin हो रहा है ना सीधा, and then rook d5.
Oof. That's a good point. So bishop को move करना ही पड़ेगा, I think. You have to move the bishop.
Yeah.
For example, rook f1 trying to win the f2 pawn.
King g3?
It does work actually. I can do it for now, but king g3 maybe then.
Then उसके बाद rook c2 is still possible.
So bishop
Also, bhai, like just wanna bring this point that rook f1 के बाद at least Gukesh will be worried of moves like rook c2. Even though you're winning rook f2, I can still play rook c4 and ये bishop pin हो रहा है. And then rook d5 next move and you could lose it. So I mean, Gukesh he would at least be concerned about this. Is my point.
Yeah, with 7 minutes on the clock is definitely not the move you want to consider. By the way, 9 moves to go in 7 minutes. Chat getting very serious for Gukesh, and Vincent looks very calm. I think he senses ki bhai, maybe it's not completely winning for me just yet, but I have very good chances. And Vincent Keymer, by the way, 5 Armageddon kill ke 5 hare hain. So he's not had a single classical result. He would love one actually, especially if it's a win. उनका जो रिजल्ट है ना, it looks like binary code numbers 10101010. असली ये एल्गो तो विंसेंट जी लिख रहे हैं सहज भाई.
Also, apparently, it's Wesley has had a lot of draws in this tournament. मैंने अनीश का ट्वीट देखा था कुछ तो. Of course, had to be.
भाई मैग्नस को हरा दिया वेस्ली ने, मगर
that is true, but I think this was like yesterday or something. तभी वो जागा होगा उसके बाद.
Very interesting. By the way, 6 minutes to play, 9 moves.
भाई 6 minutes पहले 7 थे और अब 6 हो गए भाई.
Basically, he has 6-7% of a minute, Sahaj bhai, to play each move.
Yeah.
Let's go. Still thinking. Panic mode कह रहे हैं Sky Burner. I think it's very close to that actually. Very, very close.
Magnus, someone is saying, Magnus, I played my world championship prep against Alireza. Bhai, I am not sure where you heard this because I didn't. How many results in Open? I think we don't have any results. Yes, we only have a result in the women's section between Bibisara and Humpy ji, who drew their match, and Armageddon mein Humpy ji sadly lost. So Bibisara actually is currently at least leading the women's section, and if Divya just holds the position, then basically she can at least make a comeback, or she can be tied first, or if she wins in classical, then she's like 2 points ahead.
He goes for okay fun. Bhai, that was my move. I mean, I have no words.
Wow.
I'm worried for Gukesh now.
Why is that a good sign, chat? Tikku said rook f1 and 5 minutes later Gukesh played rook f1.
The problem is exactly he took 5 minutes for it is my issue, because rook f1 खेलना चाहिए तो you need that time maybe to handle that pin, because 5 minutes भी ले लिए, and now if white plays something like, I don't know, king g3, you have to start wondering ki bhai, am I going back to c1? And even rook c2 here, like You're holding the bishop by a little thread, I think. So देखते हैं क्या होगा.
चैट लिख रही है, गुड साइन फॉर
अरे
विंसेंट.
thank you chat, thank you, appreciate it.
बाय
Thank you
फॉर
chat.
विंसेंट, फॉर विंसेंट. पूरा नहीं सुना, सेलेक्टिव.
एक बंदा कहता वर्स्टेस्ट साइन भाई.
अरे
बताओ.
अरे अरे, बाय 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 बाय.
I trust bar and it tells me it's a draw. Bhai, bar is saying that white
Why?
can put some
That's what,
pressure.
that's what every chess parent thinks when you are when you're playing a national youth championship. Let me tell you that. And every time you have a good game or a bad game, like you have to explain basically to your parents or to your coach. Well, not your coach really, because they understand that mistakes can happen in chess. But you have to explain to them कि भाई why you couldn't play a certain move or how you missed a certain move. And then वो वहाँ पे भी engine से पूरा comparison होता है. Don't do that, chat. Don't do that. Humans are not machines, and it's unfair to compare someone to a machine.
Humans are not machines. Unless Elon Musk installs the chips in the brain, then I don't know, Sahaj bhai, maybe that changes
It's like
soon.
it's का equivalent ये हुआ कि imagine एक like एक robot just एक marathon भाग सकता होता, and उसको उसको आप देख के आप कंपेयर कर रहे हो कि देख वो ये ऐसे वो अपने पैर चला सकता है एंड तू नहीं कर सकता ये. It's because the machine is perfect, yeah, and humans will have certain limitations which I think don't show as clearly in chess.
सहज
हाँ
भाई
हाँ,
ने ना
रखो
मतलब बोलते हैं ना
रखो
लाइक
भाई.
जब वो एआई व्हेन इट टेक्स ओवर द वर्ल्ड चैट, सो सहज भाई को तो जिंदा छोड़ देंगे वो. इसके बाद आई थिंक सहज भाई इज सेफ. आई
भाई
थिंक विद दैट स्टेटमेंट.
क्लॉड इज ओपी भाई.
I'm gonna tell you something. आपने क्लॉड वर्ड बोला सहज भाई. I just recorded a short on this today. I'm gonna tell you. Do you know there was like a guy in prison in the United States in the 1990s who became ranked number 2 in the US?
ये क्लॉड से कैसे याद है आपको?
क्योंकि उस बंदे का नाम पता है क्या था? क्लॉड. And he was in jail
बट
for
नंबर
like,
2 इन व्हाट? चेस?
he was rated 2789 USCF bhai.
भाई व्हाट आर यू सेइंग?
I am not
How?
kidding. Google this up. Claude Goodblood was a guy apparently who was in jail for something very gruesome. By the way, I don't want to go into that, but he basically played a bunch of tournaments in jail and he got to US rank number 2, and his peak rating was 2789. I'm not kidding. I made a shot on this today. I was like, wait, यार ये क्या story है भाई?
I just looked it up and you were right भाई.
उस बंदे का नाम क्लॉड था भाई. That's why I remember this. तो crazy chat, crazy facts to tell your friends, no? कि भाई मतलब
Okay, but like I'm seeing some, like even in Wikipedia कुछ I mean चीजें लिखी हुई हैं, like
हाँ
which I
हाँ
mean
हाँ
I'm not
हाँ, like he
talking
was
about
said कि he
that, I'm
was
talking about like how he, yeah, I mean I'm not sure if this is right or wrong, but yeah, it's a 2759 I see was his rating at the time.
crazy है ना भाई, like मतलब. But okay, anyway, by the way,
Yeah.
Bishop E6 played.
ओहो,
जीतने
बिशप
के
E6
बाद
के साथ ही राकेश भाई,
ओहो
वेलकम वेलकम भाई. कैसे हो भाई?
यो व्हाट्सअप भाई। बढ़िया भाई, यार जीत गई। मस्त, सब बढ़िया देख के आया मैं। मजा आ
हाँ
गया,
वर
वही
यार
यू
मजा आ
ये
देयर?
गया।
क्या है भाई?
यू वर देयर?
नहीं नहीं भाई, मैं तो घर पे हूँ ना, मतलब जर्मनी में हूँ ना।
ओह अच्छा
मैच
अच्छा
के लिए
अच्छा.
नहीं, मतलब ऐसे ही। भाई मेरी
हम्म.
मेरी मेरी टीम है ना, मतलब मेरे स्टेट की टीम है, तो फील्स नाइस।
हाँ नाइस.
ओह वेरी नाइस
भाई
भाई,
तो
वेरी वेरी.
गुकेश की में क्या लग रहा है भाई? डज ही होल्ड दिस?
गुकेश का भाई, आई फील थोड़ा सा डर है, क्योंकि लुक एट द टाइम सिचुएशन भाई। जस्ट 5 मिनट्स एंड आई फील वो 39th 40th मूव पे ना एक सीन हो सकता है। एंड प्रॉब्लम इज भाई 10 सेकेंड ही मिलने वाला है। तो सहज भाई बिशप है, बट आई वुड लाइक पिक विंसेंट हियर। हाउ अबाउट यू?
Yeah, 100% I think, because time is a very big factor for me, because अगर time reverse होता,
हम्म,
गुकेश के पास 18 मिनट, विंसेंट के पास 5 minutes, I would say that he's holding this.
करेक्ट। एंड हाँ, आई थिंक टिकू भाई ऐसा लग रहा है ना, ये इवैल बार ना थोड़ा मिसलीडिंग है, बिकॉज ब्लैक के ना काफी प्रॉब्लम्स है यहाँ पे दैट he has to solve in very little time. But I love this rook g6 idea for Guki.
अग्रीड एंड आई थिंक चैट में कुछ क्रेजी चल रहा है भाई. एनी कॉकरोच इन द चैट कोई पूछ रहा है भाई. कौन कौन है भाई
हैं?
हमारी चैट में, मतलब एक डिफरेंट स्पीशीज आर एक्साइटेड इन चेस. राकेश भाई, व्हाट डू यू फील अबाउट दैट कि भाई दुनिया भर के स्पीशीज चाहे कॉकरोचेस भी कंज्यूमिंग चेस नाउ.
भाई सही है, मतलब रिसेंटली कुछ देखा था मैंने कॉकरोच रिलेटेड, बट या दे आर लाइक ऐसे काफी सारे पैंडेमिक और सब कुछ उन्होंने ये किया है, जिया है, मतलब
हाँ.
अपोकलिप्स, डायनासोर्स, सो दे आर सर्वाइवर्स आई वुड से.
या एंड बाय द वे 17 मिनट है
भाई हम
विंसेंट के
किसकी
पास.
बात कर रहे हैं, हम क्या बात कर रहे हैं?
अच्छा, ये
क्या
ये
पता है
मतलब
ऐसे.
था क्या भाई? तो मैं भूल ही गया. ओह शिट.
भाई टिको भाई, आप भी ना क्या.
मैं भूल ही गया. आई थॉट इज जनरली कोई मजे ले रहा है भाई. आई कंप्लीटली फॉरगॉट. बट ओके, एनीवेज
नहीं नहीं.
आई थिंक वी शुड चेंज टॉपिक नाउ. कोई मच्छर है क्या चैट में भाई? मच्छर गैम्बिट आपके नाम पे ओपनिंग कोई मच्छर है तो बताओ भाई.
वो दिव्या गेम ड्रॉ बोल रहे हैं, इज इट ओवर?
ओह
चैट इज या.
भाई, ब्लैक के पीसेस तो चढ़े हुए हैं दिव्या के किंग के ऊपर.
ये
आई डोंट नो
ये
लाइक.
करने के बाद तो मृणल भाई ने भी छोड़ दिया भाई. अब तो मृणल भाई भी हंसने लग गए भाई. लेट्स गो.
आई कंप्लीटली फॉरगॉट कि वो रेफरेंस भी है भाई. मैं तो जैसे लाइक नाइव इंसान की तरह बस चिल कर रहा था भाई.
टिको भाई सच अ क्यूटी यार, मतलब.
भाई
कि वैसे कैसा हुआ, कुछ बताओ ना भाई, सीओबी का, लाइक टेल अस द डीट्स.
भाई
कैसे चल रही
प्लेलिंग
है
तो आ
तैयारी?
गई है. सो
हाँ
एवरीबडी
हाँ.
प्लेज 4 गेम्स टुमारो. एंड
ओके.
तो 4 में से 8 लोग, आई थिंक सागर भाई की वीडियो में ही देखा मैंने एक्चुअली. 4 में से 8 लोग जाएंगे इन द सेमीफाइनल्स एंड फिर 2 में से 1 फाइनल्स में. एंड द मोस्ट इंटरेस्टिंग पार्ट इज दैट फॉर द प्लेयर्स द फर्स्ट प्राइज इज
हाँ.
6 lakhs which is like crazy. Second prize
ओके.
is 4 lakhs. Third prize, do you know how much it is?
सिक्सटी
Take a
नाइन
guess.
थाउजेंड
7 करोड़.
7 crore. Take a guess, chat. कितना प्राइस होता है थर्ड प्राइज? It's
6 lakhs, 3 lakhs आपने बोला?
6 lakhs, 4 lakhs.
6-4 के बाद थर्ड प्राइज, या तो समय ने ना कुछ अलग क्रेजी सोच के 10 लाख रखा रहेगा, या 10,000 रखा रहेगा.
500 रुपए.
अबे भाई
Not kidding.
यार
Not kidding.
भाई imagine playing the semi-finals भाई. Imagine playing the semi-finals भाई. Like,
क्या
और
प्रेशर है
imagine
भाई.
जो लोग सेमीफाइनल्स में एलिमिनेट होंगे उनको मैच ऑफ 3 खेलना पड़ेगा ना. वो जो होता है थर्ड प्लेस के लिए फाइट
500 रुपए
करने
के
के
लिए.
लिए.
500
500
रुपए
रुपए.
बट भाई, और मतलब इफ यू लूज द, मतलब जस्ट विन द सेमीफाइनल, इट्स वर्थ 3,99,500 रुपीज. साहिल देखो
Yeah.
भाई. भाई क्रेजी ये, आई थिंक ऑफ कोर्स समय भाई ने सोचा रहेगा, बट मजा आ गया ये सुन के.
Yeah, it's wait, what? Did he just play 94? Wait,
यस.
can you go into a rook end game or no?
I mean, I think Rook Endgame is very, very difficult to save this by. I think I'm not even sure why is it 0-0-0. Like I seriously don't understand this because I feel Black is really in trouble here. वो जो fourth pawn जो A pawn है हमारा इसकी वजह से without the A pawn I think okay this is a dead draw. I think we all know it. Okay, still not a dead draw. White can still play on. राकेश भाई, I'm sure you will know this. कौन सा गेम था वो जो कस्परोव किसके साथ हारा था इन दिस रुक एंडिंग?
भाई मुझे नहीं पता भाई.
कम ऑन, यू विल नो दिस.
पीटर लेको मत बोलना भाई. बस.
मतलब
नहीं
4
नहीं
वर्सेस
नहीं
3.
नहीं. हाँ, 4 versus 3 किसके साथ हारा था कस्परोव?
पता
यू
नहीं
नो
यार,
दिस
सही
भाई.
में नहीं
वी
पता.
वी हैव स्पोकन अबाउट इट भाई. तभी याद है ऐसे पॉइंट
एक
स्ट्रक्चर था भाई. पिछली स्ट्रीम में हमने लाइक नॉट दिस मंथ बट लाइक वन ऑफ द अर्लियर स्ट्रीम्स वी स्पोक अबाउट दिस. चैट, डू यू रिमेंबर? And it's not I mean, he's a very strong player, but I wouldn't say like a super popular guy. But a
कॉर्चनाय
very
बोल
strong.
रहे हैं चैट.
नहीं, Korchnoi
विशी,
was
कॉर्चनाय, क्रैमनिक.
no.
एक हिंट दो ना भाई, मतलब टेल मी द कंट्री.
I don't actually know where he's from, to be honest.
भाई
Wow.
भाई ये तो.
I will check. He's a 4-time Dutch champion. He's from Netherlands.
अरे
वैन विली, सोकोलो.
नहीं नहीं
No,
नहीं नहीं नहीं
no,
नहीं.
no.
अरे जो ना, अरे वी आस्क्ड विशी सर अबाउट दिस. राकेश
Yes.
भाई क्या?
अनीश.
नहीं.
No.
यॉर्डन.
भाई
अच्छा
We
तुझे
asked
लगता
Vishy
है
sir
अनीश
about
फेमस
this.
नहीं है क्या?
यान
Like,
टिमैन, यान टिमैन.
Yes.
टिमैन.
no,
What?
no, it
No,
wasn't. No,
I
not
thought
यान
Timan
टिमैन.
होगा.
not Jan Timman either.
भाई
Kasparov
भाई,
lost a 4 versus 3 rook endgame against a Dutch
which Dutch
grandmaster,
player? Which
Pickett.
Dutch grandmaster, भाई?
Jerome Pickett, bhai. Come on, you
Oh,
both of you would have known you would have seen the game for sure at some point, for sure.
भाई मैं उधर विराट कोहली का विनिंग शॉट देख के आ रहा हूँ, ऐसे सडनली ट्रांजिशन वाज क्विक फॉर मी. बट
भाई
या
हम
यू
भी
आर
तब
राइट, यू
से
आर राइट,
पॉली
दैट्स
सिस्टम की बातें कर रहे हैं, नो?
अच्छा कल का वो
भाई
खत्म नहीं हुआ.
नहीं नहीं
कल
नहीं नहीं, अभी
भाई
भी चल
आज
रहा है.
ऑन द बोर्ड होने ही वाला था, बट बच गए हम लोग बिकॉज ही वाज पुटिंग अ ट्रिब्यूट टू विराट कोहली एक्चुअली, बट फिर विराट कोहली खुद ही जीत गए तो उन्होंने कहा भाई चाहिए नहीं हमें तुम्हारी ट्रिब्यूट, तुम रख लो. बट द प्रॉब्लम इज विदाउट कोहली आल्सो ही इज विनिंग नाउ भाई. रुक जी से वाज अ मिस्टेक बाय
भाई
विंसेंट, एंड बाय द वे 2 मिनट
विनिंग से याद
5
है,
चाल.
और विनिंग से याद है,
Okay,
लुक
never
एट
mind.
जस्ट अ स्नीक पीक एट मैगी. भाई इट्स लुकिंग लाइक इट्स ओवर.
ओ मैगी तो डन भाई, क्वीन और नाइट का कॉम्बिनेशन, जी जी. भाई दोनों
भाई
पे टाइम
क्वीन एंड
प्रेशर है.
नाइट. भैया कार्लसन हैज प्लेड इट रियली फास्ट. और भाई लुक एट दैट क्वीन F3 चेक इज अ चेकमेट इन 3 थ्रेटेंड.
अरे वाह.
ये तो 5 मिनट खत्म हो रहा है भाई मैच, नॉट मोर देन दैट. या ओ लेट्स गो भाई. भाई ऐसे ही
ब्यूटीफुल. भाई
मैजिक होता
समय
है
भाई
तो मजा
ओपी
आता है.
चैट. समय भाई ओपी लिख दो चैट में.
By the way, not to be the bearer of bad news, the Pragg is slightly worse, but ठीक है, still in control, so not gonna go there for now. भाई
पिगी
only move,
बैकिंग. बोलो बोलो बोलो.
हाँ only move rookie 2 for Vincent, but I think automatic ही है भाई, कोई crazy तो है नहीं इसमें.
हाँ लाइक ये अपन अपन लोग भी खेल
55
लेते थे.
seconds भी है ना भाई, 55 seconds is too little. By the way, look at that,
फॉर
Gukesh does
फ्यू.
not take the knight.
या ही नहीं गया रुक एंड गेम में. बट भाई बेरर ऑफ बैड न्यूज से याद है टिकू भाई, जस्ट पिगी बैकिंग ऑन यू. हम्पी लॉस्ट, गुकेश मुश्किल, प्रग यू सेड इज डिफिकल्ट, एंड दिव्या इज माइनस. भाई इंडियंस का पॉइंट बनेगा आज.
भाई
नहीं,
आज
हम
क्यों स्किप कर देते, फिर हम लोग थोड़ा मैच वैच देख लेते अगर पॉइंट मिलने ही नहीं दे तो.
स्ट्रेटेजिक टाइम आउट लेता है चैट हम कुछ.
हाँ, because the point is कि भाई rook g5 doesn't make sense if you are going into the rook endgame for me, because what is the rook doing on g5 सहज भाई? So it
भाई आई
makes sense
थिंक
if you
जब
keep
2 मिनट होते हैं ना क्लॉक में, तो कुछ यू कैन नॉट जस्टिफाई एनीथिंग, यू जस्ट प्ले वट एवर योर हैंड टेल्स यू टू प्ले बेसिकली.
भाई
वो
he's
देख रहा है
done.
कि भाई मतलब 2 मिनट में टाइम खत्म है भाई. ही कैन नॉट थिंक, ही जस्ट
It's
हैज टू
gone.
प्ले.
Rook अभी वो g6 से आया है, and rook g6 is the only move now to even continue the game, or he is busted भाई. He plays it though भाई, फिर क्यों आए g5 पे? Is he like offering a repetition or something?
हाँ हाँ भाई एग्जैक्टली. ड्रॉ करेगा. वो विंसेंट को देख के नंबर 2 को वो ग्लो सर्कल करे फिर से, नोटेशन पैड में जाके, पता है उसको, याद दिला देख भाई, वर्ल्ड वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप आ रही है, याद रखिए उस दिन.
नहीं ऐसे ऐसे कैजुअली, विंसेंट भाई वो वर्ल्ड चैंपियन डेट अनाउंस हुई क्या? कहता नहीं मुझे पता है.
नहीं, अनाउंस हो गई है वैसे. बट तुम्हें नहीं पता अब तक.
हाँ वही. अरे यार भाई लग गए यार.
भाई सहज भाई कुछ करो यार.
भाई ये
डर
हाँ
डर लग
मतलब
रहा है
विंसेंट को कन्विंस कर सकते हैं रिपीट करने के लिए इफ यू वांट. विंसेंट खेलेगा अभी, रुक D2 वापस, रुक G5 वापस लगाओ. भाई एक बार, आई फील लाइक इन अ विनिंग पोजीशन, लाइक द प्लेयर हु इज विनिंग, एक बार ऐसा करना चाहिए जस्ट टू लाइक गिव सम होप. आई फील लाइक इसका भी
फॉल्स होप भाई.
एक साइकोलॉजिकल इफेक्ट होता है इसका फॉर श्योर,
या
because your opponent just gets like completely shattered, yeah. And with 1 minute on the clock, you just have no time.
यार आज तो भाई हम कितने क्या क्या डिस्कस नहीं किया सहज भाई, जब टाइम था कार्टून से. राकेश भाई व्हाट इज फेवरेट कार्टून चाइल्डहुड में?
टॉम एंड जेरी.
नहीं नहीं भाई, डोंट लाइक, आई नो बट लाइक वो कोई और बताओ. वो टॉम एंड जेरी तो भाई हमारा, वो तो ओपी ओपी है भाई.
हर किसी का है
अच्छा
मतलब.
वैसे आई
वैसे कोई
लाइक
अपना बता.
स्वॉट कैट्स.
हाँ
जॉनी
cat.
ब्रावो, एडम्स
Oh,
फैमिली,
of
काफी
course
काफी
भाई.
थे.
जॉनी ब्रावो नाइस.
बट भाई ऐसे मतलब इतना बुरा है क्या पोजीशन गुकेश का कि हमको कार्टून के बारे में बात करना पड़ रहा है?
भाई हम नॉडी से लेके मतलब
एक्चुअली
बोलते
हाँ
ना.
भाई. एक्चुअली
भाई
इतनी
वैसे
खराब है.
आप लोगों का क्या है मतलब, चैट आप भी बताना. एंड टिको भाई, सहज भाई, व्हाट वर योर फेवरेट्स ग्रोइंग अप?
भाई ड्रैगन बॉल जी वाज लाइक द बेस्ट भाई. आई
Oh yeah,
स्टिल
of course, of
समटाइम्स विल
course.
वॉच अ वीडियो समवेयर कि मतलब क्या हुआ कुछ नए आर्क में, लाइक सम मांगा आर्क में, व्हाटएवर, लाइक इट्स क्रेजी. Sehaj bhai, yours?
As a kid, I never really watched because I was basically I didn't really
चेस
watch
खेल रहे थे
TV on
आप?
time. हाँ, chess खेल रहा था तो मेरे TV allowed नहीं था मुझे. तो
Oh, okay,
I
okay.
I
Bhai!
I started watching.
क्या?
Yeah.
Bhai, Pragg is lost. What?
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 It seems like it's plus what? How did this happen?
भाई
By
King
40th move
D4.
curse. 40th move curse. भाई Wesley is on another level भाई. Magnus के बाद I think वो unbelievable confidence is there.
भाई and this is huge for the standings. Wesley goes into the sole lead क्योंकि लग रहा है फिरोजा तो हारने ही वाला है मैगी के साथ.
And
तो भाई
I
आर्मा
really wanna...
किसका होगा?
Bhai,
किसी का नहीं. No armas today.
you know what? Gukesh is losing, Pragg is losing,
हम्म.
Humpy has lost in the tie breaks. एक बार दिव्या की पोजीशन देख के ना आपकी रूह कांप जाएगी. I mean, how is the king on H1 feeling? It feels like black के सारे पीस मतलब बस 4 भूत चढ़े हुए हैं भाई सर के ऊपर, ऐसे लग रहा है मुझे.
भाई ऑनेस्टली ये इवैल बार ना थोड़ा
कंजूरिंग का
डिस्काउंटेड ऐसा
5th
लग रहा
पार्ट है
है.
भाई. सॉरी भाई, कंजूरिंग का 5th पार्ट लग रहा है मुझे. राकेश भाई प्लीज
भाई
कंटिन्यू.
एब्सोल्युटली भाई.
I've never seen anyone describe a chess position. 4 भूत चढ़े हुए हैं. But chat by the way 1 2 he's not wrong. Calculation करके बोल रहा है बंदा. ऐसी बात नहीं है.
भाई करेक्ट है. एंड आई फील इवैल बार ना बहुत डिस्काउंट दे रहा है क्योंकि मुझे तो लग रहा है -3 होनी चाहिए ये पोजीशन. ब्लैक इज जस्ट कंप्लीटली डोमिनेटिंग हियर.
And
भाई
by the way,
मैंने आज शुरुआत से मैंने इंजन ऑन नहीं रखा है लाइक जस्ट ट्राइंग समथिंग न्यू एंड
ओके.
लाइक I can honestly I can tell you I'm scared to touch any piece in this position. I don't want to I'm scared to touch the F pawn. I'm scared to touch the H pawn. I don't I mean I cannot even calculate here I think.
सहज भाई जल्दी टच करो बिकॉज 8 मूव खेलनी है 3 मिनट में. तो इतना टाइम
Why
नहीं है.
that confirms it that I think it's okay. Either Divya has to be like an insane calculator or she has to be a little bit lucky to save this.
भाई
Like
भाई
Ju
भाई
Wenjun को
चैट इज
करना होगा.
sorry Sahaj to cut you. You are right, but chat go there फटाफट Gukesh because another mistake by Guki.
भाई H3 don't tell me H3 is there. H3 right or rook E3 F3 and H3 please. H3 it's working right.
नहीं, H3 is a mistake भाई. H3 पे H G3 is
अच्छा rook F2 है क्या?
equal and white is better actually.
एक सेकंड rook F2 में क्या हो रहा है?
Rook F2 queen F2. अच्छा you mean पहले not H3. अच्छा H3 के बदले you mean. हाँ rook F2 is winning. Rook F2 is winning but H3 is a mistake.
Yeah, H3 throws away the
rook
win.
F2 is winning. Okay
हाँ,
okay
it's
मेरा
right.
मेरा
Chat, so-
इंटरनेट क्या था sorry.
If you're a Divya fan, you want Ju Wenjun to play H3, and meanwhile Gukesh has made a mistake with Rook E6. Chat इसके बाद +3 for Vincent Keymer.
Oops.
भाई.
Yeah, I think
just to
why all the Indian players have lost in classic. Okay, besides Humpy ji, all of them have lost in tie breaks. Yeah, sorry, in classical itself.
आज
Why
कुछ
Divya is
boycott.
dead
Yeah.
lost?
What?
What? भाई अभी तो आए उधर से. Oh yeah. Wait.
नहीं
भाई,
एक्चुअली मैं अपने बोर्ड पे देख रहा हूँ बट लेकिन मेरा बोर्ड लाइव बोर्ड नहीं है. पहले मेरा बोर्ड लाइव बोर्ड था इसलिए.
नहीं पर अपने पास तो है ना लाइव बोर्ड. सहज भाई चेक मेट की थ्रेट्स है यहाँ पे. इफ यू कैन क्विकली शो कैन यू गो फुल स्क्रीन दिव्या के इसमें बहुत ही सुंदर एक वेरिएशन है. सो चैट बॉटम राइट में देखिए
अरे.
क्वीन टेक C4 रुक C4 एंड सहज भाई की आइडिया. खेलो ना, दिखाओ ना चैट को सहज भाई. H3 ब्यूटीफुल आइडिया बाय सहज भाई. पॉन टेक्स पॉन जो मतलब G टेक्स H3 डजंट वर्क बिकॉज ऑफ G2 चेक. नहीं
अरे.
भाई चेक मेट. किंग G1 and knight H3 चेक मेट यार.
Oof. And if you go HG3, there's still HG2 and knight H3 is there. Yeah, उसमें bishop E3 मर जाएगा and it's still like gone.
भाई
Peace down.
सब हार रहे हैं भाई. दिव्या losing, Gukesh losing, Pragg losing. भाई कोई I think Pragg is the only one who has a legit chance of maybe holding it. बाकी दोनों तो गए I think. It's over.
मैं अभी भी सोच रहा हूँ 4 भूत सवार हो गए.
अरे भाई है ना भाई.
That was genuinely actually quite funny.
By Conjuring 4 was easier to watch, man. And this is just done. And Queen C4, में, by the way, it's just kind of hoping. I think hopeful chess है. I think this is gone. 2 minutes है वहाँ पे. And Keymer का भाई king e8 पे गुकेश का. And by the way, f5 is the best move for Keymer now, just pushing the pawn.
Both the rooks are attacked. Man.
भाई रुक, c6 खेलना पड़ेगा ना only move. ये तो मेट ही हो जाएगी भाई मुझे लग रहा है f5 के बाद. भाई आरसीबी ने सारा विन का वो लक ले लिया यार.
भाई मैं पोजीशन देखता तो शायद ज्वाइन ही नहीं करता स्ट्रीम भाई. भाई यार ये क्या है यार. सहज भाई कोई भी बोर्ड पे चांस है हल्का सा भी
हाँ
कोई
चांस
इंडियन
है.
के लिए.
अच्छा ओ नहीं, फिर नहीं.
अरे यार.
अरे भाई, oh wait, she took knight g2, some hope. Okay, oh knight, wait, did she just take knight h4? Isn't, oh yeah,
या
but the bishop h4 is just a free
भाई
piece.
ब्रिलियंस ही था नाइट g2 एक्चुअली.
अरे भाई, h3 was actually nice, no, but it was clean. But okay, what's going on? Bishop h4 पे e5, what's the plan?
हाँ. Oh, and the problem is सहज भाई ये डायगोनल पे A8 H1 डायगोनल पे आपके लग जाएंगे.
तो
So bishop h4
bishop
e5 rook e3 आ रहा है.
and rook h4 पे rook d8, yeah. And then you
Rook
take on
d8 है.
d5 and then bishop b7, and this is,
Exactly,
yeah,
exactly.
this is simple. Actually, this is very simple. Yeah. By the way,
Divya
Gukesh in
is
under 30 seconds.
अरे बाप रे. Let's go full
What?
screen भाई. Let's go full screen on Gukesh.
Yeah, let's go to Gukesh also.
Divya is last minute goat. यार यहाँ से I think मुश्किल है comeback करना. But okay, let's hope for the best for not just Divya but for all the 3 Indian players. भाई यहाँ पे कोई चांस लग रहा है comeback का भाई? Or is it just over?
नहीं भाई. Honestly, this looks over, especially after f5. And Tiku bhai, I actually agree with you. मतलब not like no need to go there, but Pragg का मेरे को highest chance लग रहा है for an Indian to get half a point.
Yeah, agreed. Damn man, this is tough.
किसे एम पे जाना है? Pragg.
नहीं ये रहते I think because Gukesh के पास 30 सेकंड है ना. I don't know how much time Vincent will take because Magnus is gonna win.
For
Pragg
sure.
is still fighting. That will take much longer, I think, for them to kind of reach that final stage. Divya and I think Gukesh are going to end soon, is my guess, in the next 10, 15 minutes, 10 minutes maybe. Oof.
Hi, and you know what? With
यार कोई
these two
देखता नहीं है
wins,
मैसेजेस मेरे.
अरे भाई पर देख.
yeah, but वो तो है. But I agree,
अरे
Sahej bhai.
भाई.
But with these full decisive day to day, जो फरहान कुरैशी और कौन था दूसरा
राजू
वो
रस्तोगी.
राजू
जोशी.
राजू रस्तोगी वो लोग
अच्छा वो
जो
उसका असली नाम है, सॉरी माय बैड.
सेकंड लास्ट और लास्ट वाले बंदे विंसेंट कैमर और मैग्नस विल लीपफ्रॉग एवरीवन एंड दे विल गो टू द फोर्थ थर्ड एंड फोर्थ प्लेस एंड
Wait.
इंडियंस दोनों आ जाएंगे
No.
लास्ट 2 स्पॉट्स पे.
No, I don't want 2 Indians to be 5th and 6th भाई. भाई क्या भाई? Wait, what
Wait,
just
did he
happened? What
just
just happened?
Rook g3?
Okay, 7.
Okay,
Wait, I'm
but this
sorry,
is
what?
completely lost. Yeah, this is like dead
हाँ
lost.
भाई ये तो और खराब हो गई मतलब.
ये तो बहुत ही खराब है भाई.
भाई अब आउटसाइड पास पॉन भी है एंड सेंट्रल एडवांटेज भी है. सो
Wait a second, I think Ju Wenjun made an inaccuracy भाई. Oh no, never mind. It wasn't an inaccuracy.
भाई ये उम्मीद क्यों देते हो भाई ऐसे सडनली भाई? ये
सच्ची
क्या है?
यार सच्ची.
ओ भाई
भाई
लॉटरी
यार,
लग गई भाई.
भाई
नहीं,
मेरे
नहीं,
को
नहीं.
भी उम्मीद आई ना उस टाइम पे. सॉरी चैट, माय बैड. एक्चुअली हल्का सा बार ऊपर नीचे हो रहा है.
हाँ
Like, हल्का सा हो रहा है अभी भी. पहले से बैठ एक बार चेक करना है क्या, या यही ऐसी पे रहना है? कुछ दिव्या का थोड़ा होप दिख रहा है मुझे.
जा सकते हैं. वी कैन हैव बोथ गेम्स एक्चुअली. लाइक वी कैन हैव गुकेश एंड दिव्या बोथ मे बी. दैट हेल्प्स.
ये गुकेश का I'm sorry but
By
it
the
is
way,
very unlikely.
Wesley had made a mistake. Pragg has an only move now, rook b5, and it's objectively at least a draw. Okay, it's going to be tough, of course, regardless. But Pragg
Okay,
के पास
Pragg पे जाते हैं फिर पहले.
हाँ हाँ
Let's
प्रग
go
पे
for-
चलते
Wait,
भाई.
He plays rook d7. No. Oh, Gukesh under 10. भाई.
भाई कहाँ
भाई
कहाँ जाए
कहाँ
यार?
जाए?
I'm not sure. भाई देख कहाँ पे बर्ड्स आई पे रखें क्या?
कुकी 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 कुकी
हाँ ये बढ़िया
कुकी
है।
प्रग
गुके
कुकी प्रग
गुके
कुकी प्रग कुकी प्रग आते हैं दोनों। डैम भाई सांस चढ़ गई भाई कमेंट्री करके, ये क्या हो रहा है भाई, कितनी गेम्स है
हाँ।
भाई, 12 सेकंड है उनके पास भाई, he will resign I think, there is nothing oh it's over no, rook a6 knight c7 check, I mean what do you do as Gukesh, it's over, rook h6 खेला भाई साहब, oh it's resignable now I think भाई e6 is possible, takes you can't take because of knight c7 and rook c8 is mate
ओ या भाई वो तो चेकमेट हो गया ना फिर रुक c8 चेक
भाई खत्म
वेट e6 is just over and Vincent
wow
वो
misses
नाइट
it अच्छा वो
रुक जी 7 इज क्लीन नो।
भाई
wait
Divya is
Divya is
equal
equal now what
भाई
what
मैं बोल रहा था आपको बोल रहा था मैं आपको भाई।
huge blunder Ju Wenjun OP भाई what a blunder king takes rook पे
wow
आएगा bishop e4
भाई
check and rook takes d8 free rook thank you so much दिव्या बोल रही है मैं नहीं हारूंगी आज मैं रहूंगी लीड में
भाई क्या
भाई
कमेंट्री थी भाई
अरे
ये
वो
सही
मैं
था व्हाट अ
आईपीएल ना
ब्लंडर।
आईपीएल मैच हिंदी में देख रहा था ना इसके लिए हिंदी कमेंट्री
अच्छा
जैसे
भाई ये तो ड्रॉ हो गया कंफर्म, इट्स अ ड्रॉ नाउ, रुक एंड
नहीं
गेम
नहीं
है भाई, इजी ड्रॉ
कहाँ से ड्रॉ है ये कहाँ से ड्रॉ है भाई कहाँ से नो चांस
अरे वो
भाई।
टिको भाई
अच्छा ओ
स्टॉक फिश देखते हैं ना इसके लिए
मुझे लगा वो ब्लैक थी, सॉरी सॉरी सॉरी,
भाई लेट्स गो
आई
टू
थॉट शी
गुकेश
वाज ब्लैक। हाँ
या
भाई डिड शी जस्ट को रुके 5?
भाई ये हाँ हाँ जाएंगे उधर बट गुकेश हैज
बट
लॉस्ट चैट गुकेश हैज लॉस्ट
but why would Ju Wenjun play rook takes a5 here? I cannot what? You're supposed to play rook c5 no and keep more pawns on the board. That I think was a bad decision.
भाई दिव्या इज अगेन वर्स,
नहीं
पहले
now it's
किंग
a draw भाई ये तो बहुत easy draw हो गई अब तो।
भाई चलो बढ़िया बढ़िया बढ़िया, चलो एक ड्रॉ तो मिलेगा
भाई
भाई।
भाई इस
एक ड्रॉ तो
पोजीशन में
मिल
बट
गया
like she could play rook c5 and she could keep the pawns on the board or she could play rook e6 बाद में rook e5 rook a5 मार सकती थी वो कभी भी।
उसको अभी मारना था भाई, क्या कर सकते हैं
भाई उसका गेम उसकी मर्जी से है इसमें आपको क्या दिक्कत है
माय गेम माय मूव्स
ये कैसा लॉजिक है भाई?
एग्जैक्टली मतलब है ना
अब
दिव्या
तू
का
बताए
चांस बन गया ना अच्छा है
तो जू वेंजन इज थिंकिंग अब तू बताएगा मुझे कैसे खेलना है।
वही तो
बाय द वे प्रग इज बैक, प्रग इज बैक कितनी बार
क्या?
भूल चुका हूं मैं यार।
Oh, by the way, Vincent has won against Gukesh. The game is over.
हाँ भाई we saw
Just
it,
very quickly.
we
We
saw
saw
it
भाई
it.
वो
भाई।
तो
Going back.
हाँ प्रैग मिस्टेक भाई
Ooh,
भाई तो
Pragg blunders, Pragg blundered again, अरे यार
भाई he had a legit drawing chance with knight d4 सॉरी प्रैग का गेम नहीं है चालू
यार he blunders but knight c4 निकालना है उसको। ओ वेस्ली ने भी गलती कर दी भाई।
भाई दोनों को जीतना नहीं है
कैन वी हैव
हाँ
दिव्या एंड प्रग बोथ, दैट विल बी
भाई
नाइस।
भाई ये वाला लेकिन बहुत important है because I'm not sure if it's still simple enough to save this. Uh,
बट बट यूजुअली
follow up
अगर
मैंने अभी टेक्स्ट में लिखा।
ये अगर जी पॉन होता है वो भी ड्रॉ, नहीं नहीं व्हाट एम आई थिंकिंग, नहीं नहीं आई एम हेलुसिनेटिंग, छोड़ो छोड़ो छोड़ो। चैट में कई लोगों को 4 बैन मिलने चाहिए, नहीं मुझे लगता है एक
भाई
दो
मुझे
बंदे
भी
होते हैं
आज
ऐसे।
तो मुझे भी मिलना चाहिए भाई आज तो पक्का बैन मिलना चाहिए मुझे भाई।
Why isn't
भाई बाय द वे
Firouzja resigning?
एग्जैक्टली वेरी लेजिट क्वेश्चन भाई क्वीन एंड गेम आ चुकी है सहज भाई और
भाई कौन
पता
से
नहीं
गेम की बात कर रहे हो आप? ओ
मैगी
हमारे
मैगी
पास जो
मैगी
यहाँ पे नहीं है, हमारे पास उनमें से एक।
हाँ वो यहाँ पर उनमें से एक गेम नहीं है भाई आप chess.com पे
भाई
देख रहे हो
maybe
भाई।
we can go there because Firouzja about to resign with 10 seconds can we go full screen
हाँ लेट्स गो
Carlsen
फुल स्क्रीन
about to
फिरोजा।
win chat नहीं भाई भाई खेले ही जा रहा है
भाई ये तो चेक दे कि ये भी चेक पे मर ओ क्वीन f6 क्वीन g6 चेक कम
हाँ
ऑन।
Wow! Why Magnus Carlsen stages a comeback, defeats the tournament leader.
and goes to fourth place Vincent Keymer in third now
अरे यार
वाओ
भाई वो होता है ना, जज्बात बदल दिए, पलट दिए सब कुछ एक दिन में. एवरीथिंग हैज चेंज्ड.
भाई प्रग इज
अब
बस्टेड नाउ. प्रग इज बस्टेड. लेट्स गो टू द डबल
यार
सेटअप. भाई क्या नाइट एक्सचेंज हो गए हैं, इसके साथ ही गेम खत्म, खेल खत्म भाई.
rook c1, rook behind pass pawns and just push. Wait. No, it's not. Oh no, he played rook f3. I thought rook f2 खेला था. I was confused actually. Why would he play rook f2?
Yeah, rook f3 and king c3 were the winning
हाँ, ये
moves.
तो
भाई
पॉन ही
rook
कट गया ना.
खत्म.
If king e4, white has rook e3 check on the Wesley board and king cannot come to the d file क्योंकि rook d3 check में पीछे का रुक मर जाएगा.
भाई तो
Tikku bhai and chat, Rakesh bhai and Samay bhai, do you think Divya saves this? Yes or no?
yes, she
Yes,
says this.
yes.
Samay bhai,
100%.
chat.
समय भाई ने भी
Samay bhai
समय
ने भी
भाई ने
हाँ
भी
बोला
yes
by the way.
बोला
Chat, just letting you know.
है. या
Chat, what do you think? Because भाई a3 पे pawn रख दिया मैंने और फिर king को लेके आया मैं. That's difficult. यहाँ पे साइड वाली चेक चाहिए होती है राकेश भाई, जो टाइम प्रेशर में मुश्किल है खेलना. यू रिमेंबर वो जो
करेक्ट.
एनक्यूरा
रुक
पोजीशन
f3
होती है,
वाली ना.
रिमेंबर?
रुक f3
वेंक्यूरा.
वाली
या
क्या.
या
एग्जैक्टली. एंड वेरी गुड पॉइंट बाय समय भाई कि दिव्या डाउन टू 16 सेकंड्स भाई. तो इट्स
ओ
नॉट गोइंग टू
वाओ.
बी इजी. दोनों जगह पे रुक एंड गेम है. एटलीस्ट वी आर होपिंग चैट एक ड्रॉ तो निकल जाए. देन दिव्या कैन फाइट इट इन द आर्मागेडन.
भाई दैट्स द
यहाँ
ओनली गेम जहां आर्मगेडन हो भी सकता है, बिकॉज आई थिंक प्रग विल लाइकली लूज. उकेश लॉस्ट, तो दिव्या का भी अगर रिजल्ट आ गया तो देन नो आर्मगेडन व्हाटसोएवर टुडे भाई. आदत नहीं है मैं इसकी.
ट्रू.
हम्म.
सच्ची.
भाई बट लेकिन आई एम सॉरी बट इफ आई गेट a3 एंड इफ आई ब्रिंग द किंग, आई एम नॉट श्योर, आई एम नॉट सो श्योर इफ शी कैन कैलकुलेट ऑल ऑफ दिस इन सच अ शॉर्ट अमाउंट ऑफ टाइम.
भाई कैन आई पुट माय किंग ऑन g4 आफ्टर दिस रुक a5 चेक? इज दैट
No,
एन
no, no,
ऑप्शन?
that's bad, bhai. Because I will bring,
दैट्स बैड
because
क्या.
your king on g4 is zugzwang है उसमें. I've actually had a similar
हाँ
position in my game before.
हाँ, इज लूजिंग. यू आर राइट. यू कांट डू दैट. तो किंग g2 रखना पड़ेगा.
That's what I mean. Na?
Just
Like
दिव्या.
these are split second decisions, and
hmm.
one wrong placement for the king, and you're gone.
भाई
भाई लेट्स गो.
only two moves now.
वेट.
g4 and king g2 और Divya is
लेट्स गो फुल
lost.
स्क्रीन ऑन दिव्या प्लीज.
Hey, ruke four.
Blunder!
Oh.
She blunders. It's winning if black plays pawn to f5.
Bhai, but वो f5 नहीं खेलेगी ना. She will, because she doesn't want to probably trade the pawns either. I think she'll go king d5.
भाई let's have both scenes. Pragg has 4 seconds. भाई let's have both games. क्या
हाँ
भाई
चल
भाई
रहा
भाई
है
सॉरी
भाई.
समय भाई. हाँ एक्चुअली.
समय भाई भी सोच रहे हो क्या कार्टून से का मतलब क्या इतना सीरियस हो गए. No more Doraemon.
Oh, he
See, I
doesn't play
told you she
fair.
will not play
wow.
f5. I told you because I think this is because time is. Oh, by king g2, that's a
तो
blunder again.
राकेश भाई अपना वो डांस करना पड़ेगा, वो बार वाला. मुझे लग रहा है अभी ऊपर
What?
नीचे होने वाला है
What?
भाई.
वो वाला. हाँ, I remember.
हाँ.
Hi, what is this? King c5, king about to.
You can't take that
Wait.
pawn, no? Like because king b4, if you take the pawn, it's lost. I think rook somewhere
a2
c1 or whatever.
a2 is there. No, actually
हाँ.
rook f2 के बाद वो draw हो सकती है भाई. No, that end game is a draw भाई. So if I
Oh
played king
wow.
b5, rook f6,
No,
a2,
king
rook
b4.
f2 is a
King b4.
draw.
I meant king b4.
Rook f2 is a draw. Bhai, this end game is a draw. Just putting it out there.
The
This could
queen versus
happen.
rook and pawn, right? The queen
हाँ,
versus rook and pawn is
जहाँ
a
पे
draw.
pawn g3 पे draw होता है. Like pawn h3 पे भी draw होता है.
अच्छा, you mean that way? हाँ.
Yes. And
Yeah.
I think she can miss this because she has 20 seconds. She plays king
King
b5.
b5
Wow.
played.
भाई ये हो गया and Divya ने अगर ऐसे बचाया, this will be like I think what a hero, like miraculous save, yeah.
Divya goes for it, but now
Why
rook
it's
b1
happening?
only move.
And if
Only
she
move.
plays
Rook
a2,
b.
कोई कहता है दिव्या wins, I will win fight. ये क्या है भाई? Come on chat, let's go. Support for Indian players needed. कोई एक भी draw कर लेगा, that would be huge.
Bhai, she's playing a2. She's playing a2. I'm telling you, bhai, she's playing a2.
No, she's moving the rook. She's moving the rook.
Oh,
Ah.
world
Bhai,
champion,
what a.
bhai. That is world champion move right there. Because I think a lot of people would play a2 here, assuming that queen versus rook and pawn would be a draw. Oh, sorry, a win.
Correct,
Because
correct.
pawn g3 पे है, g2 पे नहीं है. You know, Rakesh bhai, like in that sense, pawn g2 पे रहता है तो you don't even debate this. But pawn g3 पे तो you have some hope.
Exactly. And bhai, I think Praggnanandhaa resigns. Wesley So grabs the sole lead in Norway chess. Pragg loses 2 in a row. And Divya Deshmukh का भी खेल मुश्किल.
भाई कोई Armageddon नहीं. The only Armageddon was Humpy today and that ended way early. What a complete turnaround. And आज Indians के लिए तो भाई पूरा मतलब tragic day रहा भाई chess में Indians के लिए.
Absolutely भाई. But सहज भाई कुछ चांस है ये रुक से चेक देता रहा मैं तो आप क्या करोगे ब्लैक से? Rook F3,
King,
Rook
I mean,
F2.
oh, I didn't think about that actually. King
King
A4,
A4,
no?
Rook
King
B4.
A4 and Rook B4,
हाँ.
yeah. King A4, Rook B4, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And now if you
It,
play Rook F2 to stop the pawn push, Rook आ जाएगा B2 पे पिन कर देगा और खेल खत्म.
भाई resigns.
yeah, and I
think
mean,
she
her
resigns.
best hope is to just take the pawn, play King F3 and was shouldering wali technique, but the pawn is just way too far off.
She's
Rook
trying
F8
that.
she plays.
She's trying that actually. She's trying that.
And now
Okay,
A2
okay.
must be winning, no? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think she's
Woo.
going to take pawn now.
Now maybe King F3 or just takes on A2.
I
Which
think
is
you
the
should
better
take on A2 because if you play King F3, then after
हाँ.
A1, the king will remain on B3.
Rook takes A2 then maybe is the best option then.
Actually, it's the same. What am I saying? King F3 के लिए वो.
No, you're right I think because चलो वो तो not as crazy. Okay, now maybe G4 first.
G4, King C4. भाई कुछ भी
But
नहीं है
G4
ये
Rook
तो.
G1.
Yeah, G4 king. Basically, chat, the point is that you can use shouldering here. Basically, you try to not allow the king, but if white's pawn was on G4 or maybe G5, I think in this scenario, that would be a draw. But the pawn is just way too far off. And now just a check and then you bring the king closer.
Wow. Divya knows this, of course. She checks it away first. It's mate in 16, by the way.
Chat यार.
Wow.
Yeah, this is over.
Look at Divya.
भाई
She's not happy at all. And Rakesh bhai, मतलब आज 3 losses in the classical. आज तो मतलब points बटोर दिए हमने बस.
भाई completely. I mean, probably one of the worst days of Norway chess. But एक ही चीज अच्छी है कि it didn't happen towards the end. जिसका मतलब एक चांस बन सकता है for the Indians to catch up and COB प्रमोट करते हुए इंडियन प्लेयर्स आज.
अरे भाई ये क्या प्रमोशन है भाई? ये क्या प्रमोशन है? ऐसे तो प्रमोट करते हैं भाई. And also
COB
it's like
प्रमोट करते हैं.
अरे एक जोक है यार ऐसे मतलब
भाई तुम
seriously
दोनों को
मत
क्या
लो.
हो गया आज? एक वो 4 भूत लेके आ गया था, एक COB प्रमोट. तुम दोनों like I
Maybe,
think
I
both
think-
of you like I don't know what it is, like both of you are like extremely funny today.
I think हमें एक बार standings के दर्शन करने चाहिए. हमें पता लगेगा
नहीं
कौन
नहीं
मतलब
प्लीज
पानी
Please.
में कौन
नहीं,
नहीं.
आज स्टैंडिंग छोड़ देते हैं भाई, आज छोड़ो.
नहीं भाई, आई थिंक लगना चाहिए ना भाई सीओ में. लेट्स हैव अ लुक एट द स्टैंडिंग्स. आज तो देखेंगे भाई. अरे यार नहीं देखना था यार.
नहीं देखना था भाई, नहीं देखना था. मुझे नहीं देखना. आप ही करो अनाउंस भाई, मैं नहीं कर रहा है.
Yeah, Chad, I think Magnus Carlsen has caught up now, and Pragg and Gukesh at the bottom of the table, not where you want to be with 6 rounds done, 4 rounds to go. And I think let's keep in mind they still have to play, like Gukesh has to play Magnus, Firouzja, Wesley, and Pragg. Like it's not getting easy. So they will need to bring their A game. And Pragg, by the way, lost 2 games in a row. Rakesh bhai.
Yeah, that's not pretty at all. Bhai, remember Pragg was in second place just 2 days ago. मतलब rest day के बाद things have not gone well for Pragg, but hopefully he changes that tomorrow. And the world champion Gukesh will be playing tournament leader Wesley So in tomorrow's pulsating clash. Magnus Carlsen का गेम है Vincent Keymer के साथ black pieces का. So Magnus can actually go up to maximum of second place अगर फिरोजा फिर से हारते हैं तो.
Bhai, that's a great, I think, summary there. And I think one thing is for sure, no one is asking the question, can Magnus still win the tournament? Because after this win, like, I think that's not a question you should be asking anymore. I feel like a point was proven today, yet again.
The question is Magnus the favorite now? I think that's
Yes,
the question.
that's the question. Like, is he a
But-
favorite to win? I think we'll find out.
But also women's standings, अगर हम लाएं, I think Divya, like I think the results kind
Should
of
be in
work
second
for
place,
her.
I think, no?
Even
Yeah,
after this, she's in
place.
second place. I think that's pretty decent.
Oh, wow.
To be there after a loss. And also, the difference between the first and the last is quite not that high. It's only 4 points, one classical win, and for example. So still chances for Divya to win this event and also for Humpy to rack up a few wins. If she wins a couple of games, you can already imagine 2 rounds later, she'll be on 11.5. So still hopes for both Indian players to do very well in this event.
Yep, उम्मीद पे दुनिया कायम, and so are we. But yeah, bhai, today's day was not a good day. Like I feel, but I think yeah, just hasn't been a good day. But okay, we've had better days, and hopefully, अच्छे दिन आएंगे भाई.
अच्छे दिन hopefully आएंगे, and indeed, and chat कल की
I meant
pairings.
like, yeah.
आज हो रहा है भाई, आज हो रहा है भाई, सब हो रहा है आज. By the way, कल
I know.
की pairings, it's Pragg versus Firouzja. So I think इससे better opportunity है नहीं to kind of defeat Firouzja there, who was leading the tournament before today. Then it's Gukesh versus Wesley. By Wesley coming from beating Magnus and Pragg, now facing the world champion. But dono Pragg Gukesh ke white hai. That's the good news. And it's Humpy versus Divya. So या तो दिव्या का tournament खराब हो जाएगा या फिर Humpy for good. Like we'll have no
Humpy जी
chances
के
to
white
beat
है,
that.
Humpy जी के white है. So I think yeah, it will be a difficult match at their ways. भाई ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि Humpy ji could also score a win in the classical itself, no?
Yeah, and she catches up to Divya 8.5 points.
You can catch up to Divya very easily, I think. But भाई एक round से आप सोचो Magnus क्या छलांग मारी है, like from the 6th place. I mean, he was 4.5, no, before this. There was a big difference between him and like other players, and now it is like okay, he's basically there, yeah, just with one win.
एक बंदा कहता Indians will return in doomsday. अरे भाई, they will return tomorrow, chat, hopefully with a few wins. आज चारों technically हारे हैं, right? Because Humpy lost in the amateur and 3 lost in the classical. Hopefully we see this opposite tomorrow, कि चारों जीत जाए.
Yeah. Should be fun. Should be fun, chat. We will.
So chat.
Sorry. एक second. मतलब should be fun. Says भाई आपको वही चाहिए था ना कि ऐसा कुछ हो. But it will be an amazing day tomorrow, where Indians will get a chance to make a comeback, and we'll be starting at the same time. But क्या change होगा टिको भाई कल के stream में?
भाई कल शायद मैं नहीं होऊंगा. कल मैं जा रहा हूँ प्रखर को ट्रेन करने के लिए COB को. So the longer he lasts at chess,
भाई तुम तो conversation करने लग गए भाई.
हाँ. So regardless, chat हम लोग आएंगे दोबारा वापस कल. Thank you राकेश भाई, सहज भाई and for the amazing broadcast. Thank you chat for joining. And chat थोड़ा बात कर लेते हैं यार. बहुत दुख हुआ आज. I think मुझे लग रहा है ऐसे फील हो रहा है कि सारे इंडियंस हार गए.
मुझे और क्यों रो रहा है? मुझे
What do you think about that? The nation wants to know, chat. What do you think about 4 Indians losing?
टिको भाई भी मजे ले लो मतलब अभी.
4 बजे कल COB, 8:30 बजे Norway chess. See you tomorrow, chat. Bye bye and good night.
Yes, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.